What's up, all you awesome peeps and peepettes? I hope you're having a great weekend, and I hope you had a great Sunday today. We're going to bring that Sunday and this weekend to a close. Hanging out, having an open discussion in here, should you choose to be here with us. I appreciate you all very much for joining us tonight. I hope everybody's had the best weekend. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for joining us, and I hope you guys are ready to talk because I want to talk about whatever we talk about. I'm just bored, folks. Let's do it. Let's do it. Happy Sunday, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What is up, everybody? What's going on, y'all? Hope everybody's having a good night, good day, good weekend, good whatever. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great to be here with you guys. Missed you guys today. What's happening? Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Let's do this thing. Make sure you share this out, if you will, please, to anybody else that might not know about it, because I don't usually do these Sunday things, but tis what it is, folks. Please share it out. And on your way through that door, hit the like button so we can get this up in that algorithm. You know the deal. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Please, please, please. Ew, that's gross. See who we got here with us tonight. Let's see who's joining us in here. Gracing us with their awesome presence. It looks like Texas Gigi's in the house. Welcome back, Gigi. Great to see you. Mystery. Hey, hey. Doc Holiday. What's going on? Good to see you. T2014. Welcome back to you. Darcy Miller. Hello to you. And thank you for joining us. Twin Thang. What's going on with you? Good to see you tonight. El Bariqua. What's going on? Debbie Clark. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Great to see you. Music City Mom 2, welcome back. Great to have you here tonight. Miss Tina B, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Chalet Montage, welcome back. Great to have you here. Miss Rachel Rach, hello, hello, hello. And Miss Andy Rose, great to see you. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Hello, Meg. Good to see you tonight. Rhonda Brand, welcome to you. See something? Say something. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Let me see here. Daisy May, hello, hello. What the fox? What's going on? Good to see you tonight. Shay, welcome back to you. Butterfly71, welcome to you. Great to have you in the house with us tonight. Worth every scratch. Love it. Hello to you and welcome back. Good to have you here. Electro's in the house. What's going on, Electro? Good to see you. Lori, facts, not feelings. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you guys here. I appreciate you so very much for joining me. And taking time away from your daily lives to hang out with this little guy here and talk about whatever, guys. Come on in, get comfortable, if you will, please. Let me see here. I got to turn some things down and turn some things up. Give me a second. Second. Let me see here. All right, that's turned down. Come on in, everybody. Please share it out again, like I said. I greatly appreciate that, if you will. All right. Oh man, I just realized the date today. What happened with this? It didn't happen. Well, shoot. All right. Okay, let's see. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you. Anita Knapp, welcome to you. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back. Good to see you. We got 58 awesome peeps in here, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button, please, if you will. Come on in. Miss Brandy B's in the house. Welcome, Brandy. Thank you for joining us tonight. We got a couple mods in here. That's awesome. Mr. Bobby Old Dude's in the house. What's going on, Bobby? Good to see you. I touched the like button, but you do not have my permission, oral or written, to use my DNA in any manner. Absolutely, Bobby. I respect that, and I will not. I promise you, sir. I promise you, I will not. That's awesome. Love it. And thank you for being here, sir. I do appreciate all you guys so very much. Butterfly, Daisy. I think I got everybody that was in here. We got 63 peeps in here, guys. Make sure you're sharing it out. Just in case anybody doesn't get the notification, because it does happen sometimes where people don't. There's my doodle. My doodle bug. I love my doodle. Hello, Miss Doodle. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope I didn't disturb you or pull you away from anything of any importance. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys all had great weekends. Again, hanging with your family, doing whatever you do. I appreciate you for being here with us tonight. I don't know 100% what we're talking about, but there's something. There's some things we can talk about. I guess it depends on how many peeps jump in here. Computer makers need to stop putting the cap lock button next to the A. That's a good point, Mystery. I've had problems with that myself. Funny, though. Miss Victoria, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, everybody, if you will. Welcome back, Miss B. Good to see you tonight. Great to have you here. All you awesome humans, as Doodle puts it. Hey, humans. Always good to be here with a creator that isn't focused on. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. There's enough of it out there. We don't need to be talking about it. Really, we don't. I'm getting all deep into it, I'm telling you. There's enough people doing that. Mystery says it was crazy last night, locally and online. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Everybody have a good weekend. I know some of you guys have to head back tomorrow to work. I'm sorry to hear that too. But, you know. Who knows, guys? Ah, too much drama and it keeps getting worse. It does. My day was okay. It was okay. My grandbabies was here. You know how that goes. Was outside messing with my damn pool. Always messing with the pool in the summertime. Always, 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 always. It gets old. Mel's Bells. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Space Junkie 69. What's going on? I know Sundays suck. I'm sorry because you got Monday coming the next day. But thank you for joining us tonight. Space Junkie, it's good to see you. Maybe we can, anybody that's having a bad Sunday, maybe we can make it end better. Let's just say it that way. We'll see what happens. Glitter is forever. Welcome back to you. Great to see you guys. It's great to have you all here. All right, move that down. Cool. Move that over. Bingo, bongo, bango, bingo, bango, bongo. Okay. Bada boom. There we go. Hey, Doc. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a great weekend. I miss seeing some of you guys. I don't see too many of you guys. I know a lot of people stopped coming in here because there wasn't a whole lot going on in Idaho. So, I mean, and I understand. It's okay. It was okay, Glitter. Thank you. It was actually really good. Actually, she made homemade fried chicken, and she makes her breading is disgustingly good. Sorry, but she only makes the breast. We don't do the whole leg and wing and all that stuff. She makes it as healthy as she can. I'll just put it that way. So we had that. We had, of course, mashed potatoes because I was peeling potatoes. Um, Gravy. We make homemade gravy. I don't like that store bought crap. But butter or southern style butter yeah, let's try that again. Southern style butter beans and greens, collard greens and green beans. We like vegetables in this house, so we have a lot of vegetable type things when we have meals like Sunday dinners. So Melly Mel, what's going on? I just pulled up my YouTube and wondering who the neighbor is and how old were the kids in the neighborhood. She's making it seem like they never seen him. Who are we talking about, Melly? Melly Mel? Sounds like a rapper name. Melly Mel. Um, Melly Mel. Explain a little bit more, if you will, because I'm a little bit lost on what you're saying. If you don't mind, please. Pretty please and thank you. How about that? With icing on top. Usually Doodle comes in here. Usually when she comes in here, JLR. Yeah, I saw that. I figure we might be able to review that too if you want to. Yeah, we can definitely pull that up, but we'll review that then. I saw that, thought maybe that was going to be a topic you guys might want. We can review that, see what it says. That'll be one thing for sure, and we can just go from there. Does that sound like a plan? Gotcha, Miss Tina. Hello to you. 79 peeps in here with 51 likes. Come on, please. Please don't make me beg. Don't make me beg. Don't make me beg. Hit the like button if you will, please. I will beg. If you guys want me to beg, I'll beg for you. Do you want me to beg? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me why. Just kidding. Miss Jody, hello to you. Melly Mel. I don't know. Did you bring cake, Doodle? You always got cake in here. What's up, Ro? Good to see you tonight. I did see that, Glitter, about the little girl missing in Cleveland, and it took them, 2 weeks to contact law enforcement? Like, what the hell? I'm telling you guys, Ohio's crazy with this stuff. It's crazy. I don't get it. I don't. What's up, Kim Holmes? Welcome to you. There's the cake. Doodle's always got cake. I love Doodle. Doodle is one of the funniest people I know at the right times, too. You could feel the tension sometimes getting thick in here. You could cut it with a knife, and Doodle pops up and says something so outlandish, it's crazy. Or she starts handing out cake to everybody. I got my cake. Here it is, guys. You want some cake? It works. It works. Doodle is one of the amazing moderators we have in here. She's amazing. She's one of my producers as well. She's amazing. Miss Brandy, another one that's been with me. Brandy's been with me for a long time, folks, for those of you that are new. Literally since I've ever put my name out in YouTube land, Brandy's been with me pretty much. Cleveland and Columbus. Miss April Wine, welcome to you. Cleveland and Columbus are actually the top of the nation. Yes. Yes, it's bad. It's very bad. I went nuts last June, I think it was. Actually, it's probably about a year, right? Exactly. I was live and I ended my live and I was looking at something, doing some of the stuff I do, usually closing up on YouTube. And I saw that there was 40 kids that went missing in a span of 12 to 13 days. And I went, to what? So I looked a little bit deeper and then I went nuts and I went live and I was like, this is a problem. We got to fix this. So no, I haven't. I looked a little bit about it, Glitter. I didn't have a lot of time, hun, but yeah, I haven't heard anything yet, and I will continue to. Welcome, Jessica D. Thank you for joining us today. There it is. Miss Brandy's been here with me for 2 years and 17 months. We're rolling up into the 3-year mark, guys. She has been, and she is the absolute one and only. She creates, produces, directs, and operates our TikTok account all by herself. Because your friend Dago here has no idea how to deal with YouTube or TikTok, and I can't stand it. So she does it. She does an amazing job. So we have to please be thank her for that, guys. She does a lot, and I appreciate her very much. Doodle does a lot, and I appreciate her very much. They both do a lot for this channel. I wouldn't be here without them, and that goes for the rest of my moderators too. You know. Welcome, Miss Paige. Good to see you. Miss Wanda, hello to you and welcome. For 2 months, she's been part of this family. I appreciate that so very much. So very much. 1 second, Glitter. What the fox? What is going on, my friend? With what Seth said, does it defer you from the facts of the case with his lies? Still no evidence, no conflict. No, it doesn't. Seth makes the worst decisions of anybody I've ever seen. So it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to go and slam him for it because it's happened. It happens enough. But the decisions he's making, there she is. I love Mom. She's so amazing. Mind of Monsters is in the house. So I'm not gonna go into it that way. We can talk about it, guys, of course, but you know, it's he's getting it. He's getting what he deserves from what he does. Good God, Molly, another one of my producers and one of my amazing moderators. Thank you for joining me, Molly. Mom, I just dropped a link in the chat. If you'd like to join me up here, I would be honored to have you up here. Thank you again for that super chat. What the Fox? I appreciate that very much, my friend. And I appreciate you being here to support us today. No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Yeah. I've noticed and I've been told that there's some new info on the Gilgo Beach. I can't ever say his name right. Rex Howerman. Is that how you say it? There's some new stuff going on in his case as well. And no, Glitter, there is no Amber Alert that I've ever seen. Agreed. I'm the same way. He's brought everything on himself. That's just how I look at it. So 104 people with 61 likes, guys. We're getting there. We all getting there. Get to the chopper now. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat. Get comfortable. If I'm honored enough to, Mom will be joining me up here, and we can have a combo. I'm going live tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. And again, please drop Salty's channel, please. Her link. Salty and Miss Kimber. Salty runs the channel. Miss Kimber's her co-host. She'll be going live tomorrow night to bring out some Gilgo Beach stuff because there's some new stuff going on over there. Pretty crazy. I saw a little bit about it, but if you can imagine there being any more in that case that could make it even crazier, there is. There absolutely is. Ohio is terrible for Amber Alerts. We didn't even get one a little bit. No, they're horrible for them. I agree with you, Glitter. Horrible. His mom killed him, stuck him in a drainage ditch and headed to Cleveland. It's insane, is it not? It's insane. It is insane. Come on down. It's good to. By the way, thank you for joining me tonight, Salty. I'm surprised to see you in here in the evenings on Sunday like this. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Hello, Mama. How are ya?
Oh, how are you? I woke up with a headache this morning. I slept a day away. I ain't been up long.
Probably sinus stuff. I got.
I think
Everybody's
so.
having. Do you have allergies?
Yes. I didn't have them when I was a kid. And when I turned I think it was like 25, I started getting them real bad and went to a doctor at Vanderbilt and like a ear, nose, and throat. And he said that
Hmm.
because I was a smoker, that I had developed allergies. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I hate this chair.
It does.
Um,
My wife didn't have allergies ever in her life. Over the past 5 years, she's starting to get them bad. And when she went to her doctor, they said the same. They said, "Do you smoke?" She goes, "Yeah, I do." Unfortunately, and they were like, "Yeah, that's probably where it came from because your sinuses are always inflamed from smoking." That it,
mhm.
you know what I mean? It's like, oh well, I'm trying to quit myself, folks. I'm trying so bad, but I'm telling you,
I've cut
equalizer. What's going
down.
on?
I've cut
What?
down a lot. I used to smoke 2 packs a day, and I'm down to, I don't even know how many have I smoked out of this pack,
I,
like
I
6
have
cigarettes.
too. I'll be honest. Back in the days when I was still in the fire service, I was smoking two, sometimes two and a half, 3 packs a day, sometimes because it was just one after another. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so I've cut down from that, but I'm still smoking too much. Even a pack and a half a day sometimes is too much to me. And hello, Tomboy. Was that better?
I fixed it.
There you go.
Hello,
Yeah,
everybody in chat. Sorry I missed you guys. I was jumping on the StreamYard.
it's okay. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Always, always, always. Oh God, I've been messing with my pool all day long. Clue told me about this stuff you can get. It's called, and she uses it. It's called flocculent. I'm like, okay, fine. We've had pools my whole since we've been married. Okay, and I've never heard of it before. I've used the stabilizer, the shock, all the other crap, and we've always been able to get it right. It
Mhm.
didn't happen this year. And usually, what we do is we'll drain half the water down below where the pump sits, and then we chemicalize it. We put that shit in there and let it sit. We cover it, and we're good. Well, I also live out in BFE in the country, so this year something must have gotten up under the edge of the cover or something. We thought we had it tied down pretty tight, but I guess not. So there was some funky stuff in there. It turned into a home for wayward frogs, and
Oh,
I had all
Lord.
the frogs
Oh,
in there,
hell no. Hell no.
lots and lots of them. And I get these crazy ass tree frogs out here that make this insane noise all night long. It drives me nuts, but I'm kind of numb to it now. But anyway, my headaches are seizure. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Victoria. I hope you're okay with that. That's not good at all.
I thought everybody in the South knew what flock was.
Mm.
I don't mess with the pool, so I have no idea what it is. Like my extent of telling you how the pool is treated is there's a duck that floats around and you put the stuff inside the duck.
It just floats
We
around.
have the duck too. We have the duck too.
Other than
We have
that,
the
I buy floats and I enjoy it, but I'm not in charge of none of that chemical stuff. My chemical days were many years ago.
I learned what flock was after Hurricane Katrina and the pool just got
well,
demolished.
you right, and I'll tell you right now, guys. It was like neon, like Ninja Turtle slime green in there. I was like, what the
Kimber, come
hell?
on, get up here. Kimber, come on.
Mm-mm.
What did you just whisper?
Kimber.
Kimber.
She can't hear you if you're whispering.
Oh, she heard me.
Okay, well, the link's in there, so they know who they are. They can come up here whenever. Uh, so we shocked it with super shock or some shit, and chlorined it, and did it again, and did it again. We vacuumed it. We did this. We filtered it. I went through 4 filters cleaning this crap out, and then we had to add water because I have well water, and it doesn't work in the pool. So I had to have water shipped in. That was 250 some odd dollars for water. It's stupid to me. Um, and boink. Hello, Miss Kimber.
Hi, Mom. How are you feeling? I
Hi,
just got
honey.
your
I
text.
feel a lot
I,
better.
I was in the shower when you text.
I slept all day, like literally all day long. My kid called.
You and me both. I was a little them gummies girl.
Oh shit!
Did
Hold
your
on.
wine and gummies catch up to you, Kimber?
They did. I fell asleep before the live was over last night.
She did. I had to boot her off panel.
She had to boot me off manually.
Yeah, we were
So
sitting there
I asked one of my mods in here. You guys don't see him often. He doesn't come in too often anymore. Mikey, he's a pool guy. That's what he does. And I asked him last year, and he told me about this shit, and I forgot about it. It's in there, Salty. Anyway, so Clue, I asked her, I was like, what are you guys using for your pool? Because hers is I'm in a 22,000 gallon pool. She's at 27, I think. So it's a little bit bigger, but still. And hers is in ground, mine's above. And I asked her, I was like, what the hell do you guys use to clean that up? And she said, that's flocculent shit. And I'm like, that is what Mikey said to use. I forgot all about it last year. And so I ordered it. As soon as she told me, we got it on Amazon. It came. My wife put it in. Went out there this morning, you guys. No lie. It was crazy. Because we got all the other green crap out, okay? But it just had this cloudy blue look to it at this point. And I'm like, what the hell do I do? We put this stuff in, went out this morning, followed the directions, went out this morning, and there were clumps all over the place in at the bottom of the pool. We pulled the vacuum out, started vacuuming everything up and this and that. We got to do it one more time. But it was almost crystal clear. You could see the bottom until you jazzed all that shit up, and then it got all fluffed up again. You know what I mean? So still, I was amazed.
Baking soda will help the cloud. Wasn't it baking soda that you used for the cloudiness in ours when we used to have our pool? Baking soda. Baking soda will help it too.
I've heard that. Hello, Kimber's husband. I heard that too.
Yes, we used to go buy like the big 5,000 pound bag of baking soda. It wasn't 5,000. I think it was 5 or 10 pound bag of baking soda. And when it got cloudy from the oil and stuff, he would just throw the baking soda in and it would clear it right up.
I was going to say, how the hell did you move a 5,000 pound bag of baking soda?
Very carefully.
Yeah.
She's here all week.
I'm sure Mr. Kimber, his back probably didn't feel good after that. So
we moved it very carefully.
I mean, I kind of like they built the pyramids, you know?
Yeah. One brick at a time, man. One brick at a time.
There you go. There you go.
Peace.
It was aliens.
So, hold on. Somebody asked me where I've been. Butterfly, I've relaxed today, talked to Salty, and slept some more. And, yeah, too much wine and gummies. And I think we were up late, weren't we? And I also fixed the sandwich last night. I fixed some bacon and eggs last night. So bacon and eggs be putting me to sleep.
Yeah, I think I shut down the live at like 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys were live last night? I didn't catch anybody. I was playing cards. My nerd was out. My kids came over and I played cards with them. They play this card game that I used to play when I was younger. And I play with them here and there. And one of their friends came by that plays, and he ate. Has anybody ever heard of a 300 milligram gummy?
I don't mess with the gummies. Like when we had the medical card down here, we were getting gummies from the dispensary. But like the reason I stopped messing with the gummies is because I love gummy worms. Like not even the good gummy worms, just like a bag of gummy worms. And I will sit and eat the whole bag of them, not even think about it. So I'm serious, dude. I was editing a video and I'm like all off into editing this video, you know, I'm putting my slides together and everything.
Hold on real quick. Brandy, she didn't need the Discord link. She needed the link for the thing in the Discord. She wanted me to put it in Discord. That's all. It's okay though.
Hi, Salty.
Hello, Salty. Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good. And I look down and I have eat a $30 bag of gummies. Like the whole bag.
Oh my God. And you're
that's why I don't eat them. That's why I don't eat them, because I like gummy bears, gummy worms, all them gummy things. And I'm like one of them people that I told you guys what I did with the damn brownie. Okay. If it tastes good, I'm going to eat it. I'm kind of a fat guy and I like food. So especially sweet stuff. So I'm not supposed to have it.
I don't know what.
I couldn't hold back from it.
I don't know what milligram these gummies are. I know they're Delta 8 they're THC gummies. They're cherry lime, so they're not real sweet. But
none of mine are. That's one of my favorite flavors is cherry limeade.
I'll take one and then, but I only eat, now understand, I only eat my gummies on the weekends because if I ate gummies during the week, plus took my other medications, I would not get up for work the next morning. Just
Well,
saying.
I
So
know
I
how
only
you
eat
are
my
with the
gummies on the
wine.
weekends.
I know how you are with the wine. I can't imagine you on the gummies.
And I only eat and I only drink wine on the weekends. So because I have to get up at like 6:30 to be at work. And Kimber hungover is not a pleasant sight when she goes to work because I'll be up there asleep on the desk waiting for a phone call. So no, it's not a pleasant sight.
Weed and alcohol are two different entities. Their buzzes are so different. I can't. I'm a gummy person all day long.
I don't miss the alcohol. I mean, I used to drink. I drank, folks. I drank so much that I had to make myself stop drinking, which was I was pretty borderline alcoholic. I'll be honest with you, because of my pain. And I don't like to take pills. I don't like to do that shit. So because I was on pills years ago, my doctor was one of those script writers, Here, let's not fix it. Just take this. So I took Percocet 325 for 12 years. Well, then he became how can I put this? The DEA became very interested in him and 5 other doctors in our county. So guess what happened? They stopped putting him out. And then 12 years later, I'm like, I can't function. So I started drinking. And, back pain and neck pain don't ever go away unless you fix it. So
Make that up. To me, alcohol intensifies my pain. I can't.
That's actually what I think was happening. I was thinking because I had a buzz going that it was taking the pain away, when in essence it was making it more edgy, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
it does. If I'm even having a little bit of a flare up with a shoulder or neck, whatever, drinking's not going to be and I don't drink often, but yesterday I had an ice cold beer and that thing was good.
Those are good when it's a hot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you on that. But here's the thing. I was at the point where I was drinking probably 2, what is it, a fifth, I think is a big bottle of whiskey.
No, that would be the gallon.
Well, no. Well, yeah, that's true. There is the gallon. I only bought the gallon jugs every now and again, but typically the one with the handle on it was the gallon one. Yeah, I did that every now and again, but typically I would just buy the 5th of Crown Royal and I'd go through 2 of those a week. It was a lot.
One of those a night.
It was a lot.
Y'all know Ozzy Osbourne was a very prolific person. Wine is fine, but whiskey's quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen his hind end.
I've seen it. I've seen a girl. One of the best concerts I ever went to was Ozzy in Tennessee, and I've seen the dude 5 times. But one of the best shows was at Freedom Hall in Johnson City, Tennessee, with Metallica opening. That was awesome.
I went to Ozfest, and of course I'm like,
yeah.
let's get stage tickets, So we get the stage tickets, and I'm down there by the stage, and he comes out and he's like, you know what I think about this effing city? I can't stand Nashville. And he turns around and drops his pants, and I was like, oh, I don't even know if I'll ever recover from your.
I think they put that on a video. I swear to God, I saw that.
Yeah, it's on a video.
Yeah,
it is.
Is it? I saw it real time.
The best concert I ever went to was in 1989. It was if anybody remembers this, I'm showing my age now, a Monsters of Rock tour, and it was Metallica, Slayer, Megadeth, and Anthrax. That was the best. I'm telling you. Oh my God, that was so good. And it was and Justice for All was the album that Metallica had out.
Metallica.
That's my favorite album they've ever put out. And Peace Sells was the Megadeth album, and then of course Slayer was my favorite band at that time. Mm-hmm. Absolute favorite. That was the best show I've ever seen in my life. Next to I'm lying. In 1987, I went to a come on, Joe. What the hell was that band called? It was the Power Slave tour. Iron Maiden. Now here's the thing.
There you go.
Iron Maiden, they're okay. I can't stand Bruce Dickinson, the little 3-foot tall dude running around the stage. I never could deal with him. Okay, their music was great, but their stage show, you guys, was absolutely phenomenal because they would bring out Eddie. Okay, and it's this gigantic robotic skeleton type thing, and this thing would come out shooting fire out of his hands and his eyes and his head, and I was just like, wow, this is crazy good. And I was like, Jesus, 87. I was like 14, 15, something like that.
Oh my God. I was in 87. You were like 14.
I
I was like, I think I was 20.
15 or 16, maybe I was 15
87.
or 16. I can't. I was born in
87.
74, so
Uh,
maybe.
Oh,
It's hard to
God.
pick my
Oh,
favorite
God.
concert.
87. How old was I? 65. 87. I was 20, 80, 65, 20, 85.
I know I was 21 in 88 because I turned 21 and had a baby a month later. That's how I know how old I was in 87.
I was in
I
eighth
was
grade when I went
22.
to
My
this.
husband just did the math. I was 22.
Okay, so I remember being in eighth grade when I went to that concert, and my mom and dad did not want me to go because they were petrified, but I was responsible, believe it or not. So I went. I had a blast, and then, like I said, the next one was the Slayer Metallica, the Monsters of Rock, and that was just amazing to hear all of that together. It was crazy, crazy good.
I went to
Time.
Monsters of Rock in '88, and the only two bands I couldn't do was Anthrax and Dokken.
Dokken.
You didn't
I've
like
seen-
the Dokken? Oh,
I've
man.
seen Dokken twice.
I've seen Dokken.
I could not understand Anthrax to save my life.
What do you mean understand?
they were a little rough. Yeah, I mean, I was a metalhead, but Anthrax was not my favorite band at all.
No,
No, they were
Dokken,
probably.
I just didn't. I wasn't fond of them.
They
No.
needed a better singer, and if you would have taken their drummer and Scott I and the guitar player and put them in a different band, that they'd have been amazing. But that band, just Charlie Benton, like what the hell's his name? The lead singer and the bass player, they were idiots. I just didn't like them. So
I don't know. I just went because I got free tickets from the radio station.
there you go. There you go. Ozzy. I've never seen Ozzy. I wanted to. I've seen Slipknot twice. That's, oh my God, that's a show and a half. I'm telling you right now. Talk about, like, there's like 8 people running around the stage, guys beating on beer kegs and drums and this and throwing things up in the air, but it's really good music. It's really good music. Alice in Chains, I've seen them once with Lane Staley and once with the new singer. Tool, I've seen Tool. I love Tool.
Oh, I love Tool.
Tool's one of the
Tool's
best bands that
I
ever
love
been put out there. Their drummer, the last band I played in, we tried to play sober, and
Oh.
the guy plays in like a 6-part, like fourths. He plays in fourths. Drummers usually play in halves. Okay, he plays in quarters instead of like halves. I got close. Okay, I'll put it that way. I got it close, but they're so off with their music. It was crazy. It's amazing though that if you read the tablature and stuff on it, it's like, how the hell are they doing this? And you try to get to it and you can't ever make it. So Tool is amazing. Absolutely
And they
amazing.
use a lot of props too. Like a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
people don't realize that they use is it enema? I think it's enema. If the tapping is actually a number 2 pencil on a lead glass ashtray.
Oh yeah. They do a lot of
Like,
in the studio.
They're
Yeah.
phenomenal, man. They're phenomenal.
And-
And like my passion, like my bucket list, I want to go to Arizona to
Mhm.
Maynard's Vineyard so bad. Like that's like on my bucket list. I actually want to go there and sit and drink wine with that man. It would be
Go where?
the highlight of my life. Maynard
Kimber's
has
like,
a
I'm down.
in Arizona outside of Phoenix.
Yes.
Where are we
Yes.
going to a vineyard?
See?
What?
That's all she heard was vineyard.
They don't have a pool for you to sleep in.
That's
What
funny. That's
vineyard?
hilarious.
Maynard, the
Go
lead
to
singer of Tool,
incarceration.
Uh-huh.
has a vineyard outside of Phoenix.
Okay, let's go.
Because I really want to go. Like
I've
that's
never
on my bucket list.
been to that, Glitter. I've heard of that before. I've been to Warped Tour twice. I've heard of the incarceration. Okay, she's not really this other girl. She was just here to visit us. She's not really my daughter, but 2 of our friends have passed away, Angie and then Lisa. Lisa, the girl that was here tonight, is Lisa's daughter, so she's kind of always adopted us as her parents since her mother passed. So I call her my other daughter. She goes to that incarceration thing and all these other tours. She loves music just as what's up, Steven? Just as much as we all. She goes to any concert that goes out there. She's a huge. Her mother was a huge fan of Reach Out, Touch Base. Who is that?
A band.
Lord. Yeah, that's the song.
I know.
I can't think of the band right.
I don't know. My brain's still not awake. I'm still working on coffee to wake up to go to sleep.
Right.
I can't. Not Def Leppard, no. Which I've met them. Depeche Mode. Thank you, Space. Yeah, she's a huge fan of Depeche Mode, and they started running around touring again. So she goes to their concerts because her mother raised her on them and loves it. So we were talking about that tonight. Def Leppard. I met two of the guys from Def Leppard. Rick Allen, which is the drummer, and what the hell is the other guy's name? I think he passed away. He was the old bass player. I can't remember his
The
name.
bass player.
Yeah.
Was that before Rick lost his arm or after?
Way after.
Yeah.
In fact, when I met him, they had played here. We have a place called Packer Music Hall, and it's huge. And very rarely do we get like big name groups like this. But because they have kind of gone by the wayside, they're not as popular as they used to be. They're playing around here now again. So this was probably 6 years ago. They played here at the music hall, and they had a meet and greet type thing. This was really cool, you guys. We had Rat. No, that was more than 5. It was like 10 years ago. I'm sorry. Rat, Quiet Riot, because it was before the lead singer died.
Yeah.
Firehouse, Cinderella.
Come on, feel the noise.
Yes. And then Def Leppard. They all
Cinderella was the bomb. I'm sorry. I just got to insert that in there. I love me some Cinderella.
listen. That show, they were the headliner of that whole thing, believe that or not. And they did Long Cold Winter stage setup. They had the purple things hanging up, and they made it snow on stage.
Yeah.
And Tom came out and started playing the piano to I can't think of what song off yet right now, but it was like, wow.
Don't know what you got till it's gone.
Yeah. And Coming Home. It was Coming Home, that song. It was just like going back to my teen years. It was great. But afterwards, they had a meet and greet. This was so funny. I got to tell this story. So the lead singer from Firehouse, they were doing a signing thing. They were all selling their new CDs and all that crap. And we're standing there talking that's where I was talking to Rick Allen at. And we were talking about his drum set because I'm a drummer. And I was like, how do you do this, that, and all this other stuff, right? And he's like, it's all about triggers. He plays the digital set, which is what I'm trying to get now. Because I can't do the acoustic thing anymore. My knees and my elbows are so fried that it's just like, no. But the electronic sets now are so easy to play. You don't need like a lot of force. The triggers are easy and all that kind of fun stuff. But he was talking about it's all triggers. He actually plays his snare drum with his foot.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me. And his bass drum is on a trigger. And then all he does is he's got a box that sits over here that's it's called a brain. You program these things in for each song, and all he's got to do is hit 1 or 2 drums and everything plays itself. It's crazy. So but anyway, so my wife always thought the lead singer for Firehouse was just adorable or gorgeous or whatever you want to call it. Okay. So we got the CD and she's standing there and he's talking to her, and you guys know her name's Brandy and so on and so forth. And he's like, oh, wow. So do you want me to put this to Brandy? And I watched her envelop into herself. She stood up and went, oh my God, you know my name. So I love my wife so much. My wife, when she was 16, got a tattoo, and it's on her boob, the top half of her boob, and it's a rose with her name on it. Okay. So as she's leaning over this table, her name is displayed with this rose, because of course, you know, the V-cut shirts, the black, that we were dressed like we were going to a biker convention, whatever you want to call it. And her name was there. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, hon. I saw this and that. And I looked over and she blushed like the brightest red I've ever seen in my life. She was like, oh my God. And she was so embarrassed. And I said, Brady, relax. What's the matter? He was like, no, 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 I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So she if she could have crawled inside herself, she would have done it. It was hilarious. But I felt bad for her at that point. So that the rest of the night, she was just kind of like hiding, like, I can't believe I shouldn't have worn this shirt. I feel so cheap. I feel this. I'm like, would you stop it? Jesus Christ, man, we're like 38 years old. Like, nobody enjoy yourself
Right.
for sakes. You know what I mean? We've done our time. Our kids are grown. Like, enjoy yourself. So anyway, it was just kind of an interesting story. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Welcome, Carrie. I seen somebody say Slade. Wow.
First concert
Yeah,
I ever
Slade.
went to, I was 9. I had to go with my brother and my sisters to Kiss.
You act like that's a thing. You had to go.
Yeah, that was the prerequisite for my mom allowing them because it was all the way in Seattle.
Anybody that gets to go to a real deal Kiss concert, that's like in my bucket list. I'll be honest with you.
I've
I
seen
would
Kiss.
love to have seen them.
I was
My
9.
ex-husband met
How
'em.
much can you enjoy
Yeah.
it?
When they built the Civic Center in Pensacola, that was the grand opening concert, right? And they
Mhm.
had like dogs and police every freaking where. It was horrible. We were all used to going to Biloxi, Mississippi for concerts, Party Central. Here we are in our hometown. We finally get a concert and we're like, what the hell? It was horrible. 2 weeks later, Hank Williams Jr. came. I took my
Oh,
little
wow.
brother, and I'm gonna tell you, it was a free for all. And I was like, wait a minute, where's all them dogs and all them laws y'all have? Where we couldn't even do nothing at the rock concert, but here we are at the country, free for all, you know. But I was partying my ass off. It didn't matter either way. But it was
Mhm.
funny the difference between they were just so concerned that that Kiss concert was going to cause such a big ruckus, you know, that it was crazy.
Right. Right.
Like, calm down,
Molly-
people.
Conway Twitty and Molly Hatchet. My dad saw Molly Hatchet. I don't know how many times. Conway Twitty would have been a cool one, I think.
I've seen Conway Twitty. I've seen a lot of country concerts. I've seen a lot of metal concerts. You won't, where you will never catch me at a pop concert, but rock and roll or country, I'm there.
Yeah, we have a place out here that used to be open years ago called Ponderosa Park, and we would get, I mean, Dolly, Willie, Chris Christopherson, Conway. He played there a lot. A lot of the older country western stars, because they shut it down before all of these newer acts could be there. But I've been to good hand. I've seen Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, Alan Jackson, Brooks and Dunn, the Statler Brothers, the Oak Ridge Boys. I've seen a lot of country concerts because a lot of my family they love country. So, and they all
That's
played.
all my mom and dad listened to, this country.
Mhm.
And when you grow up and then you realize, hey, there's more out there, you know, I still like a lot of different kind of music, but my mom was like that. She liked a lot of different kind, but country was the thing, you know.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Doodle, very much. Appreciate that, dear.
Yeah.
I like all music. I like it. All of it. Like my grandfather told me a long time ago, and I thought it stuck with me ever since. It's almost like I have to do that. If you're a true music lover, everything, and I do, like anything from Sepultura to Slayer to Dwight Yoakam, for instance, to Mozart. I like it all. Anything that has music in it, I love it. I really do. The only thing I don't like, I'll be honest with you, is this new age, whatever rap type stuff. I can't follow it because it doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? I just never could really get into this newer stuff.
I'm a song lyric person. If you look, I can't deal with songs that I know were made to get a flip on the radio. They're a little party, let's all get in the truck and drink, whatever. I don't know. I need to get me a deep, good quality song. I'm into songwriting. And that song needs to hit me a certain way, make me feel a certain something, and tell me a good story. There's a lot of good dime a dozen type songs, but to really be good, you got to be, you know what I mean? It's different.
A song a song, in order to be good, the music needs to be good, but the lyrics need to make you feel something. You need to get something out of the lyrics.
They're supposed to mean something.
But you can't limit yourself to one type of music. You need to be able to. I've always had a very eclectic taste in music. It's not just one, you know. I like lots of different kinds of music because my brothers are older than I am. One of them, God rest his soul, he's gone. But you know, I got a lot of their taste in music because they were older than I was. So, you know, I get a lot of my taste in music from them, and then
Sure.
I've got my own taste too. So it kind of all rolls together.
That's the same with me. My brother and sisters are
That's
like
it.
12, 11, and 10 years older than me. So I had to learn to like their music, whether I
Mhm.
wanted to or not. But you learn to love it after a while.
Absolutely. Welcome, Holly. Here's a quick story I forgot about. I actually met Gene Simmons too. That's what it is, Glitter, is it doesn't tell a story. It's just a bunch of gibberish thrown together with music behind it of some sort. Therefore, I can't get into it. So I met Gene Simmons for 5 minutes one time. I live in Ohio, as we all know, and we have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame here. So we were up there. I've spent lots and lots of time up there. Absolutely, you can join us, Andy. Please do. And he was there, as were quite a few others. I don't know if they were being inducted. If he was being inducted in for his single that he did, his Without Kiss, he had his own music career without Kiss, which was weird. But
Yeah, he
whatever.
did for a little bit.
And I ran into him. Okay. Now, mind you, I'm five. My true height, I'm 5'6.5". Okay. I know there's been jokes about that, but I'm not Mr. Tall, but I'm not super short. And welcome, Andy. So I was in a hurry to go meet. I can't remember who the hell was there that we were going to be able to meet. I think it was Tom Petty. Tom Petty was I've always loved Tom Petty. No, not Tom Petty. I'm so sorry. Jesus, what's his name? But Tom Petty was there too. He passed away. Jesus, I've met him multiple times because he was friends with somebody that owns a bar down here where we live. Nope. What's Eddie Money? Eddie Money. That's it. Sorry. Okay, I don't know if anybody knows who that is, but
Rosanna's daddy had a car she loved to drive. Stole the keys one night and took me for a ride. Yeah, girl,
there
I
you
know.
go. There you go. There you go. So Eddie Money, I don't know why. I've always loved Eddie Money. And I met him quite a few times. And he's just like, he was the most down-to-earth person I've ever met in my life as far as musicians go. Okay. So he was there too. And I went to go say hi to him. And I turned real quick and ran dead straight into Gene Simmons. And when I ran into him, I ran into him in his stomach. The man is stupid tall. Okay.
He's huge.
And
He's your Rex Harmon huge.
yeah, like scary. Like I looked up I ran directly like right here in right below his sternum into him, and I went, "Oh, oh shit," just like that, because you can't mistake who he is. You know what I mean? And he put his hand up and pushed me back like away from me. He's like, "It's okay, buddy, slow down." And I went, "Oh my god!" And I was like a kid in a candy store, like, "Holy shit!" And I'm just standing there staring at him, and she's behind me, and she's like, "Are you gonna speak?" And she wasn't in awe. She had no idea who he was. And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I put my hand out and I said, I really apologize. It's okay. It's okay. Very laid back, calm, like really nice person. We talked for like 5 minutes. He explained what he was doing there, so on and so forth. And then I seen his wife come walking out around behind, which is Shannon Tweed, I think it is. Shannon something anyway.
Shannon Tweed. She's playing Days of Our Lives.
Yeah, and she did a bunch of other stuff, but
Yeah.
she said, yeah, right. She said hi and met. My wife knew her, but not him, which blew my mind. But okay, whatever. I think it was because of the soap opera thing she used to watch with her grandmother. So anyway, we talked for 5 minutes or so. Shook my hand again. Very nice guy. She was very nice. And then off we went to talk to Eddie Money and so on and so forth. But that was my whole meeting Gene Simmons thing. I never met anybody else but him, but always wanted to see them live. Always. I've seen Mini Kiss. I've seen multiple Kiss tribute bands because I'm sure you guys have seen me wearing Kiss t-shirts multiple times. I love Kiss. But I've always wanted to see them live because they've had this is the end tour. They're done. They're retiring, and then they come back again. They've done it like 3 times now. So
I'll make my bucket list rocker when I get to heaven.
Freddie
Most of the
Mercury.
people I want to see are gone. Like oh my God, what I would give to see Bowie or Janis Joplin. You know, it's just
David Bowie,
so
yeah.
many people.
Freddie Mercury. Freddie
Freddie
Mercury.
Oh
Mercury.
yeah.
Caden is in awe and always has been of Freddie Mercury his whole life.
I am too.
That guy, his voice is something that will never, ever be reproduced ever again in life, ever. I just, that man amazes me. Always has.
I'm in awe of Freddie Mercury after I saw Bohemian Rhapsody for so many other reasons other than his voice. Though after I saw Bohemian Rhapsody,
Well, his life story is
his
amazing
life
too.
story is just,
Yeah.
you know, and I know that there were a few facts that were probably changed, you know, but he was, he was a gorgeous man. He was a beautiful man, Victoria. He was truly a beautiful man. He was
I think
gorgeous.
it was Brian. Is it Brian? Not Brian Johnson. From Queen. What the hell's his name? It's Brian something. I can't
I can't
remember.
remember his last name, but them dudes,
May.
I just,
Brian May.
I never got into that
May.
dude.
Yeah, Brian May.
He said that movie was about as close
Yes.
to that story as you could possibly get, but he was also an advisor on that movie, as was
him
of the
and
other
Great movie.
him and hold on, give me a second. There was him and somebody else, but
that is killer, Walt. Absolutely killer. That is amazing.
go back. One of them quit, you know, because Queen still tours, but they will not. One of them did not go back. One of them does not play with the band anymore because he said that it wasn't the same, and he had a real hard time with Freddie's death. He had a super hard time with Freddie's death.
I mean, I had a hard time with Freddie's death, and he
bass player,
died
what was his
before I
name?
could understand it. You know what I mean? He
It
was just
the bass play. It was the bass. Roger Taylor.
Roger Taylor. Yeah. Yes,
No,
I have heard that story.
Brian Taylor. Brian May was the guitar player. Roger Taylor was the drummer,
Hey.
and then there was the guy that was the bass player. The bass player did not. He toured with him for a little bit, but not much after Freddie's death, and then he couldn't go back because he had a really, really hard time with Freddie's death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that story before. Actually, I read it.
Yeah, the bass player is the one that wrote Another One Bites the Dust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
they
he
were a
had
phenomenal band. Absolutely phenomenal.
They were.
They were so far ahead of their time when they first came out.
Oh
with
yeah.
the music, the talent, all of that. It was crazy. And it's hilarious to see because I've been a musician since I was 10 years old and always, you know, I'm going to be a rock star type shit. And obviously I'm not, because here I sit talking to you guys about it. I'm not a rock star. So, but I think everybody that's involved in music at some point in their life thinks that's going to happen. But it's worse. It's like you have to be like, it's just nonstop. You can't ever give up. You can't ever let up. You can't ever nothing until you become what you want to become. And you have to have the drive to do stuff like these guys do, and the talent, of course. And not everybody's born with this talent, but people like Freddie Mercury that have that voice, and Brian May, you know.
Well, when Freddie came in, you know, Brian and Roger Taylor were just playing, and you know, they weren't much of anything. And then boom, there he came in, and
100%. I mean, he was amazing, absolutely amazing. Ted Nugent, B says my husband knows Ted. Uncle Ted, God, that's another guy that scares me. That dude's huge too.
He's just scary.
I saw them.
Dee Snider from Twisted Sister.
I met him.
He's really nice.
I hung out with him.
He's super down to earth and just really, really cool.
It's like talking to your neighbor. I hung out with him for like 3 hours. They were playing Mushroomhead is another band that I know. I don't know if anybody knows who Mushroomhead is, but I know them personally.
I know the name. I think it's a band my brother used to listen to.
Yeah, they're local from here, but the last band I played in, and my buddy's band, they played at some place up here called the Cove. It's in Geneva on the Leak. It's like a tourist place, and Mushroomhead played there, and we ended up meeting up with them, and we played there with them a few times, so they know other people, and that's how, you know, I got to meet. Dee was there he wasn't playing something, but he was what the hell is that? Advertising for something else, because he does this whole radio show thing and a podcast thing now. But it was like hanging out with your neighbor. It was literally that. He was that down to earth, that cool. He's another big guy.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, Dee Snider did a movie called Strangeland.
That's what we talked about. I was just getting ready to tell you. That's
And
what we
if you
talked
have
about
never
the most.
seen that movie, Dee Snider.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie.
But that movie is actual, like, if you watch that movie, that movie's actual real. That movie is the kind of movie you go to when you, back in the day, you go to Blockbuster and check it out. And if that shit happened, they go to the video store and see who checked that movie out.
Yeah, because of what it was about, right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a crazy movie, but it was a really good one. You know that he was like one of the producers of that, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that whole thing, and that's what I asked him when we were talking. I was like, what was the basis behind this? Like what provoked you to do this? And he said, it's art. I said, what do you mean it's art? He goes, art. He goes, it's a form of art for me. He goes, part of it was a nightmare that I had. And he goes, the rest of it just came to me one day. And then there were other pieces that they put into the script for it, so on and so forth. But it's crazy. If you have never seen that movie, go watch it. I'll just put it that way.
I mean, that's shit that can happen in real life. It's like I said,
100%. It has happened.
It's a movie that, if, like I said, back in the day, if you go check that shit out at the video store, then they're coming at your house going, did you check this movie out?
That was crazy. I own it now, but yeah. Thanks, Sarge. Hope you're having a good night.
I think we own it too.
I bought it on Blu-ray. Leslie, what's happening? My hubby met Twister's sister. He also has a guitar pick from White. I met them guys too. Not White Zombie, but Rob Zombie, and they played at the Packard Music Hall that I was telling you guys about. The reason why I got these concerts and stuff, because my wife worked there. She knew the person that ran the I can't think of what the hell her thing was, but anyway, we would work like volunteer and help there with different things, so we got to see these concerts for free. But that was a hell of a concert. Seeing Rob Zombie was right after he got the guitar player from Marilyn Manson, and I can't think of his name right. John 5, that guy, John 5. Who'd you say?
Twiggy.
You know who John 5 is, right?
I'm not sure.
I'll show you guys. But they played this place is small, folks. It's like it's an indoor place. It's a music hall, but they usually do like the Nutcracker type plays or different orchestra type things will play there. And they started opening this up for venues for like live bands, and it was crazy. So crazy because people wanted to stand. We got floor seats, right? Because we were part of the staff for those things, and you could walk around wherever you want to. There was no seats down there. It was all standing room only, and I couldn't handle it because it was so like this. So I went up into the balcony up here, up to the corner, and it came down on the corner of the stage. So I got like a really cool overhead view of it. It was pretty wild. But I was talking to the stage manager for Rob Zombie after the show, and he said, this is the smallest venue we've ever played. He goes, all of this stuff you see on stage here, we cut that down to like an eighth of what we use on our stage shows. And he goes, they had to turn all of their sound stuff down, way down. They're not used to playing that low because it's such a smaller place. And I guess they're not allowed to play there anymore because they were so loud that the neighborhood that was around this was complaining about it. It's pretty crazy, but it was super loud. I'll say that much. Great concert.
I will say 80s metal bands and rock bands had the best stage props.
Pyrotechnics and all that.
Everybody, yeah.
I remember when that's the only heavy metal album that my mother took from me when I was 14 years old. When I don't know if you guys know who Ice-T, the rapper, is. He's on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, in 89, yes.
Yeah.
In 1989, he started a heavy metal band called Body Count. And the title of the album was COP, Killer. Okay. I didn't want to say that together, but
I
anyway,
actually have the cassette before they changed it.
so do
I have
I.
it somewhere. Yeah,
I
one of
have the
cassettes of it.
cassette before they changed it, and then I have the CD after they changed it. So
Yep.
it's pretty wild. It was interesting. There's a whole story documentary he did about how he always wanted to do that. Heavy metal, he always liked it. He always listened to it, but because it was like a what do you call that? Stigma or something because of who he was, where he was from, that he had to do the rap and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty crazy. So anyway, you guys start talking about music. I'll talk all damn night long. Sorry.
Well,
I'm
that's
just,
why I hopped on. I'm like, oh, we're talking music. I'm gonna come up because I listen to
I'll fall
everything.
asleep.
If you guys are into kind of like Grateful Dead sounding reggae-ish like jam band music, you should check out Woody and the Rebel Alliance. They're my friends.
okay.
Um,
JJ?
even if
Well,
you want it,
oh, nothing. I was thinking out loud. I'm listening to
Oh.
you. I was just reading JJ's comment.
but
Welcome,
yeah,
JJ.
it's Woody and the Rebel Alliance, and you should be able to play their music here if you wanted to without a copyright strike. I mean, even if they did try to strike you, like I would just talk to them. But it's good stuff if you're into that type of music. But like I said, I listen to everything. For me, it's more, well, I do love a good beat, but it's the lyrics. So I listen to a bit of everything.
I love Bob Marley.
Oh, me too.
I gotta watch his movie. I haven't seen One Love yet. Everybody said it's really good.
Oh
It
yeah, I
is
haven't watched that
phenomenal.
either. Is it on
It is
Max?
so
or-
good.
It is good, Mom.
Yes, it is so good. And I saw Ziggy Marley when I was younger in Sykeston, Missouri. And I when we went to Jamaica, like I loved it. Like I was so excited about being there and I didn't want to leave. Like they literally had to drag me back to the cruise ship, like physically drag me back because I was like, "No, I'm home. Like I'm not going back home. Just ship the kids. I'll just
Brad
pay
Pitt,
for it. Just ship them."
Brad Pitt directed One Love, didn't he?
I'm not sure who directed it, but it is phenomenal. And I know his life story. So while we were sitting here watching it, because the baby is obsessed with Bob Marley, like she just loves his music and
Oh, cool.
everything. So she's an old soul. All my kids are old souls, but I was just literally sitting, biting my tongue to keep from telling the story before it happened in the movie. But she
I was
really
never really into like reggae. Of course, I like Bob. I played in 2007, I think it was. I played in a band called Pawn Shop, and it was a Sublime tribute band. That's about the closest to reggae that I ever got, which is not really reggae, but I loved Sublime. We played a whole bunch of their stuff and a couple other songs that were kind of like that I had never heard of, but we learned them to play them.
That's cool. My friends actually cover some of their songs sometimes in their sets.
They're fun to play. They're actually a
Yeah.
lot of fun to play. Santeria, The Wrong Way, Smoke Two Joints, and oh my God, November, whatever. I can't ever think of the name of that song, but we played all of those, and then a couple other ones one song that Bradley wrote before he died that was never put out on a standard album. It was on an EP single. We played that too, and I can't ever think of the name of that one either. But we played a lot. It's a lot of fun to play their music, but it's not that hard to play either. So
Doodle, Ronnie Millsap and Earl Thomas Conley had some good music.
Ronnie Millsap, I used to listen. My grandmother loved him. Earl Thomas Conley. I'm trying to remember how I know him.
Yeah.
They're both good. When I was a little girl, I loved every song Ronnie Millsap put out. Every one of them. I still
think
play
I
them
could
today.
probably still sing every Ronnie Millsap song ever put out.
All right.
Being from Nashville, I love country music. Some of the older stuff I don't like a whole lot. I mean, I'm not like a big Hank Williams Sr. fan. I'm sorry.
I love-
I don't
I'm
like.
not.
Say what?
I don't like senior. I like junior, and I like
I
the
don't.
third.
I don't like.
I love all of them.
I don't like a lot of the really old country music. I just don't.
See, I love like Patsy Cline and
Yeah.
Loretta Lynn.
I'm not a.
Loretta
I like
Lynn.
some.
I like some of Patsy Cline's music. I like Sweet Dreams. There's a few of her songs I like, but a lot of the older country, no. Bluegrass, mm-mm. You get some bluegrass and I'm out. Mm-mm. Bye.
I love it.
Love
Bye.
bluegrass.
Mm-mm.
Yes, we used to
Now
sit.
you put on some blues music or jazz. I love blues. I love jazz, but old country, Hank Williams Sr. Bye.
Eddie Rabbit.
Sorry.
I like Eddie Rabbit. I love A Rainy Night.
I
I
loved Eddie
love a
Rabbit. I
rainy
love Eddie
night.
Rabbit, but just like some of the older, um, the some of that older stuff I can't do. It just doesn't, and it's not.
I know what you're saying. I know a lot of
It,
people that like country that don't like some of the older
the
stuff.
the lyrics don't hold any meaning for me. Is what I'm saying.
Roy Clark
So,
and
Oh shit, there's some good old songs out there that have such powerful meaning.
but
Bobby
they don't
Vin-
hold.
Yes.
But they might hold powerful meaning for somebody, but they don't hold powerful meaning for me.
no, I get
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
So
you
know,
either
I
like it or
don't-
you don't like it, right?
If they hold powerful meaning for somebody, that's great, but they don't hold powerful meaning for me. So,
We
Um,
a lot of the newer country it does, and a lot of the '80s
the
country.
newer country is, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it like it is. That's pop.
A lot of the new it like Rascal Flats and stuff has it's classified as pop. I agree with that.
But
Yeah,
do-
see,
I
I
do.
love like Chris Stapleton for newer
Mhm.
country.
I love Chris Stapleton. I love Jelly Roll. I love Rascal Flats. I love Keith Urban. I love
I
George
saw
Strait.
Keith Urban back in the
I
day.
love
George
Him
Strait.
and Rascal
George
Flatts.
Strait.
George
think
Strait. I
He's
love it.
classified as country still. My mother-in-law knows him.
George Strait. I love just about. I don't
George
love
Strait
all of
is
his
country
songs.
and western, and he brings old school country
Yes.
to
Yes.
country. 90s country is the best country. Today's country is good, but I don't listen to the songs that get radio play are not my favorite songs, never will be.
Right.
Right. I'm gonna go for the songs on the albums that most people don't go for or will never know about because they only hear what the radio's putting out there.
The B
I'm
side.
just not. I don't know if it's too poppy, too clicky. It's just another song on the radio kind of thing, you know.
Right.
Well,
No, I
I
get
like a lot of songs that some people probably wouldn't like, as far as, I've got a Spotify playlist that some people would go, huh, where'd you get that song? Where I've never heard that song. I have a lot of those.
you. You like Johnny Cash?
Some of his music, yes.
I
Some
love
of it,
Johnny
no.
Cash. Love Johnny Cash.
I
Everything.
like some of Willie's music, some I don't. George
That's funny.
Jones. Now, George Jones, see, I like George Jones.
See, he's old country western.
Yes, but I like George Jones. It's just some of it I don't. It just depends on who the singer is. But I love George Jones.
Like I don't do Jason Aldean. I'm sorry, a lot of y'all probably do. I cannot do that, dude. It don't even come on my car radio. Nope.
I do agree though that the '90s were the best for country. I mean, you had like Reba,
Yes,
Randy Travis, Martina
Randy.
McBride, yes,
Mm-hmm.
Alan
Black.
Jackson.
Yep.
So many.
When the late 70s, they filmed Heaven's Gate in Wallace, where I grew up. It was with Chris Christopherson, John Hurt, Christopher Walken. I was one of the extra kids in that movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they put us in some really old clothes and made us run around the town.
Extras, right? I got you.
The town consists of literally 3 blocks. That was it.
There was a group that was put together with Waylon Jennings is another huge fan of Waylon Jennings. I always loved him.
I like Waylon.
Yeah.
Who was it? Chris Christopherson, Waylon Jennings,
The Highwayman.
Highwayman, Johnny Cash.
And
Johnny
was it
Cash,
Willie?
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson.
Waylon.
And Waylon, yeah.
Waylon.
I liked that. That was a good combo there. Those guys were good together. I liked them a lot.
Remember, the best concert I have ever been to is John Tesh at Red Rocks.
I'm sorry.
John Tesh?
It's all
There you
piano
go.
music. It's just piano music.
Is that the
Yeah.
guy that was the talk show
that's
host?
him. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's also he's a very good. She's right. He's a very good pianist.
Mm.
If you're
Like
into it.
I've been to
Absolutely.
so many concerts, I can't even think of one off the top of my head that I could say was
I've
the best.
been through
Because
a
there's
lot.
different things. It's like, was the vibe the best at this concert? And then it's like the performance was the best at this concert. Like there's different
Yeah.
reasons to
And I've
choose
seen
them. Like
so many different
performance,
yeah.
performance wise and stage presence, Cradle of Filth.
Cradle of Filth. I've never seen them, but I've listened to their music. Yeah, it's
They
pretty good.
have all kinds of like performers on
Mhm.
stage, like on stilts and in silks and doing all the different
Yes.
like gymnastic stuff. Great live.
I have seen such a different variation. Like I've seen, well, I told you guys the Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica, all of that stuff. I've seen Warrant, excuse me, Skid Row, Dawkins. I've seen Dawkins 3 times. Jesus, who? Oh my God, what are they called? Trickster. Back in the early 90s and late 80s, I was into all that glam rock shit. Poison, I've seen. That was a horrible show.
Yeah, they suck live.
They were horrible. Like I could have jumped up there and probably played better than them at that point. I have seen Guar once, William. I have. That was a great concert, actually. That was crazy.
Oh my God, their shows are insane.
Yes. I've never seen Nelson ever. I wanted to go see them. I had the ability to.
Y'all talking about the? Wait a minute, Nelson, like
The
those
twins.
little, those little blonde dudes.
Yes.
Yep.
They was. Oh, I didn't listen to them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They were a little. They were a little. It was
Wait, were they the Umbop people?
No, that's Hanson.
Okay.
Nelson, she said Umbop people. I love it. That was great. They were
Nelson was
Nelson-
Ricky Nelson's sons. They're
Yeah.
Mark Harmon's nephews.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Rick Nelson from back in the, was it the 60s, I think, or the 50s?
Yeah.
Yeah, he died in a plane crash.
Right. Hold on a minute here. These two, which actually I can play this song on the guitar. It's not a great feat because it's not hard.
I can play the intro to Raining Blood.
That's very good.
I can play several songs.
These two guys right here are Nelson.
Yeah.
Gunnar and Matt, I think were their names.
Yeah, they was what I call bubblegum rock, and that
They
was
They're so
not,
pretty.
yeah, they was
Oh,
too pretty for me.
They were really
Pretty, too
pretty.
pretty.
They were pretty.
No, I didn't do pretty boys.
They're too pretty. I like pretty boys. I could do like 80s, 90s Axl Rose.
Yeah,
Pretty boy.
Motley Crue,
But
Axl Rose,
these
but
guys
not
are
these guys.
a little too pretty.
I
Yeah.
remember watching an interview MTV did with these two, and they were talking about, because back in that day, the thing to like Crew and Poison, Warrant, they all did their hair all crazy and they wore eyeliner, which, yes, guys, I've worn eyeliner on stage before too.
It was the 80s. It was acceptable, Dago.
And I used to wear women's jeans and all sorts of crazy shit. I did all of that myself too. I had long hair. I did all the fun things. So anyway, their
Hang on,
interview.
Some
I
guys
didn't
can
know-
pull off women's
wait a
jeans,
minute.
though.
I didn't know that the dudes were wearing the women's jeans though.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you think they fit the way they did? And they would cup that. whole hair.
No. I'm
They make
sorry.
the
When I was
butt look
standing
good.
next to Motley Crue, they was wearing spandex.
Well, there was that too, but
Okay. I'm
yeah,
teasing
they-
you. No, I didn't know about the girl jeans.
Oh yeah, and they were so hard to wear because women's jeans, the crotch sits a lot higher than men's do.
Well, yeah.
So
There's no
I'm telling you
room for
right
your
now,
junk.
Here's
Oh my
a visual. Here's a visual for you guys. First of all, envision me at least probably about 85 pounds skinnier than I am now. I had hair probably right below my shoulder blades, all straight like these guys. Thank God. That's one thing I've always had is good straight hair. It was never a problem. But I had on a pair of, they were black Guess women's jeans. I had on this was when the silk button down shirts were super popular. It was a purple silk shirt that was tied in a flipping knot down in the front and then buttoned down to here so that all this hair's out and I have all these 35 different chains around my neck. And I had on a pair of, we called them Bon Jovi boots. They weren't actual cowboy
We
boots.
want pictures.
I don't.
Yeah, pics or it didn't happen.
I will have my mother, because she has those pictures. I will have my mother pull up some pictures and I will bring them and show you. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, if you want to see how
Absolutely.
awkward it must be for guys to wear women's jeans, just look at some of the old pictures of Robert Plant back in the day. There are some pictures where there's a patch over them because he wore a hole through them.
Yeah, they were very, 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 very uncomfortable. I'll put it that way. And yeah, no, I especially trying to play the drums. No, nope.
I knew a lot of heavy metal guys back in the day, and I don't recall one wearing girl pants. Maybe the spandex or something, and they just didn't tell nobody. But I don't
They didn't.
remember
Nobody
many of
told
them
me.
wearing jeans. But I was pretty buzzed back then, so maybe I don't remember.
We found it out. Here's how I found out that that's what they were doing is by reading an article in Metal Edge magazine. Somebody
Metal
was
Edge.
yeah,
Oh my God, that takes me back.
and that's where they got them from. We had a place here called, and it was in Boardman, Ohio, called Wild Styles, and they sold. I had a pair of spandex pants that said "fuck you" all over them. I had one pair of those, and I had one pair that looked like a zebra. Again, I
I
can
have
never.
zebra print jeans, so
These were just
Yeah.
zebra spandex pants. That was the thing. That's what we did. Those and the one pair of women's jeans I had. T-shirts. So, oh God, I remember cutting our t-shirts off too, above our belly button, and they were short shirts. Another thing we did too. It was just crazy shit, guys. I look back now and it's like, what the hell did I do? But yeah, I did do that stuff. I did wear eyeliner. I swear to God, I did. That's the only makeup I ever wore, though. Ever.
did you do the fishnet shirts too?
No, those I didn't wear. I did not. I was weird about this. Is kind of sound stupid, but because the way they were, they had the holes all through them. Like it would rub against the nipple area, and it was very irritating. So I just didn't do it. So that was that.
Good Lord.
And of course, I still have both my ears pierced. I have forever, but I had 7 in this side, and I think 5 in this side, and I had one up here. No wait, yeah, it was this year. No, it was this year. Yeah, I took all those out a long time ago. But I still have these two. I don't know why. I don't even pay attention anymore. They've been in there so long.
I'll always be full of piercings. I've had them for so long. I feel weird without them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did my nostril myself when I was 12 with a thumbtack. I did my nostril, yeah. And then when I was 13, my parents agreed to let me get my lip done because they knew that I would just do it myself if they didn't.
I went through a phase where I wore
and I got my septum.
Safety pin. I used to wear safety pins in my ears. I went through that phase when I thought I was a punk. I wore a chain around my neck.
That was me in high school.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I went through multiple phases. I've been to those punk concerts too. I've seen.
Oh, they're so much fun.
I saw Love and Rockets, the Dead Milkmen, the Dead Kennedys.
I want to see Dead Kennedys so bad.
DRI. What the hell is? Oh, Jane's Addiction, twice. There's quite a few other punk bands that I saw. I can't remember. Those days are hard to remember too because, God, I was doing some hardcore stuff back then. I never saw the Misfits, but I saw
I've seen Misfits twice.
What's his name?
Danzig.
Yes, I saw Glenn Danzig by himself, not with the Misfits.
Yeah, I've never seen them together, but I've never gotten to see Misfits with Danzig, but I have seen them twice.
I've seen Bonham. That's a good one, Twizzle. Bonham with Warrant and Trickster. I saw those 3 at Blossom in Cleveland. John Bonham was Jason Bonham started a band called Bonham, and Jason Bonham is John Bonham's son, the drummer from Led Zeppelin. What the hell else did I? There was another group that I saw that Enough's Enough. I was into that cheesy shit for a while. It was pretty crazy. And then I got stuck on the heavy stuff. Heavy, like Slayer.
Oh yeah, like I've listened to Mayhem. And I even got into like Cannibal Corpse,
Sepultura.
Yep.
Metal. Well, they weren't really that heavy, but I went that direction and got stuck over there, and I'm still over there because I think Slipknot is still probably my favorite group as of right now.
still love Pantera. I actually have the same birthday as Dimebag.
Okay. He came here right before he was killed. He came to a music store we had here and was giving away one of his Dean guitars, and like 300 of us stood in line for.
I have 2 of his guitars. Well, they were my
Yeah.
brother's, but I have 2 of the guitars that he designed.
Yeah, he was really good. Really good. That was sad when that happened.
Yeah. Just crazy.
That whole band was crazy.
Well, not
Phil,
just like somebody running up on stage and yeah.
well, that was some of those. Some of the fans were a little insane, and you know what that was all about, right?
No, not all of it.
They had split up and started different
Oh,
bands,
right. Yeah.
and that's so stupid.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah, now I remember. No.
Love,
Sorry,
hate.
my gummy hit like probably 20-30 minutes ago. So
That's okay. What's up,
my
Twin?
brain is not working right.
No, I can't stop yawning.
Oh, speaking of which, that's what we were gonna look at. I got stuck on music, but good lord, sorry, folks. You guys start talking about music, I'll go on forever, ever and ever. Where's it at here? Where's it at? Oh, this was 20 minutes ago. Okay. Love guys with long hair. I know a lot of people that like Damage Plan. Thank you, William. That's right. There was another one though too. Damage Plan was one of the bands they were started, and there was another one that they had started up too that was Rex and Vinny, I thought, started a different band altogether that Phil and Dime had nothing to do with. But Damage Plan had Phil and Vinny and somebody else from Pantera, and I can't remember. Good God, I can't. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I saw Ted Nugent in '93 with Night Ranger, and he was playing with Damn Yankees. That's where I saw Ted Nugent. I love David Allan Coe.
I still say sometime on here you should play Walk by Pantera. That's all I'm gonna say. The lyrics are fantastic.
Actually, have you ever heard? That's a good song. Yes, I love that song. It used to get me going crazy. What happened here? Are you here, Kimber? She keep popping up and down.
Yes, I'm here.
Hollow. The Vulgar Display of Power. That album. It's the last song on the album on the A side.
I'm here.
For me, but rules for thee, but not for me.
Okay. It was called Hollow. It was about. Where's that coming from? Can you hear? Okay, now it's gone now. That album had a song called Hollow that Phil wrote about one of his best friends. It was about a heroin thing, where it was a heroin overdose where it completely physically changed this guy permanently. It's a crazy song if you ever hear that song. That whole album was really good. Okay, so this is the interview everybody wanted to look at. Not interview, but conversation, I guess. Let's see what this is all about. Bob Seger's good too, yes.
I love Bob Seger. Oh my God, his voice is just amazing. Love him.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Very good, very good. All right, Jonathan, let's see what you got going on here.
Oh wait, I don't got my glasses on. Are we looking at JLR?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess this is the thing he just did. That's 111 minutes ago. I don't know.
Okay.
A few people were talking about. All right, here we go.
Oh, hello. JLR Investigates. Come on in, everyone. Continuous coverage of the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going to bring in Miss Bobby, who is a neighbor of the Proudfoots. I'm going to bring her right in right now. We're going to talk to a neighbor of Christopher and Katie Proudfoot. So she pops in. There she is. Welcome aboard, Miss Bobby. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on JLR Investigates. A lot of people were in the chat because no one ever really heard from a neighbor, Miss Bobby.
Now you're gonna make me want to run. Yeah, well, I've kind of kept myself. We're all kind of hidden.
Yeah, I mean, you're active in the Sebastian groups. You do talk, you do share, you share a lot of insight. You've been there from day one, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I was in your group from day one. I was in another group from, well, not really even, honestly, day one was such a trauma, just dramatic day that I don't even think, the only thing I was in on day one was our neighborhood group, because that's where Katie had first commented about him being gone. So no, actually I wasn't in any Facebook groups day one. It was such a crazy moment. So probably.
Yeah, when you say Katie commented, what do you mean by that? She joined a neighborhood group?
Well, so I'm an admin of our private neighborhood group. And she created a post, I want to say around.
Thanks, Mom.
I want to say 7:30 maybe ish, 7:30 that morning, Monday morning. Simply just saying, my son is missing, and kind of commented on a little bit about him. Like, I think she made the comment about how tall he was, and that he was autistic and he was missing. Please check your cameras. It was just like a 2-liner, just real quick, shooting it out there.
So like maybe like an hour and a half, hour something after she and Chris that we found out that they called and reported Sebastian missing.
Correct. It was, yes, because I think that from what I understood, she called around 6:30 that morning. I think wasn't about 6:30. I think is okay. So yeah, it was. And I think from what another neighbor said, that she actually caught her SUV leaving the neighborhood right before that, or right after that. And so it was, she did all that and then came back, and then I guess that's when she put it on the Facebook page. But I also remember what I thought was very odd was shortly before that, another neighbor. So if their house is here, if you're going up Stafford, a little bit farther up Stafford, was actually the first one to ask, hey, what's all going on in the neighborhood? Because my older son left to go to work that morning, approximately 8:00, and there was already police all up and down Stafford, like just covering it. And they were already out walking around and stuff. And so I don't know, I guess she saw some of that traffic as she was leaving to go to work, and she posted first on the Facebook page. And then Katie, after that, is when she posted, and I went back to find that, and that previous neighbor deleted her post.
What about Katie's post?
I don't know. No, the original post, the first post.
Yeah. It's no longer
the neighbor
there.
It's gone. She had to have deleted it, because you can't, if you're not the creator of the post, you can't delete someone else's post. They have to delete it. But when I went back a couple weeks after everything happened and things kind of calmed down a little bit, I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, I remember, didn't such and such make the post first? And this is a neighbor down the street from me. And she said, yeah, I remember that. And I was like, I wonder what the time frame was different. And I went back to look, and it was gone. So the original neighbor that very first posted asking what was all the commotion going on. And I still wonder if that's why Katie posted that. But then it was like 2 or 3 neighbors after. So Katie posted her comment or her post, and then several people commented after. I didn't see anything. Because she was asking, like, everybody check their cameras. I didn't see anything. And then Chris posted underneath that and simply said something like, yeah, my son's missing. That was it.
Oh. So what did it say, like, where the post was originating from, or was Chris around the neighborhood by then?
Okay, so I have twins, and when we first heard about everything, they jumped up and went running out of the house and went across the street down to where they live, and they walked over because they wanted to be a part of helping, look for him. And they went over there, and Chris was not there yet. So Seth was in the 8:30.
8:30. Okay.
8:20-ish. Yeah, because my oldest son had already left for work. He left about 8. Then my twins, when I got the phone call from the neighbor very nearby them, that is a good friend of mine, about 8:15, 8:20 that morning, asking if I had heard what would happen, and I had not yet because I hadn't gotten going for the day yet. And then when my son texted me, I didn't answer, so he called my other boy's phone and asked them, "Hey, do y'all see what's going on?" And they came around my room and said, "Hey, Mom, did you hear what happened?" I was like, "Wait, what? What's going on? My phone's ringing. You guys are running in here. Like, what is happening here?" And my neighbor was on the phone calling me. And so as soon as I heard the neighbor tell me the story, what happened, they went running out the door and went over there to kind of help, with the search and stuff. And they said that they saw Seth and Katie in the front yard and of course they didn't know the names back then. They just knew, like, now that they've seen pictures, they go back and say, yeah, it was Seth and Katie and Kathy Bauer Socks and a bunch of other police, law enforcement and stuff like that. But Chris was not there yet.
Interesting.
Well,
Now,
he wasn't there then.
Now, where do you live relative to the Proudfoots?
I live at the very top of the hill on Kellen.
So the next street, the street that turns into Stafford.
The main street.
Main Street coming in. So just basically what you're now going back to Katie, like what you know or what you heard. When was Katie driving around in her SUV? Like a time frame? Like when do you think she was driving around in her SUV looking for passion, like she claims?
Right. So there's so many different things here because the neighbor that I actually spoke with, that I'm friends with, she's the one that has the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen. And I'm not going to mention her name, but she's the one that the camera footage got leaked without her knowledge and her permission, that everybody has seen. But I've directly spoken with her. And then I also have directly spoken with a couple other neighbors that live very close to the Proudfoot's house. And the neighbor that I spoke with the very first time that morning, she said that when she was taking her kids to school, Katie was already back from looking. She had just got back from looking, and the kids have to be in school at 7:30. And so she normally leaves the house at 7 to take her kids to school. But Katie was already back and in the front yard, and all the cops and stuff were there. So she stopped for a minute to talk to her, took her to school. My neighbor that had the camera footage told me that her timeline is not working correctly, but when she puts it all together with the sunrise and then the bus coming through and all of that, she said it was approximately about 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:20. It was right in between supposedly when she discovered him missing. Supposedly she gets up, she runs around the house, she gets dressed, and she drives out of the neighborhood and that kind of thing and goes looking for him. But I know the neighbor next, if you're looking at the Proudfoot's house on the left, when she went running out of her house hysterical, the neighbor next to her was already out. Of course, everybody's getting up, getting ready for work, getting kids ready for school. Bus comes 6:45, 6:50-ish. 6:45, 6:50. It's been a long time since my kids have ridden the bus, so I have to really think about that one. But it's definitely before 7 because the kids have to be in school in class by 7:30. And we're the last picked up before he actually goes to school because we're right next to the school. So everybody was getting up and getting ready for work and everything. So she actually saw her out, and she asked her what was going on, and she told her. And so she actually walked around the house and was helping her look around the house. So she was already back from looking around 7.
Interesting. When she left to go look for Sebastian, I know that if you turn right going out of the Proudfoot, you go up the top of the hill. It's a cul-de-sac. or you go around and you can go up your street all the way at the back where the construction is. Did she, before she ventured out of the neighborhood, did she go up those roads? Do you know of, to look?
Did she go up my road?
Your road or her road itself to the top of the cul-de-sac? You know, where
The
her
only
road
thing
ends.
I was right. So the only thing I was told, of course, we nobody in my house was up or out yet, so I can't verify that because we weren't out yet. But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave.
Like leave
So
out of
that's right.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
So
You would think that
she-
maybe you stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets, looking
Well,
around.
that was when she went to the school thinking that he had walked to the school on his own, which I don't know why. He's never done that before. So why would he do that? I mean, like, why would he just walk to school by himself? Plus, he had no shoes on, supposedly. So, like, why would he walk to school by himself? So, but that's what I was told, that she actually walked around her house outside, didn't find him. So she got in her car and drove to the school.
And was back by 7 around that time.
At least probably actually before that.
Yeah. Does Sebastian, did he take the bus to school, or did Katie take him in her car?
From what the neighbor, from what the neighbors, of course, I don't have kids that ride the bus anymore. But from what the neighbor nearby said, that he did ride the bus. Now, the neighbor on the corner that has a surveillance camera said that there is a special bus that comes for certain kids that have special needs and whatever. And she said, I don't think he gets on that bus. I think he gets on the other bus. So that was what I was told. I can't verify that, so I can't answer that appropriately.
Gotcha. So we're talking all law enforcement, all there, starting to descend onto the area, 8 a.m. ish, right? 8 a.m. ish.
Well, they were there before that. They were already there and cars parked by the time when my son went to.
Okay. So if we know that call went out 6:33 p.m. Chris says that they were there within minutes. I got to venture to say that law enforcement was there by 6:45 before 7, right? I mean, I think that's kind of what my understanding was based on the audio that we watched, that it was timestamped. Is that right?
That's what I think.
And listen, guys, I'm not being mean, negative, or telling anybody not to listen, but this lady's kind of all over the place, so just be careful, okay?
If you follow, they need to explain things better, but she's telling us the same thing we know already.
Know. Yeah, that's it. Unless there's something new that pops out of this, just don't get excited about this. All I'm saying, if you do hear something new, just be safe with it. That's all I mean. Okay.
To work at 8, they were already there and already clumped up together and starting to talk because they were already in the front yard talking to them. So I don't know I mean, I would say probably it was even before. I mean, they were probably there. I'm trying to remember what she said when she got ready to leave. She never said anything. The neighbor that called me and told me about it never mentioned law enforcement being there. She just said that Katie was outside walking around, upset and everything. And she asked her, like, what's going on? But she didn't specify if there were law enforcement there, but they were already there and out of their cars and in the front yard at 8 o'clock. So they had to have been there before that.
Gotcha. Any idea when Seth got there?
No, but I do know that he was there by the time my kids went over there, like I said, which was about 8:30. He was already there. And I also know that his truck was there, like off and on the whole time.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what time exactly.
So what happens just explain to everybody then, what did law enforcement do at that point, like throughout the morning? Once they all arrived there, did more and more law enforcement come, or was there certain?
I told my neighbor down the street, I said, I didn't even know we had these agencies. I mean, like I've never in my life ever seen such a response. It was it was overwhelming. It was like, it kind of freaked me out. Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm living in a real life, like, drama crime scene. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The very first that came out was the sheriff's department, because we live in the county. So sheriff's department respond first, because we're not part of the city. So they came out first, and they literally walked all up and down and around and everything. And then they came door to door, and asked everybody, who all had cameras and whatnot. What did you see? What do you know? Whatever. And then it was, now, of course, I'm having to really go back in my head. It's been a little while. It was later on that afternoon, they brought some dogs in, and they started walking around. They came around the houses and asked everybody to walk around their own property, look underneath stuff, in anything that's unlocked. So all of us up and down my street, everybody, my neighbors came out with me. She and I walked together, walked all up and down our yards, all across the street, up and through the cul-de-sac, down the street a little bit.
Welcome, Mitten. She said that Seth's truck was there on and off all day. If you didn't hear that, sorry.
There's a barbed wire fence behind us as of right now, where the new construction is, so you can't get over that, but we could walk around it. And so we both walked up and around that, just looked everywhere that was kind of close by. And then I noticed that they had the drones up. And of course, the news was short. That was Tuesday. The news came out and was flying the helicopter around. It was chaotic. It was absolutely chaotic.
Did you see Seth and Katie out there looking? No.
Not in our neighborhood. Never.
Never seen
And
them walk around.
No. They were in their yard out, but never left their property. No. And I know for a fact, because so Monday my kids were out with law enforcement, because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us.
And by the way, for those of you that are going to question, if you don't remember, they were told not to go looking at that point. Early at the very beginning, they were told to stay there because they didn't want them to come upon something, possibly so on and so forth, which it was talked about that Seth said he left 45 minutes after he got there. Just those are little pieces of stuff pieces of info to remember going along with this, to fit things together in your heads. That's all.
Look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody coming in to help. So at that point, my kids jumped into one of those razor things, and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch. I mean, this is crazy. I know you want to help, but you got to come home and eat. And so then they came home, they ate, and then they went back out there, and they were out there with them all day Monday, all day Tuesday. And then, so Tuesday we had SWAT. That was the day we had the vigil. And it was interesting because we put out a post on the neighborhood group that we're having a vigil, and everybody's invited, but we want it to be just the neighborhood only, because we want it to be a private vigil just for our neighborhood and for the family. We were hoping if we made it more personal like that the family would come and they wouldn't be overwhelmed with all this. That was the other thing. Good God, the traffic. The second that it got out, we had tons of people just driving up and down the street, just looking and watching. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do to help. We're flooded already with police. I don't know what outsiders coming in are going to do. I mean, it was chaotic as it was anyway, and now you got all these extra people coming out there, so it just got so chaotic. But so Tuesday night we planned the vigil, went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody, and there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties, One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other two are from other counties. They came to the vigil. And matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well, good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoot sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle.
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are, maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
maybe
Katie
that's what
said,
it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle.
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles.
Why
so
didn't
I guess
Chris,
Sebastian's aunt and uncle?
Why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Proudfoots. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim they ran.
That's correct. Yes.
I got two questions back on the first day. When do you know that Chris arrived home?
I did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. When
did they move in? Do you know?
I think, so apparently it was a year and a half ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they just stayed to themselves, and nobody really even knew them. I didn't even know that the original owners sold their house, and not because we don't, our neighborhood is just a real quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But
thank you, Doodle.
We don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just have busy lives and stuff, and we just don't know. I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like, I know all the neighbors around me, and I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Gotcha. Somebody put in the chat, what time does the trash get picked up in the morning?
That is the biggest misconception. Here we go with the whole light thing, right? This is where we're going. So
one more thing first. The very first day, the dogs. You saw dogs out there. You saw.
Oh yes,
did you
absolutely.
See the dogs going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine, and actually watched. He followed them all through the construction zone. And one of my kids actually saw one of the dogs take the handler to one of the retention ponds. And not only did he go to the retention pond, he ran to it and jumped in it. And the handler had to go and get him and take him out of the water and then dry him off. And my son looked over the handler and said, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like that before." He looked at me and said, "He's never done that before." And my son said, "Why did he just jump in that?" He said he was following a scent. And then the other
on that, did they go in the water? Did they stake scuba divers or anything in there?
Supposedly, when I told Seth that when I met him at the most recent vigil, he said they drained the pond twice and nothing. But not only did I see that, but when on day 3, I think it was Wednesday, when National Guard came through and they had their dogs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were all up and down through the neighborhood. That's why.
Did she say day 3 National Guard was there?
I think that's what she said. I don't know how much of this lady I would take for to be true.
I'm not taking
She's
any
the
of
Alice
it.
Kravitz of the neighborhood, like on Bewitched.
Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, like Salty said, she's really not giving us anything that we don't have already. But I'm just listening just in case something pops up that catches my attention. It's not something we've
Definitely.
heard. Just in case, you know what I mean? Thank you, What the Fox. In my opinion, I think we're all kind of on the same page. I'll be
And
honest
it was
with you,
made
but
public, and the news covered the fact that they drained the pond, and they had
a lot
divers
of
in the
it,
pond, and
yes,
they had
yes,
underwater drones in the pond. So
right. A lot of this was put in the news. It's been on YouTube. Everything that she said so far is something that we have all seen, heard.
And I cannot
5
believe
times.
that the police let her kids go with them to search.
That's
It was a
real.
neighbor. It wasn't. I think people read a lot into this stuff sometimes. Of course, the neighborhood was out looking and searching.
Yeah,
These are kids that went out to try to help find the neighborhood kid. They were
right.
all out looking. I guarantee you, a kid goes missing here tomorrow morning, we're all going to be out there.
Sure. Agreed.
Right, but I'm saying like them
They
going,
probably
oh,
stayed at a distance, Kimber. Like they weren't right up on there
right,
with the dog and
right.
stuff
But
like that.
when the dog went in the retention pond, they're not going to look at the kids and go, he's never done that before. I don't know why he did that, but he was,
I have to agree. Would not imagine them doing that, but I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? It could have happened.
I doubt they were anywhere near those cops with that dog back there at that
Right.
pond. The
That's
regular,
exactly
you
it.
know.
Yes. And like I said, at a distance,
that's the
maybe.
kind of stuff I'm saying.
Yeah, I would have ventured to say that they could have been in that area, but they would have kept them back away because that dog does not need distraction.
Or is there a misunderstanding with that right now? Did she say that they were back there with the
Oh yeah,
kids?
she said that her kids
Wait,
were there the whole time.
So she's saying that they were there when, like, they saw the
Yeah.
dog go into the pond.
And then
Wouldn't
she
that
said
have
that
been picked up on the dispatch calls?
Well, it
Because
was.
we have the.
It was.
Yeah.
Hold on. It was. But the thing she said that I don't believe at this point, she said that they were. Take care, Tomboy. Thanks for joining us, hon. She said that her kids were with them all day. She stayed with them the whole time, and that when the dog jumped into the pond, which we heard on the audio, okay, then one of her kids looked at them and said, "Why did he do that?" And the officer said, "I don't know. He's never done that before." That I don't
Yeah,
believe.
I'm saying we don't have on the dispatch. We don't hear the officer
That
ever
could have been
saying
said
he's
back
never
at
done.
the house. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, maybe
after
that's
the fact, when they're all standing around talking, I mean, this stuff is not explained in context, and I don't pick it apart because I'm just hearing. If
Yeah,
I'm listening at all, it's because I need y'all to drop a few facts y'all going to accidentally drop that are real, because the
thank
rest
you.
of this is convoluted and unreal, and it's just people talking.
That's
Yes,
exactly
it is.
what
It's
I'm waiting to hear.
convoluted.
It's just
Yeah.
people talking, so you just got to take it with a grain of salt. I wouldn't take.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
aren't going to get anything from any of this.
No,
I don't think that's going to tell us anything new that we
No.
don't know already or suspect or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm hoping to maybe hear something that they could drop that wasn't something we've heard, but I doubt we're going to get that. So
Not from a neighbor who,
yeah,
you know.
no, I wouldn't put a whole lot of faith in this, folks. Just that's all I'm saying. So, all right.
I don't understand why we're still trying to figure out the investigation what that damn dog did. We all know by now. What we all have ears. We all heard. If it was Sebastian or not, we don't know. Cops won't confirm it, so we can get mad at the cops now. But we can stop getting mad at everything else because I'm a little, I'm just going to listen because I don't got a whole lot to say. It won't. I don't think I could be nice to too many people about this case anymore, so I'm just going to be quiet.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to hear something, which I doubt I'm going to hear, that we haven't heard yet. That's all. So, all right.
When everybody said, the police aren't doing enough, I have some of my own personal thoughts about that, but I will tell you right now, we had we had the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we had Hendersonville Police, we had state troopers, we had National Guard, we had drones, we had helicopters, we had canines, we had 2 sets of different canines, and the National Guard brought theirs. So we were flooded. Okay, so back to the whole dog.
let's do the trash, because the trash is what everyone is like curious about. The time the trash picks up, and then in reference to the lights, we're going to talk about the 3 a.m., 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash. What do you know?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30. 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill, though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down. So, yeah.
I mean, that's an extra, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And the other misconception is a lot of people are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm, and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you can hear the arm doing all that. So
How does she know what?
They collect the trash coming up the street, though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus comes, or the,
Absolutely.
you said buses. Where's trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets finished, whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, whatever, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously. And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked.
Can you pause it for a minute?
That night.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this was the point that I was trying to make the other day when we were all up here listening to the police interviews. The local trash goes to Gallatin.
Right.
The construction site goes to Kentucky. And
Yes,
even the video that we watched on law enforcement, they said that was the neighborhood trash that they got the search warrant for. That's not right.
Right. No, it's not.
So that's one point that she made.
And we were also told that, and I might be wrong, please correct me if I am, because there's been so much said. I was to the understanding that somebody with the garbage company had made a statement that the garbage can was heavier than it normally is, and that was why they got the tip and wanted to go check the landfill. Is that right or wrong?
Well, that was also debunked early on, because
that was a rumor.
That was a rumor.
That
I think that
rumor
came from Facebook, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a rumor.
One of the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
and I don't trust anything that comes off Facebook. But the other point I want to bring up was something you said earlier, that the neighbor's footage had been leaked. Is that the lights?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I didn't know if there was other footage that we done missed.
That's what
So
I
the
thought
footage
when
that
I first
was
heard that,
leaked-
Mom. I wondered the same thing, but yeah, that's what I
No.
think it is. It's the
So then we know what house that came from then now.
yeah, on the corner.
Right.
But that whole trash thing, that the trash was heavier, that's been debunked a few months back, because they
Well,
said,
I don't know if anything in this any of these cases ever gets truly debunked, but it was never official anything. It was a rumor
Verified.
somebody said. None of this stuff's ever been verified.
no, somebody.
We know
somebody
what law
actually-
enforcement. I
somebody
know.
Somebody actually came out and said that the trash person did not say that the trash was heavier that day.
From the company that the people worked for, come out and clarified that when law enforcement will clarify anything. I don't know if it has ever been clarified, but I know this. It came from a social media rumor. Nobody officially ever walked out in front of a camera or a microphone and said,
Right.
hey, that garbage can was heavier. That was
No.
something that people said.
Right.
So I don't. Yeah, I don't.
And they have and I knew they had the arms that picked it up because I had heard that. So if they have the arms, they don't know if it's heavier.
Right. I don't know how you would know
You
that
can't
anyway.
tell what my trash weighs every day because
That's probably why
every
she
Monday.
said that. I wondered why she was making that comment about
because people in the Facebook groups. This lady's active in the Facebook groups. She knows what they're talking about. She's done said a couple of things that I know she's heard from social media. People are wondering about the trash can arm. Hell, I never wondered about it. It's a fucking trash can truck. I don't care. I could care less what year, make, model that truck is. All I care about is if you search the landfill, did you find anything? No? Okay.
Yes.
I don't care about the crazy lights.
Right, exactly. Me either. Thank you, Zelda, for both. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm really trying to see if there's something new in here that I haven't heard, which I doubt we're gonna get, but that's why we're listening to it. Okay, making sure there was no other comments in there.
Katie claims the night of the 25th that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrive home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me on the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did.
That's hearsay from this lady.
Well, I don't know. Did Ellie ever verify that they saw him taking the garbage out? Does anybody know or remember?
Well, y'all were just watching all those videos.
Ellie has never come out and said that they saw him taking the trash out that night.
Okay, well, I haven't gotten to that point yet with the videos, so I just wanted to make sure. So okay, that was different. That's the first time I ever heard that, but that doesn't mean it's true. So, like I said, don't get overexcited about stuff.
Something else. I'm only going to speak to Kate investigative specifics from this point on, but something said in that interview that he did last night, and I'm not even going to have a conversation about this man, his character, but what he did say was TBI already had his phone records for going back a year.
Yeah, that was interesting to me. Yes,
which didn't surprise me because it's an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care I don't know who TBI thinks is at fault. There's an investigation, and we can all quit dancing around this big. Is it an investigation? Is it not? Obviously, it is. There's someone missing.
Yeah,
so there's going to be an investigation. That's not a big deal. But if they got a year going back on him, they got the year going back on the other two.
Of course.
Geofencing was mentioned, not by law enforcement, but by somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I wondered if they were able to capture, because all you got to do is they drop the coordinates, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to geofence that area, and they can tell every cell phone that was in that area during a certain time point. And then they can, this is the problem with geofence warrants, right? Because now they don't have just one person, they got 50. Now they can look at all 50 of you, whether you know it or not, but that's the way it works. So they're going to be able to go in, and I'm wondering what that showed them. Were there any, the cell phones that were in the area and active, and how long they were there, and where they went, and if they know whose those phones belong, if they were able to track any of them.
That's a good point.
That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for, because I'm really not going to get anything out of anybody that talks, says right now, because none of them know anything other than what we've all heard.
Right. I agree. I understand what you mean, Doodle, about the dumpster. Absolutely. Thank you again, Zelda, for that. I agree. I'm sure that they probably do, Indian. The trucks probably do have cameras, because a lot of these companies now, I know ours do here, because they want to be able, if there's an accident or something that happens, they want to be able to have proof of it for the company, for like insurance reasons or people that try to sue them for whatever. So I would imagine that they probably do. I can't quote that 100%, but I imagine they probably do. Excuse me.
Did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage, so nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came in the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out, after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself or any, because you all talk, the neighbors talk to everybody and said there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, no, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far.
Excuse me, lady.
At the very beginning.
So, wait a minute. Seth said he saw the boy get in the truck with Katie at the Texas Roadhouse video.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So I'm done with this lady.
Yeah,
I'm done.
like
She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's going to dispel. She's going to put out some more stuff that people are going to run with, and it's ridiculous.
That's why I said, guys, don't get excited with this, and like just take it with the.
And there's no proof that none of these people have seen proof that he didn't go home that night. And I'm going to tell you right now, given the kind of vehicle that woman drives, Katie, I'm pretty sure they can tell where that vehicle went once it left Texas Roadhouse.
And I guarantee they've already done that too.
And if it took a detour on the way home for any length of time, they're going to know where that truck was because of its GPS onboard capabilities.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true.
I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance somewhere around 3:30 or so, and then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you.
Oops.
So this unidentified. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, go ahead. Is she talking like 3:30 in the morning?
Yeah, 3:30 a.m. because there was the talk of the Uber that showed up that picked up the 2 people to take them to the airport.
Okay.
So I'm gonna guess that's what she's talking about, based on where she said she lived. She's trying to make this into something more than what it is, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm just saying. It has been recorded, verified, clarified through Ellie that car. I don't know the exact time, but I'm guessing that's when was picking up 2 people to take to the airport. And that's roundabout.
If it was an Uber car, it was easily tracked and traced.
And that's why I don't think it's a big damn deal, because they've already looked into it. So moving on. And then she's saying that the flashlights are going in between the houses. Is that what she just said?
Yes.
And the
how does she know that if nobody's got any camera footage?
That's what I'm saying. Unless she went to this neighbor and they looked at this themselves, but
they were looking out the window and seeing, okay, if I look out my window at 3:30 in the morning and I see a couple of flashlights darting in and out of the houses, something fixing to happen.
Yeah, no, I agree. Right. Thank you very much. Yes. Also the vehicle has sensors for the airbags, and if someone was in the seats, yeah, that's exactly it, Harsh. Thank you. Excuse me. She said it's on the neighbor's foot. Okay, that's fine. Moving on.
You in the email, there are rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No track. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are 2 different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, they're like she said, The time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from 2 different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. I'm sorry, backs up.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm sorry, guys. I want to back up and hear this.
Trying to follow her is a little ugh.
I gotta slow this down, folks. I'm sorry because I need to hear what she's saying.
Yeah. Oh, please do. Thank you, Dago, because I can't concentrate when they're talking fast.
This is a different story that I have not heard at this point yet, and I'm just curious whether it's true or not. I just want to hear it clearly and understand it. That's all.
Regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No track. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that they're 2 different circumstances.
Okay, let's start there. So she's spoken to the neighbor that footage came from, and that neighbor is saying that those lights are 2 different circumstances. Now, don't take this and run, folks, please. This is not a fact just because this has been stated this way, but I'm curious to see why this is being said. So
there was the car with the lights coming towards the car. The car backed up on.
Wait, the car with the lights coming towards the car. What?
She's saying that the flashlights appeared to want to go toward that car. That's what I'm gathering so far.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to be weirded or acting crazy. I'm just trying to catch all this the right way.
But the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that they're 2 different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car. The car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, they're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from 2 different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford.
They do whatever they're doing around the car.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Hold on. Again, I'm sorry, folks. I just want to get this right.
Lord.
Then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half.
Okay, so what she's saying now is that video, at some point, one set of lights is from one time, and 2 hours later, that it's something completely different. This is where I'm getting a little bit lost. And this is coming from the person that produced the video as well. So, okay.
Half hour and 42 something. They're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark. And
what does that have to do with it at the time? Because it's pitch black dark. It's pitch black dark all night, right or wrong? Kimber, you live down there.
Well, yeah, it's pitch black dark all night long. We're not.
So there's no difference until the sun comes up, right?
It's no different from any other state.
Okay, so if she's basing this saying that this is 2.5 hours later, if we're to go with that and just say that that's correct, the timestamp on that video is initially 3 something, so that's the first time. So we're gonna go 3, 4, 5 something later. Isn't the sun coming up at 5 something in the morning at that point?
It would still be dark. It's dark at 5 something in the morning.
In that time of the year, it was
that
February.
time of the year. The sun might have been coming up.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
it
comes up later.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but the thing is that remember the timestamp on that video, just like she just said, this is the timestamp, and the timestamp was broken on that video. That has been stated by.
Yeah,
but it has to be 3 something at least, doesn't it? Or is that not even?
Is she from what I'm taking away is I'm not even worried about that timestamp anymore. That I'm so over that damn broke timestamp. Yeah. She's saying this car appears And then around 2 hours later, another set of lights appear. And I'm trying to figure out from this lady's crazy story, any kind of timeline I can pinpoint when that boy left that house and went out that door and went out that neighborhood.
Right, but what
As
time,
far as
what
this other
time
crap,
was it? You know, we
well,
can't go by the timestamp on the
I
camera.
we're
so what
not.
time was it?
We aren't. I'm saying, yeah, I know, but she said I don't know. I'm just going to keep watching her and listen, but it's 2 hours difference. It's all before daylight.
But then we get to this other part that I'm a little kind of taken back with, was that I'm just going to listen to it again. I'm not going to talk about it. Hold on.
And you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back and leaves from Stafford. Then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, they're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford,
Comes down the street, turns on the. So what street is it coming down to turn on to Stafford?
It would have had to come down Kellen because there's no other way into Stafford other than Kellen.
That's fine. That's fine.
there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from 2 different directions in between the yards. They do
2 different directions in between. Okay. Anyway.
whatever they're doing around the.
That's there. That they're doing whatever they're doing around the car. That's the one thing that I'm kind of trying to figure out there. So they came from 2 different directions in between the yards, right? Meaning 2 different yards, or like that house, 2 different sides of the house, maybe.
2 different, but she says 2 different sides of the yards. Whose yards? What yards? She doesn't say their yard. She says yards. Whose yards?
Okay.
It could have been prowlers.
Yeah, right. Okay.
The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. I'm sorry, backs up Kellen and leaves. And then 2 or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck. And she said, I don't know. I'm baffled. Because I tell you right now, there are 2 different circumstances, and that you can tell there are 2 different time frames.
And I'm willing to bet law enforcement knows that. They're just not going to clarify it.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Salty. We've talked about the fact that some of us believe that law enforcement does have a vehicle, okay, possibly, and that they just cannot pinpoint exactly what's going on with that vehicle. Maybe this is it right here.
They may not even be able to see what color the car is.
Right.
And advice America, stop buying cheap cameras because apparently they're useless.
They're garbage.
But if it's dark, we may not know what color this vehicle is. If there was one, we may not know what year, we know how these car videos go. So if they do see something, and they think it's related, they may not want the person to know they're aware of it.
Right. That's why when Craddock says, when Nick Barris says, can you tell me what he says, no, I can't. That makes sense as to why. Because if it was truly the garbage truck or something like that, he would have just blatantly said that, in my opinion, to shut people up. But they didn't, because I think it is part of the investigation. And a lot of us have said that we think that they do have the possibility that they do have a car. They just don't know because it is so dark and the cameras suck. So there's that. This could be that situation. Okay. It's not a fact. Please don't take it as a fact. I'm just saying possibility. That's all.
Wow. Because we've heard from Seth Rogers, and Seth is adamant that he was told or he's seen.
That's because LE has told him that.
What's up with that?
Because LE has told him that. Law enforcement has told him that.
Why?
That's the question I asked when I called. I got I think all of us are just super frustrated as this continues to go on. that we don't understand what's happened. We don't know what's happened. We've all been involved in trying to find him day one. We've spread it. We've shared it on social media. A lot of us were out with law enforcement the first week or so, looking for him and stuff. I mean, this shook us up to the core. It flipped our neighborhood upside down and just shook us up. I mean, nobody left their house for 2 weeks. Even the families who walk their dogs every single day, we didn't see them for 2 weeks.
Why?
So,
what? Why?
yeah, I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We had no idea what happened. I mean, when you have a 15-year-old kid that just vanishes in thin air, nobody wants to leave. We're scared. And then, of course, you see Chris, getting upset through all these YouTube videos. And if your neighbor is that upset and threatening people and saying the things he's saying, you're not going to go be a part of that. You're going to stay in your little cocoon.
Well, there's one more thing to take to heed, guys, is that she does obviously watch YouTube and has watched all this drama unfold as well. So remember that as well, okay?
Well, she's in the Facebook groups, Dago. I mean,
well, that too.
She
but,
sees it all. She's aware of what all's out there.
Keep that to heed or hold that. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway,
now, we're all on YouTube. I mean, none of us can say anything.
Right. Exactly. So,
but she's a neighbor, and she's a neighbor looking for her 15 minutes of fame too. I guarantee you right now.
I'm not so sure if it's that or that's the thing, that when these cases develop and turn into what this has, and then people do come out and I'm listening for things most aren't, and I'm listening to outside stuff I've already heard. So this is somebody that I haven't heard, and I'm not taking anything she says as a fact or as gospel or anything.
But she also has
she can offer a few things that maybe, but that's what I'm trying to take away.
I'm listening for those few things, but so far she hasn't told me anything that.
Well, I got a couple
little things, but
some very small things, but
there will be a lot of people in cases that come out and say and talk eventually. That doesn't mean they're all going to be bad intentions, bad actors, and bad players.
Right.
And that's what this space needs to. I mean, I'm pretty good at it, but I'm not going to try to teach the world how to do it.
Yeah,
y'all have to learn to watch people and develop a knack for this and take what you want out of it. When they irritate the shit out of you, turn it off.
I have gleaned a couple of things, but not other than that. Most of what she has heard is probably from YouTube and Facebook.
Well, and that's most of it, or probably the Facebook group. I'll say it like Salty said, but
there's a lot you hear on YouTube too that I know for a fact is bullshit, but I don't talk about it.
There's that. But if she's in that Facebook group, a lot of the YouTube stuff goes into those groups.
It does.
So that's what I mean.
Still, a lot of these damn YouTubers have Facebook groups. JLR's got the fucking biggest one.
Right. Agreed. And again, I agree with you, Bama, that she probably does not like the fact that this is being stated, but because it's not going to do anything but cause. I guarantee you tomorrow there's going to be all sorts of crazy shit about this now. So just saying.
I mean, lock your doors and be by yourself and protect yourself and just stay away from it.
You've never seen Sebastian Rogers in the neighborhood or walking around or anything prior to that day? Nothing.
From what I understand from neighbors that live right close to him, the only time they ever saw him come out was when he was playing with the dogs. The dogs would get out, and he'd be out there for a little while, but nobody ever really knew him.
Nobody knew any of them.
He never came out to play with neighborhood kids. You never saw him out riding his bike. I mean, now I'll tell you this. I mean, we have neighbors that go out, like I said, and walk their dogs every single day, sometimes even twice a day. You have kids that will go out and play basketball. We have a basketball goal in one of the cul-de-sacs. Kids will come up and play basketball in the basketball goal. They'll walk, ride their bike. We have one kid that has a four-wheeler and a dirt bike, and he rides around, that kind of thing. Didn't even know Sebastian existed. Never played with anybody.
And we've also been told by both sides of the game, as I'm calling it nowadays, both sides of the parents that he didn't go outside a lot. So that's not a big surprise to me. I'll be honest with you.
It doesn't surprise me either. In these kids, and
video games and that's where they're at nowadays. They don't go outside. So
well, if he was, his core friends from school may not have lived in his little neighborhood. So if they're not in your, you know what I mean, they may not have been like his good friends that he would have went out and played with, and maybe that was part of his, he wanted friends. But it's hard for some kids. I'm so over this. I don't want it to come out wrong. All kids are kids to me. Every child wants friends, normal, autism, whatever. All kids can say that at one point in their life. So he was just, he just liked to stay at home. And I'm not going to make a big I got a kid who's 17, and my boys were so different. One I could not keep in the house. One I can't force out that door. So
Caden never went outside until
it is what it is, right?
Yeah, we had to force him to go outside, and that's just what it was, And then once he did get out there and started skateboarding and basketballing and stuff, he did it for a while. He enjoyed it, but he wanted to come back in. He liked being inside. That's just who it is, Each kid's different. That's all I can say.
No friends, nothing.
Never had any friends over their house.
Okay, but how do you know that? See, that kind of makes me mad that you don't know who he's had there, who he hasn't had there. That's a problem for me. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to go on about it.
And how long was, because I heard that Seth was there for a few days staying with the Proudfoots. Did you hear that?
I did. Well, I saw his, I didn't know he was staying in their house, but I saw his truck there every single day for, when I heard that he had stayed in their house for 3 days, I was shocked. I didn't realize he had actually stayed in the house and then they said 3 days. I'm like, well, that's odd because his truck was parked on the curb of the street for about a week. But I didn't know he was actually there because he was out searching. Like he was actually at the command center for the first week every day, all day long.
I don't think you would know where he was sleeping at night, lady.
Not Chris.
Why would you know that? Just like the
why
fact
would
that,
you know?
Right.
Is she gonna call up Katie every night and be like, "Hey, Seth hanging out there tonight"? I mean, you don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like some of these. Okay, moving on.
Chris and Kate.
Oh no, they never left their house.
Never.
Kids that will go out and play basketball. We have a basketball goal in one of the cul-de-sacs. The kids will come up and play basketball in the basketball goal. They'll walk, ride their bike. We have a one kid that has a four-wheeler and a dirt bike, and he rides around, that kind of thing. Didn't even know Sebastian existed. Never played with anybody.
No friends, nothing.
Never had any friends over their house.
How long was, because I heard that Seth was there for a few days staying with the Proudfoots. Did you hear that?
I did. Well, I saw his, I didn't know he was staying in their house, but I saw his truck there every single day for, when I heard that he had stayed in their house for 3 days, I was shocked. I didn't realize he had actually stayed in the house and then they said.
So Seth himself has claimed that he did not stay in their house, that he was there daily, yes, but he went home or wherever he went every night. So just saying, we don't know.
I honestly don't care either way. I don't even see.
I don't either. It doesn't matter.
Why does that make a difference?
It doesn't at all.
Yeah. If my child went missing and I needed to get my ex down here and he needed to crash on my couch, guess what's fixing to happen? I'm sorry, but that's just me. But I got one ex I can't stand the sight of. But you know what? That's my baby. You need to. We got to go find our baby.
That's the same with the creature. I can't even breathe. I don't want to breathe the same air she does. But when
everybody's different and gonna do things different. But I don't understand why that even matters.
Because it plays into the drama. That's in my opinion.
I'm not doing. I don't know. It doesn't.
She's saying,
what does the drama do, though? I mean,
it's not doing anything. She's saying that the truck was parked there on the curb for a week, Doodle. But I don't even know what So it was there for a week. I'm sure you didn't stay up all night long watching to see if he came in and out of that house, where he slept, where he didn't sleep. He probably left at night and came back in the morning. And even if he doesn't, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's not part of this. It's not important. It's ridiculous. At least this is all my opinion, folks. You guys can feel how you want. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Well, there's a lot of things said anymore with this case that don't have any bearing on the case that are ridiculous, but Lord help us.
I agree.
3 days. I'm like, well, that's odd because his truck was parked on the curb of the street for about a week. But I didn't know he was actually there because he was out searching. Like he was actually at the command center for the first week every day, all day long.
Was.
Seth was.
Not Chris and Katie. Chris and Katie?
Oh, no. No.
Oh, no,
She left her
no.
house.
Never.
See, here's the problem with this now. You can tell by the way she's answering questions that she's biased one way. It's obvious.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's whatever. That's her business. Again, I'm just pointing these things out so that you guys see what I'm seeing. You don't have to feel the same way. Again, I'm just listening to hear things that she may say to us that are a little different. That's all. So
Not that
Never
I'm
went
aware of.
with any flyers, go to door, to speak with neighbors, ask them if they seen anything, nothing.
No.
Wow.
Nope.
That is so Miss Bobby. So do you
And the only
go ahead.
I was just gonna say the only thing that they even put on Facebook was that one post.
Which eventually got deleted.
Theirs didn't. The original neighbor that was asking, hey, what's all the commotion on Stafford? That person deleted their post.
Gotcha.
Katie's is still up there.
See, I knew that all along, JLR. You're late. She explained that earlier, but I knew he didn't get it then. He was still confused by that statement.
yeah, he was completely confused, but that's fine. I wrote that down, and
But she didn't explain it back very well. But I'm already past you, lady in JLR. Go on with your story.
Yep. Who does she think she is? Sorry, had to oh, you're fine, hon. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Around at all during that week. Yeah, I know you said that they were there that morning. Did they look around? Did they look around?
No, we never saw anybody.
That kind of makes me mad too, because she doesn't know what they did unless she was standing there staring at their house and watching them come and go all day, every day. You don't know what they did, so stop making those statements.
I have a
None of them
feeling
ever
she
looked.
was trying to stare at their house all day, every day.
What did you say?
I have a feeling she was trying to stare at their house all
It
day,
kind of
every day.
it's kind of coming off that way.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
it's-
always
I
that one
think
neighbor
she's-
in the
I
neighborhood.
think she's that one stalker neighbor that knows everybody's business.
Of
That's
course.
the impression
I'm just curious. Go
It's
ahead.
the impression I'm getting from her. She's the one that looks and lurks
Yeah.
in everybody's bushes.
Yeah, but they're
in
the ones that know
neighborhood.
everything. I look and
She's-
lurk in my neighborhood. Believe that.
Right. And why is she
I mean,
just
I don't
not
get up in their
waiting?
windows and their business, and I ain't gonna talk about them. But I see you over there.
Well, I mean,
Mhm.
I know my surroundings. I know my surroundings.
I
but
know what
don't
you're
know
saying,
my-
Kimber. She's a
Yeah.
nosy ass neighbor running her
Yeah.
mouth. I
Yeah.
totally get it.
Yeah,
I know.
I am
know.
curious as to why she waited this long to come out, though. That's interesting to me. I'll say that much. So
Well, I
No,
think
you're-
she's been talking in the Facebook groups, but JLR just finally got hooked up with her.
Yeah, she joined JLR's group, and he goes, "Oh, come on in, come on in, come on in."
In our neighborhood where I'm at, I never seen any of them walking around at all, period, ever. Seth, Chris, Katie, Bowerstocks, none of them ever. I never even met them. I had one encounter with Chris one night. And after, I never saw him, never met him, nothing.
The Chris encounter, you mind sharing? I think we talked about this offline a little bit.
Yes, okay, so I'll kind of share a little bit of that. This was what day was it? Thursday, I think it was. I think it was Thursday, that Thursday night. Now, mind you, our neighborhood is on pins and needles. Don't know what happened to this kid. Don't understand. Law enforcement's, coming up and around. We've got every department that I didn't even know existed. Like I said, I didn't even know we had a SWAT team. I didn't know we had, drone footage. I didn't know we had any of this stuff. I mean, we're a small county. I
Damn.
had no idea. Not a small county, but you know what I mean? Like we're away from like the big crowd, the city. Never had any issues. So I didn't even know that any of this stuff has existed. So we were all kind of on pins and needles. And so anything weird let me go back a little bit and say the night before this is the reason why this happened. The night before this, I had went to work that night, I think. I did something. I wasn't home for some reason. My son was on our back deck. Now our back deck faces the construction. The top,
Gotcha.
the back of the construction. And so he was on the back deck talking to somebody, and he looks out and he says, well, that's really weird. And she said, what? And he said, look at the light out there. And there was a flashlight. It was kind of a dim flashlight, but you could see it because it's pitch black dark. And he said, why is there a flashlight over there? It was one single flashlight, and it was like walking in the back, kind of over in the back of the woods area. And it like walked around, stopped, walked around a little bit, stopped, and then just disappeared in the back of the woods. And so he called me and he's like, what do I do? And I said, you need to call law enforcement. Like, call the number. We had a flyer, one of those flyers. And I was like, you need to call the TBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that. He did. And nothing. No phone call back. No, nothing. Just, okay, thanks for the letter. I'm like, okay, that's awfully weird. I mean, you would think that they would come check that out or call you back and ask you.
Yeah, follow-ups.
Nothing. No, they didn't even call him back to ask him, like, exactly where are you? What did you see? Nothing. Nobody ever followed up or nothing. And so he was like, that's really weird. And I was like, yeah, that is weird. I mean, with a missing kid, you would think they would be coming flying up here to figure out who that was. So it was the following night. So now, of course, we're all like, even more in pins and needles. Like, is people just going to just start walking around a neighborhood in the middle of the night like they're pitch black dark in the night? And so he was coming home. We were all at home and still looking around and talking to neighbors and figuring out like what the heck is going on. And he comes home and walks in the door and is like, Mom, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, now what? And he said, there's two people, a real tall, skinny guy and a real small, it looks like a girl maybe, that is walking up our street. Now, we do have families that will come out and walk their dogs at night before they go to bed, but they had no dog with them, no nothing. And the strangest part about this was this guy was wearing dark, black, wide, like ski goggles. You've been in my neighborhood. You can't see your hand in front of your face. It is so dark at night. It was
Scary.
9:00 at night. Why is somebody walking with these big black goggles? How can they even see? Well, with everything going on, I'm thinking, okay, that's very suspicious. I got to check on that. Yes, I could have called law enforcement, and that's what was said. You should have called law enforcement. However, I didn't want to call law enforcement on my own neighbor. If it was a neighbor out walking around, I didn't want to be rude and call law enforcement on my neighbor. So I told my son, I said, you know what? Let's go. He's got a Jeep that's got a bunch of lights on it. And I said, let's drive down there and turn your lights on and see if you can see somebody out there walking. I said, I'll call law enforcement and let them know what we're seeing, and then we'll just turn around and go back home. I wasn't going to follow them. I just wanted to see if I could find them. So we're driving down my road. We turn up Stafford because we couldn't find them. Like, well, maybe they went up Stafford. We went up Stafford. Now my son's Jeep is loud. And so but I didn't even think about it. I was more focused on who this person was. So he drives up Stafford and he says to me, hey, while we're up here, where's Sebastian's house? And I'm like, oh, we just passed it. So he turns around and goes back down, and we're going slowly because I was trying to point out Sebastian's house. And so I pointed it out, and he's like, oh, okay. And so we drive back around, and we're driving back down to the other side of the neighborhood, to another cul-de-sac. And he said, wait a minute. Didn't you say that this other neighbor has a Ring camera? And I said, yes. And she's the one that saw the silhouette in the window and the lights in the house go on and off and whatever. She's like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if that house is located here, how can she have seen over here? And I'm like, okay, go back up the street and I'll show you. So we went back up the street to show him where that house was versus this and all the whole thing. And as we were coming back up, we kind of stopped. Now, this is my neighborhood. I'm not a suspicious person. This is my neighborhood. I should be able to do whatever I want to, right? So I stop, or he stops a little bit. I'm pointing that houses out, and we drive out. And I said, Sean, I said, honey, we got to go home. And he's like, why? And I said, because somebody's standing at their front door. He was like, oh, crap. And I did not, God honest truth, I never meant to upset anybody. It was truly just me trying to figure out what's going on. Never meant to upset anybody. Turn around, Stafford. I'm coming back down, and Chris is now, mind you, I've never met this man, never seen him before. I wouldn't even know who he is. Matter of fact, I thought he was law enforcement. Stands in the middle of the street and puts his hand out and stops, just like this. And I was like, oh my gosh, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. And I'm thinking it's law enforcement. I'm like, oh crap, we're about to get in trouble because they're going to think that we're looking for this kid or something. So roll down the window, and he comes around and he stands there just like this, just like, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, holy crap. I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We were looking for, and I told him what happened and told him the whole story. And he was like, why wouldn't you just call law enforcement? I said, because I don't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor. If they're out walking around, that's kind of rude. And he's like, well, you have no business driving around here, and started telling me in a very intimidating, very strong voice, I guess you would say, big, tough, he's a big guy, kind of thing. That my son is missing, and they've got police all around here looking. I said, yeah, no kidding. I know, I'm aware. I've been talking to him. Trust me, I know, I get it. And then he said, there's a,
That was rude.
what do you, the heat sensor.
What'd you say?
I said that was rude of her.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But I know, I get it. Your kid's missing. Oh, like, lady, I mean,
As if it's not a big
so
deal,
this was
right?
Thursday night, and so this has been a couple of days in.
Yeah.
And they've already had everybody coming up and down the streets
Yeah.
and going at all hours of the night. And so
Yeah.
they're already now they're becoming to the point where we want this. Yeah, okay. I get, okay. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not surprised nor shocked. And
No,
can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing. So I'll go ahead and move on.
I might have been out there asking, what are you doing too? Especially if it's, I mean, you
This is
could have
people
been
coming
the
around your
person
home.
responsible riding around doing,
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, they could have been the person responsible riding around, returning to the scene, looking for something else.
I would have probably questioned it too. If you're slowing down in
Yeah.
front of my house, I do that now. If somebody slows down in front of my house and I'm like, can I help you? What's up? You know what I mean? So anyway.
Anybody questions somebody driving slowly in front of their house. And
Right.
especially this situation has happened to them.
Well, she went up and down past it twice now. So he's probably wondering, like, what the hell are you doing? And so on and so forth. So yeah, I agree.
Mobile unit things, you know what I'm talking about, that can detect heat sensor and stuff. Well, they had one of those up in the top, hoping that if he came home, it would alert law enforcement that there was somebody walking around, which I don't get that, because you've got families that are walking dogs anyway. So I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I kept apologizing to him, and he got really upset and, kind of said some things, and I was trying to calm him down, and I apologize. And my son's girlfriend was in the back, and she thought that if she rolled the window down and said, I am such and such, and I go to your son's school, that he would calm down. Even though I said, hey, I'm your neighbor. I live up there. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. I thought even me telling him I was his neighbor would calm him down. It's like he just glossed right over that. He didn't care. So she says, I'm such and such, and I go to school with your son. And he stops mid-sentence to me and said, oh, and got like stopped, looked at her and said, your name? And she said, yes, sir. Like, how do you know? She only gave him her first name, and he said the whole thing. And she was like, how do you know my name? And I was like, what the crap? I looked at my son. I said, we need to go. We just need to go. We just need to go. And I'm like, I'm going to call the police, because this is getting, I don't know. I don't understand. I wish you could have, I can't describe. His body language was just very
It wasn't
stern.
like for that people were out there looking for his son, or thinking it was more like I'm trying to stop.
Get off my street. Get off my street.
Oh, come on,
Here,
Jay.
off my street. Go home. Leave me alone. Get away from us. But he told her that, so you're the girl that runs this Facebook group and this, that, and the other. I'm going to demand you take that off. You get your phone. And he said, where are your parents? And she said, at my house. And he said, well, I'm going to find out where you live, and I'm going to come knock on their door, and we're going to have a conversation. And she said, okay, good luck with that. And I was like, you know what? Look, we don't want to, cause any issues and whatever. I try to give him grace. Don't know the man from nowhere. And I just kept saying, he's upset. His son's missing. He's really upset. He's very defensive. Maybe that's just all that what it was. Now that I've seen some of his YouTube videos, and I'm like, yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know the back end of those details. I know we talked before offline a little bit. And you said, kind of like a confrontation kind of.
So obviously this girl started a Facebook page about something to do with this. And
I think her parents and her, they already had a Facebook group
okay.
type deal.
And
it may have been a local. I don't know from this, because this woman already said she ran the local. She said she was the admin of the local neighborhood group. And I bet the other girl in the back seat, they're all a bunch of nosy people. Who knows if theirs pertains to Sebastian or not? But something was
Could be
posted
something
that Chris
else.
didn't like. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we did find 2 Facebook groups in that area, so that maybe that was the other one. I don't know. I don't know. I whatever. Okay.
Deal confronted you guys, but I didn't know those like back end details that you shared. Somebody in the chat, Smiley's World, was asking, prior to the February 26th, right, when Chris arrived home, did any neighbors or anyone that you heard, whether you see it, but you said you never knew him prior, did anyone ever say anything about him being around the house on the 25th, the 24th, or seen in the neighborhood or anywhere in the area prior to the 20th?
Nobody's ever really mentioned him. The only person that's ever said anything about him coming home, like I said, nobody really ever paid attention, I don't think, because even the neighbor that lives close by that I'm friends with, I asked her, like, did you ever see? She said, I never really paid attention, because like he would come and go, and they never were out really, and they had this camper, and the camper would leave, and then it would come back, and then he never came outside. And it's odd because Chris kept saying that he would go outside and play, and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't remember ever seeing him really outside playing. Like, there's no playground. They don't have a playground outside. They don't have a trampoline outside.
They have a backyard that's fenced in, that's kind of blocked in by trees. So how are you going to see that anyway? That's my point, but okay. Now, wait, Doodle says this isn't the officer that lives on the street's wife, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. She said she lives at the top of is it Kellen? Which is
She said Kellen. She lives at the top of Kellen.
Right. Okay. Okay, moving on.
Like, if you looked at their yard, you wouldn't even know. There's no bike, there's no like scooters, there's no basketballs, you wouldn't even know they have kids. There's nothing in their yard to play with. He's never outside. Like, he didn't go outside and play catch with his dad. Nothing.
Interesting. Now, as you said, pitch black in the neighborhood. Do you buy it where they're claiming that this kid walked out the front door and kind of bad neighborhood?
No. Because everybody around the camera.
Would a kid go out at night and walk around out there at night alone?
I don't think so. I mean, unless their parents didn't. Now, we did have a ding dong ditch happen a couple years ago, but no. I mean, I've never experienced kids just randomly walking around the neighborhood. That's the thing about our neighborhood, is it's so quiet. Like at night, literally, like in the summertime when my kids were younger. Sorry, my car shut off for me for something. My kids were younger. They would go outside and play like flashlight tag and stuff like that. And I'd have to get on to them like, okay, 10 o'clock, y'all need to be done because everybody's got to go to bed and whatever. Nobody ever gets, like, you don't ever just see random kids walking around by themselves. I don't buy that at all. And I know that neighbors that are right around them said that there was nothing on their cameras.
Nothing. So no evidence whatsoever for that morning, 26, and not even the 25th, the night of the 25th. Wow. Do you think law enforcement...
He just vanished. He literally just vanished.
What's your theory? What do you think? What do you think happened? What's your theory? Based off you being a neighbor, based off you speaking to other neighbors, you're very close to the area, you've seen law enforcement over there. What do you think happened?
I have to be very careful with that one. I know there were some family dis issues, like there were some personal stuff going on within the family
How do
between
you know that?
Katie and Chris. Um,
I was gonna say that, Salty. Damn it! Why didn't you let me say it?
I was like, dude, I am so sick
She's
of.
too nosy. She's way too damn nosy. That's the
I'm just
problem.
like sitting on go. I'm ready to call out all of them. 'Cause how do y'all know that? You know me, Dago.
100%.
After about 6-7 months in, I'm gonna need you to start bringing me receipts because I ain't the one to believe your story.
Right. This is
I don't
like
give a shit who you are.
she's saying what she knows because she knows it from the Facebook and YouTube groups. That's all this is. That's how she knows, unless she's looking in their windows and standing there. She doesn't even talk to them, so she doesn't know these things are
She
facts. They're based on rumor. That's what it
she
is.
said
So,
she did not know any of them before this.
right, and that's where this is coming from. So ridiculous. Hey, AK and all the rest of you guys that jumped in. Marietta, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us.
Seth told us, that he was supposed to get full custody. One minute he says that Katie was okay with it. The next minute I'm hearing that Katie was not okay with it. I don't know their personal story. I know that neighbors are close by them heard fighting within their family outside, verbal things that were said outside. So I don't know that it was, I think there were some struggles within the family. I mean, every family has issues. I get that, but I don't know. Families typically would get into that kind of a dispute outside. I mean, if I was going to have a conflict of interest between my kids and I, or my husband and I, we would be inside. I wouldn't be outside making that known. And apparently there were some situations where things were heard that weren't good.
That's not a
Bobby,
conflict of
when
interest.
did those fights occur? Do you know?
Women over the past.
Did you say something, Mom?
She just said a conflict of interest. So
Mhm.
having a domestic dispute is not a conflict of interest.
And exactly.
And what she's claiming right now is something that somebody else, this is third-hand information, told her that they heard fighting outside. Therefore, she's making a judgment based on what that person said. And that person would have never said anything about this. I can promise you and guarantee you 1,000,001% until this happened. So
And she's also making judgment out of the things that Seth has come out and said about
exactly, which
this
again
and
goes
that and
back.
this and that.
Yes, that goes back to her sitting and watching YouTube and Facebook and learning all of the things she's telling us from here. So,
I mean, I guess since they've been there periodically, it wasn't like a one-time thing. There were other, times where things were said and that kind of thing. I don't live close enough to them to have heard that. I mean, they would have to have screamed at each other for me to have heard that. I didn't hear it, but I know that neighbors around them have reported hearing things that were said outside, and it wasn't like a one-time thing.
Any cops ever get called?
Well, I mean, CPS was called multiple times, and I know teachers personally that still work at Beach that were told things and they had to report it. I mean, when a teacher is told, counselors and teachers are told things, they by law have to report it.
Well, no shit, but okay.
Absolutely. And I know.
Lord. Do I? Oh, Lord. Okay, I probably need to go to bed because YouTube's about to force me to come out and be the mother effing voice of reason.
Take a gummy.
Like I can't with all this rumor stuff anymore.
Here's the thing. Let me ask that somebody clarify something for me, please. This is beyond third party at this point, Fox. A teacher cannot go to somebody here.
The teacher can absolutely report something. She is obligated, but she's not obligated to go tell Tom, Dick, and Harry.
She cannot go to the public.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Okay, I just want to clarify that I'm right
It's
about
confidential.
that. And if that
CPS
teacher did
doesn't
that,
show up
that
with a
teacher can be
vehicle.
fired, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did you say?
You can't release information as a teacher
That's what I
to
thought.
some random lady that's the neighborhood police. First of all,
they're mandated reporters, yes, but you can't go to Lucy next door and say, by the way, I heard blah 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 blah, because you can lose your job. That's my thought on that. So yeah,
Yes.
Jesus
And
Christ, this
CPS
lady.
doesn't show up in a vehicle with a logo on the side of it that says CPS on it or DHS.
No,
We're
they don't.
here. Yeah, no,
They
it
don't
doesn't.
announce
This
to
is,
the neighborhood, "Hey, we're going over here to this house." Just want to let
Right.
everybody know we're here.
and they don't
Come
go
on.
tell the neighbors that they're going. Hey, we were just next door at your neighbors, just to let you know, so you can tell the whole world on YouTube. Okay, thanks. Have a good day.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Lord.
That, you know, kids can be over exaggerating. I know that, especially teenagers, that kind of thing.
Like you?
I think for me, you know, I think my kids would be respectful enough with us that if something happened, I don't think they would go and say, like, you know, my mom is mean to me. Like, they know I would, that's not true, and they would get in trouble.
They know you'd what, lady? Bust that ass.
For him
Oops.
to make up that things that he was saying, I can't imagine him making certain things that were set up enough for CPS to be called on them. And I know they were called multiple times.
Multiple times. So when you say multiple, how many times?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Has any
I'm not
neighbor,
privy to that information.
has any
Put
neighbors
the
or anybody tell
multiple
you that
times out
they've
there.
seen
Bring
the
your receipt
CPS
and
at
tell
their
us how
house?
many times.
Like,
I don't know. They have not actually used the words "I've seen them at the house."
You just said multiple times. So if you know so much, tell us how many. Shut your face. You hear saying bitch.
Is it
You just
good?
stir in the pot. No, I'm not good.
Everybody on the YouTube.
No, I said, is it good?
You eating something, Kimber?
I can hear you eating something like.
I'm eating a
wait.
Pop-Tart. She is just stirring the pot and giving people stuff
I
to run
figured
with
her
because
out already.
Okay,
I
but
know, but Dago, it doesn't matter whether we figured her out or not. People are not. There's people that will refuse to figure her out and are not going to read between the lines. There are people out here that have drank Kool-Aid and will just
Well, all I'm saying is
run
this
with it.
woman is the woman that has kids. Sure, her husband probably works and pays her no damn attention, so therefore she's bored, and here we are. That's what I'm saying.
well, y'all also can't miss the big picture here. How the hell why is she here right now?
That's what I was wanting. That's what I
Because
said
that
earlier.
man sitting there beside her in that little box that everybody loves right now because he says stuff you agree with, that you probably hated in other cases because he says stuff you didn't agree with. That JLR, I don't have I have no feelings toward him in either way. I don't really care. But JLR brought you this lady. So remember, people continue. If everybody stops talking about this case who's just out to talk about it, or the people that are talking about it, because that's what's happening right now. Everybody's doing is talking about the people who are talking about it. So if everybody just shuts up by tomorrow morning and don't say another word for 2 whole days, can anybody go without saying a word? No, there's going to be somebody out there to say it. You just gotta, I mean, I don't watch a lot of these people on the regular. I only see them when we're reviewing stuff. So they're not going to bother me in the bigger picture of stuff anyway, because I'll probably not review a lot of them after this case is over with.
Right. Okay. Absolutely. Doodle.
But they've told me that there have been people that have visited an official. Like, I don't know, like the car that comes is not going to have CPS written on it. Yeah. I mean, it may have a government official like license plate or something like that. And they're not going to have they're going to have a badge on them as they go to the front door, but it's not going to be something that a neighbor is going to see, that kind of thing. So I don't know, like neighbors haven't said like, I have seen this happen, because they were really paying attention. I don't think it was one of those things where I don't think neighbors after this has happened, some of the neighbors have gone back and saying, wait a minute, I remember this, and I do remember that, and I do remember this, and oh wow, this is like all connected. But when it happens over a year period of time and it's just random, but then nothing really ever comes of it, you just kind of try to stay in your own lane and mind your own business, because you're not hearing, like, I don't know that neighbors heard screaming, or like, I don't know that it was like
Good night, Zoda. Thank you,
The
love.
things that were being said outside were loud enough to make neighbors call. I don't think it was that kind of like, if a neighbor next to me, I heard a kid screaming, "Help me!" Don't, whatever, I would be calling the police. Like, okay, I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna call the police and be anonymous. It wasn't that kind of a thing. It was things that were said and arguments between them that made neighbors think, "Gosh,
But when you say that, are we talking Chris and Katie, or is Seth in the picture too? Is it like, were there arguments with Seth there?
I don't think Seth was ever there long enough. I think he was there long enough to pick Sebastian up for his weekend, or they would meet somewhere for his weekend or something like that. I don't think that Seth was ever there. I think
Every bit of what she just said was something that was talked about in Facebook and YouTube. None of that is
Yeah.
anything. That's the only way you would know that. Word for word, actually, what she just said. So,
Exactly, word for word. And
Right.
remember, she don't know them, so she wouldn't know their routines. And
exactly.
apparently, whatever this other neighbor allegedly heard going on outside the home was probably nothing more than no cops were called. She just got through saying, she just said it wasn't that big of a deal after making it a
Right.
big deal. Now it's
Right.
not a big deal. I'm gonna tell you what, if I get out in that yard and I get aggravated with one of these kids, I don't have an old man by choice, but if I get aggravated, voices carry. You might hear me for a second. I have to remind these kids, come over here to me so I don't gotta yell at you and make all the neighbors hear what I'm fixing to yell at you for.
And she's saying it wasn't that. It was what was said. Chris is loud. I've gathered that he's a loud person when he talks. He carries himself loudly. He could have been talking from the front of the driveway to the back of the driveway, saying something to somebody, and it was
Well,
nothing.
it could have been a knockdown drag out. We don't know. I don't look at
Either
I'm
way,
at
is
the
what I'm
point,
saying.
I'm not looking at any of these parents as a
Right.
suspect.
Right.
So when these people come out and talk, that's all that YouTube, not YouTube, that's all this case is about right now.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody who is talking about it, which parent did it? There's no talk about the random weirdo that could have abducted this boy. It's talked about for 5 minutes. But then we're going to go right back to Katie and Chris and Seth, because you know damn well one of them did it. No, I don't know shit,
No, and I
except
don't.
somebody lured that kid out of that house if the two parents weren't in on it. Somebody else has that kid and they're getting away with it because everybody's talking about everything but that.
Right. That's 100%. That's absolutely what it is. The longer it's talked about, like I've been saying for 2 weeks now, the less time that is focused on Sebastian, and on it goes. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. It's there's no way to find out then, in my opinion. I'm just saying it's too long.
Well, I
So,
haven't seen honestly, one lengthy conversation about what legitimately could have happened outside of these parents, because it always goes right back to that. Well, we can't say that he got took off by some rando because remember all that shady shit Seth said a while ago, or remember that we didn't
well,
care what Katie said a while, and it's like, oh my God, here we go again and
I've
again.
I've sat in here and had conversations that completely excluded both the parents, both sets of parents, about the pond, the house, the other streets, the neighborhood, other people. I refuse to do that, anything other than that. I haven't talked about them in a long time like that, because I don't think they have anything to do with it personally. I've talked about the pedophile on the other road. I've talked about a neighborhood kid that could have been out doing this. I've talked about somebody he met on the computer that could have done it. That's what I've been talking about lately.
Shit,
with
when
this.
I talk about the
Quite a while.
pedophile from across the street, you know what I get told? I'm sure law enforcement's looked at him salty. Well, fuck, I'm pretty
I
sure I looked at
said
the parents too. I'm pretty sure they checked them parents too.
And I'm
But you
also
better
been
keep an
talking
eye on
about
that pedophile
the lady
across the
down the
street
street.
4 minutes away.
What'd you
from
say,
the
Mom?
beginning, I have said that I feel like, and this is when I started covering him on Twitter up until on my channel,
Mm-hmm.
I've said from the beginning that he was groomed online.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
And I got pushback. Oh, he wasn't online. And then a
because
few
he
weeks
couldn't get
later, it
online. I
came
know.
out
Yeah, I called bullshit
that
on
he
that in the
was
beginning, and
online.
I proved it.
And I think me
I
and you were
proved it.
talking about it one night on a panel when I was over here. My opinion was asked
Mhm.
about what happened, and I made it plain that I feel like he was groomed online. I don't
Yes.
think
Yeah, and
Chris
that's
and Katie had
I
anything to do with this.
I
Me
got
and Dago have had this conversation too, and I'm right there with you, Mom.
I got pushed back in my own chat when I mentioned that he couldn't get that. I think he got online, and then I went and proved how he could have done that with the Switch and showed word for word how to do it with the whole thing that described it. This is what I think could have happened, so on and so forth. That he couldn't get online. He couldn't. They said that I don't care what they said. I proved that. My son proved to me that you can do that on a locked out school Chromebook that is completely locked out by the state of Ohio. But you did it.
I said the same thing. My stepdaughter has year before last year. Last year she had a school computer. And she was up there on YouTube and everything else on her school computer because she come down one day and was like, "Oh, you did a video, da 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 da." And I was like, "Why are you on my channel? You're not even supposed to be able to get on my channel." And she slipped and was like, "I was on my laptop from school." And I was like, "Don't ever do that again."
Yep.
And then when we were live last night, I proved on my live because Minnie was on my panel and he jumped down to play the PlayStation with Mr. Monster and he didn't have his headphones in and you could hear Minnie coming through my TV.
Yeah. And then it was also stated again that he was left alone. And I'm not talking down about his father when I say this. I'm giving you this as an example to prove a point. He was left alone overnight with a phone and other electronics, we'll say, overnight by himself, and could have gotten online that way, had access to it that way. So if he can figure it out there, he can figure it out here. Boom, boom, boom. That's all there is. He has the same device.
And it wasn't hard. And I wish people would stop. I'm not saying anybody in your chat because I'm not even reading chat. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone, so I'm kind of laying in bed and I'm up and down. But I'm not really reading. But Sebastian was very capable of doing a lot of things. And when you even with my niece, that's one thing we had to really stay vigilant was about social media. If we even gave her her phone to play a game on or to let her listen to the music we put on that phone, if we didn't keep our eye on that girl, guess what she's going to be doing in 5 minutes? She's going to be online no matter what we did.
Yes. Do you know how many? Listen, this is not a lie. I'll bring him in here to tell you right now. He's 18 now, so it doesn't matter. 14, 15, 16 years old is when this started. A little bit before, actually. Do you know how many Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram? I swear there was something else that I deleted from his phone because I would take his phone 3-4 times a week and say, "Let me see it." And I'd take it quick because he was one of those kids that would go, "Oh, okay, hold on a minute." And he would try to do something real quick. "Give it to me now." Okay. And every time I would get in there, you guys, I'm not lying, every single time. Now, this kid is autistic as well, but he's very high functioning. You've all met him. I would go in and immediately I would catch it. Snapchat every damn time because that's how they communicate now. It's not Facebook anymore because Snapchat goes away when they're done talking and there's no proof, they think, of what they're doing. I've deleted multiple, I got to say at least 7 Snapchat accounts that he's had, 3 TikToks for sure. Okay. And 5 Instagrams. No lie. I don't care what he does what he does now because he's 18. I have no rule over that. And he's a lot more responsible than he was. The point is it was 13. I'm sorry. 13, 14 to 15 years old is when I was doing this. Absolutely doing this. And I had his phone locked out. He would get kind of I don't even know how to explain this. It was a backdoor account that I had to find, and I started figuring out what he was doing. One of his older brothers showed me, "This is what he's doing, guys, blah, 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 blah. Here it is." And I know he was doing it on the game system back here, because he wasn't allowed to get on there until he was 14, I'm sorry, to play with other people with the headset on. But we would sit and listen to him play and hear how he's talking and how basically to kind of see how they're responding to him. And, because at that age, he was actually pretty responsible. I'll be honest with you guys. I was surprised, but he was. So we allowed certain other things, but I would also watch everything he said and did. And to the point where I noticed that he was talking to an adult. And I'm like, stop. Who is that? And I took the headset from him and put it on my head. And I said, "How you doing? Hello?" I said, "Who is this?" I can't remember his name, but it was like, I said, "Why are you talking to my 14-year-old son?" oh, my son and I are both playing in here, and he was in the game and jumped in when we were playing. I said, who's your son? Well, who are you? And I told him, I said, that's my son. My name is Joe. Who are you that you're talking to my son and you're an adult playing this game with him? Well, there's all sorts of adults in here, but I play in here with my son so I can watch what he's doing.
Well, they do, a lot of them. My son, like I've told y'all, my kid's 17. He's been holding a damn controller since he was 4 months old.
Right.
His dad was a gamer. They play together all the time. Online. They always have. He'll come home and tell me when he comes to my house, Mom, me and Dad were playing the other night. My friends were in there and this and this and that. You know, like, oh, did your dad embarrass you? Did he say, you know, whatever? And he's like, no, he just got mad because so-and-so kept killing him, you know, or whatever. But there are a lot of adults in the games, but you have to be vigilant. Right. You have to,
And I even think, I said, well, okay, I'm sorry. First off, thank you. Second of all, I said, I got to respect you. I said, I can't focus on these games. That's why I don't get in here and play with him. I've done it a couple times, but I can't. But I appreciate the fact that you're doing that as a parent. That's good. And I said, okay. And I said, this is his name. This is my name. I even gave the guy my damn phone number. I said, do me a favor. If you hear some weird shit in here while you're in here with this game, he goes, I'll call you right now, bro. I promise you I will call you right now because that's what I'm listening for too. And I kind of breathed and went, oh, that's nice to know that there's other parents that actually give two shit.
It's scary when you hand your kid a device like that and they want to play with their friends and you're hoping they just play with their friends, but you know it opens up a whole new world. That's when you really have to quit pretending bad things don't happen in the world and that predators aren't out there trying to lure your baby, because the minute you let your guard down, they're coming for your baby.
He told me that he got on there. His son was 12 his son was 12 at that time. And he said, I'll be honest with you, dude. He goes, the reason why I jumped in here is because my son told me that there was some guy talking to another kid that was in there that was 10. And he was saying, like, you probably hate your parents, huh? And stuff like that. And he said, as soon as he said that to him, his ears went up and the red lights went on. And he was like, oh, hell no. So, and he goes, but there ain't nothing in this group. This group is kind of a...
Let me just go ahead and say right now, I'm a mother of 4 children. A device has never babysat my kids. I might allow my kids to play their games and do their things. And my other boy was never a big gamer outside. My other kid was the opposite, but that game didn't raise my boy. I raised him and I taught him right from wrong. And I taught him stranger danger, internet danger. We have very honest, open conversations about what could happen to you if you tell the wrong person where you're at and they meet you. They're going to do bad things to you. I don't make my kids be
word for word
walking through the world with blinders on that everybody's great. No, you're going to understand there's some very bad people out there.
Agreed. And that's what I told Caden. Same conversation. I said, do not ever release to anybody your real name, where you live. You can let them use your gamer tag. That's that. Phone numbers, addresses, none of that. I said, because people will come here to try to hurt you. And his eyes got real big. And I said, bud, I know that sounds crazy. And I said, I'm not trying to scare you, but at the same time, I am. You need to be scared of people that will do that, because there are people out there that do that kind of stuff. And that guy, like I said, when he told me that, I was like, Jesus Christ. He goes, listen, I promise you. He goes, there's 12 people in this room. This is the only room that Caden was allowed to go in because of that game. And all the rest of the stuff, thank God, he had no idea how to get into it at that point. And I had the rest of it locked out. And he said, I sit in here every time my son plays. I listen. He goes, I've caught one person that sounded off to me. And that was the guy that was saying, yeah, I understand. I hate my parents too. But he sounded like a grown man saying it. And he goes, don't let your parents bully you and shit like that. And he was like, I spoke up, and the guy disappeared and never came back. So I don't know. But like I said, after that, I was grateful. Like I said, Caden could probably take anybody on himself now. He's such a big kid. But the point is, at those ages, you have to be paranoid. You have to be that parent. You have to worry about it. You have to be involved in it, period. So.
And while you're bullshitting, while you're letting them kids go out in that yard and play and wander around the neighborhood playing, you better know where they're at. and
Yeah.
who they're playing around when they're out in that yard. They can get hurt just as bad out there in that yard, wandering the neighborhood, as they can sitting there on that device talking to a
yeah.
stranger.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah. I still know where
Absolutely.
mine's 32 and I still like to know where he's at. I mean, I don't like stalk him, but he's 32 and I still like to know where he's at when he's gone.
That's
Just let me know where you're at. Just let me know where you're at. Let me know where you're
that
going.
that
That's
right
all I
there,
need to know.
Doodle.
I'm not trying to be, stalkerish, but just let me know where you're going.
That pisses me off to no end. I drive through the town. I live in the outskirts of town in the country, but when I drive into town, do you know how many times I've driven up and down the street, and I've stopped multiple times when I see what looks like a 3 or 4-year-old child standing in the double strip playing in the yard by herself or himself, and there's no adults anywhere, none. And I'm like, this child's gonna run in the middle of the road, or somebody's. I looked at my wife a couple times. The one time I said, that little girl, somebody's gonna take that little girl. She's literally, I don't know if you guys know what a devil strip is. We call it that here, but it's the grass. You have your front yard, the sidewalk, and then the grass in front of the sidewalk that the city owns. That is where this child was playing, right by the road. And I slowed the car down and I said, "Hey, honey, where's daddy? Where's mommy?" And points at the house. And then somebody comes out the door and I'm like, "How you doing? I was just making sure she didn't get hit by a car, blah, blah, blah." "Oh, she's fine. Thank you. She's fine." Is she? Because it would have taken 3 seconds for me to open that door and take her. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. I looked at my wife. I said, "This is what's wrong with people. Why are you in the house? And that child's out here by this road playing. And you can take the time to stand up and come to the door at that point. Sit on the porch with her. Go outside with her. Or don't put her out there. Because somebody's going to take her." That kind of stuff has happened a lot. I've seen that. I don't know how many times I've seen that kind of shit. It drives me nuts. Or 3 or 4 kids that are playing by themselves in the middle of the road that are 5 or 6 years old. That I don't care how slow the city street is, traffic wise, they're still in the middle of the damn road. It takes one time for a car to come around a corner going 60 miles an hour. Boom. Where are your parents? In the house watching TV while their kids are playing in the street when they're that small? No, guys, come on. It just drives me nuts.
I'm outside a lot. I tell these kids right here today, like today alone, I was like, look, you guys live in Florida. You better learn how to live in Florida. Y'all better plan on moving when you turn 18. You better get it together. And they're like, huh? I'm like, you act like you can't even go out the door. Man, I love outside. I can't stand being in the house all the time. If I'm in here too much, I go nuts. I have to go outside and sit.
I know all of them, Victoria. All of Caden's friends. I know every one of his friends' parents because I've talked to them all on the phone. Any friends he was close to, other than like a couple kids at school, but everybody he's ever been close to, I know their parents.
I knew all my sons. I knew all my sons' friends' parents when he was growing up, because he wasn't allowed to spend the night at the kid's house unless I knew the parents.
Right.
That was a general.
Well, there's common sense parenting, and you think that everybody has it, but they don't.
No, there's parents that listen. We were the house. I think I told you guys before. I have my kids, and then I have my other kids, which are their friends. Our house was the house that all the kids came to eat and spend the night, spend the weekend. We were the popsicle house in the neighborhood, if you know what that means. My wife always had popsicles for the neighborhood kids when they would come down and play. But we were always the house that everybody's kids came to. But before any kids were allowed to spend the night at our house, because we had 7 kids, 5 boys and 2 girls, okay? Caden wasn't involved in any of that until like the past 6-7 years. But the rest of them, they still come to our house to visit us. They're all grown adults now. They still come and visit us on holidays. They still come over just out of the whatever because we were close to them because of that kind of thing, because they had parents that didn't care. We would call. Like Will, for once. I'll just give you a name. His name's Will. He's our twins, one of their best friends. When he first started spending the night at our house, he was like, "Can I spend the night?" "Well, yeah." "Is it okay with your parents?" "Yeah, they're fine." "Did you ask them?" "Oh, I don't need to. They're fine." "Huh? What do you mean?" I said, no. You're going to call your parents and we're going to talk to your parents before you're spending the night at my house, because we don't know you like that or your parents. I'm telling you, you don't need to ask them. They're fine. They're fine. I said, well, you're not staying here unless I talk to your parents. Okay. And he got on his phone And he called and handed us the phone. I said, hi, this is such and such. He was seeing if he could spend the night here. Are you guys okay with that? I gave my name, my wife's name, where we lived, our kids' names, how old we were, and all this. And they were like, yeah. It's fine. Where are you staying? Where is this at again? Oh, I thought he was staying at such and such's house. How many places does this kid stay that you don't know? You know what I mean? And so we kind of became the guardian parents, as my mom calls us. And we had 5 or 6 other kids staying at our houses on our house on the weekends all the time. And their parents really didn't even seem to know nor care, which blows my mind. I just don't get that. So needless to say, our kids never stayed at those houses because I just didn't trust they'd be paid attention to, if that makes any sense.
My mom had 3 daughters, and all 3 of us had our best friends living at our house for the same reason that you just said those kids were at your house.
Right. That's what it was. Because we knew if those kids were with us, that they were being fed, for 1. 2, they were being paid attention to. 3, they weren't running around on the streets doing drugs, having sex, drinking, doing this and doing that, because they were being watched by us. They weren't our kids, but we cared for them like they were, period. So, and we've been thanked time and time again for being those parents. So it is what it is. Anyway.
It was mostly the one neighbor told me that she heard, and I'm not going to go into a lot of whole big detail because I don't want to get into their whole personal life. It's not my place. But a neighbor had told me that there were things that were said between, like, Chris and Katie would get into an argument, like in the driveway, and then Sebastian might come outside and Chris would raise his voice at him, either get inside or what are you doing out here, or make comments to him like that. And like I said, it wasn't like I'm going to kill you or I'm going to beat your butt. It wasn't like such a horrible thing to make a neighbor call 911. It was just a very abrasive enough to, now that he's missing, they go back and think.
So basically, it was 2 adults having a conversation. A child comes out, gets involved, and the parent says, go back inside. We're having a conversation. And she's making it to be a big deal. Okay.
Oh. Huh.
So that's kind of like, that was the kind of what you were saying when the neighbors kind of put these pieces together after the fact.
Right. It's one of those things that you go back and look and think, oh, okay, so maybe there was something to that. I just didn't realize it.
Have you ever heard anything about the mattress in the garage?
I have, and I have not been able to confirm that. I did hear that, and the neighbor next to them, when the garage door would come up for her to leave, they saw a mattress in the garage. And well, I mean, Chris admitted that there was a mattress in there. Now, he said it was for his daughter, so maybe, but why is it still in there? I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, they said on Nancy Grace that they got a new bed set after Sebastian missing. But then people are also that it's punishment. Did you? And I'm talking about
too.
Punishment aspect about Sebastian sleeping in the garage for punishment. Have you heard that?
I did hear that, but I can't confirm it because I have not talked to the neighbors that live next to them that were the ones that said that. I don't know for a fact they said that. But my thing is, and again, I'm not trying to put anything blame on them at all because I don't know them, don't know anything about their personal story, have no idea. I can't confirm any of this, but I just know that I'm surprised that the mattress has been in the garage that long. I mean, if the mattress is for your child, wouldn't it have been put away or put in the, I mean, why is it still in the garage and not in the child's bedroom? And 2, the daughter, Faith, I don't ever remember her being there. Like, if she was there, I mean, maybe one summer. I mean,
once again, how does she know any of this shit?
She doesn't.
I mean, the way she's explaining this, she makes it sound like she stands there and stalks their house to know all this shit.
And 2, where else if you had a mattress and an extra bed and you just haven't put it in Faith's room yet, where else would you keep it? The garage.
That's all that sounds like to me, is that they've been dealing with the fact that they have a missing child rather than rearranging a bedroom. Faith isn't there. They probably don't know when she's coming at this point, so that's why it hasn't been really bothered with. This is ridiculous. This part is. I'm sorry.
I'm just surprised that she would have a brand new mattress if she's not there very much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she didn't even have a mattress, and that's the first one.
You spoke earlier about a silhouette and a light
Oh,
inside
yeah.
the house. Talk a little bit about that, 'cause some people were asking that in the chat. What's that all about?
Okay, so if I go back to day one and kind of rehash a little bit, trying to make this as short as possible, the neighbor close by that saw Katie out front on the way to taking her kids to school, she was the one that called me. Friends, I'm good friends with her. She's the one that actually called me and told me what was going on. And said that I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I went and asked Katie what happened. And she said, and this is where the story gets totally misconstrued. I don't know. Again, third party, I'm hearing this from another third party source. So, I trust this lady. She's a good friend of mine. There's no reason why she would lie. But she said, what Katie they had gotten home from Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in her room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room.
Okay. Hold on a minute. So this woman told her that she saw this through the Ring camera. Am I wrong?
She said that when you look, or I think the woman with the Ring camera or whoever, I don't know if she sees it through the Ring camera because it's a little confusing, but from what I'm thinking, she's saying she can see there's lights on in the house.
Around
But
10
how
or
do y'all know who was in the kitchen and who was in? Katie's telling the lady the story this now.
Katie's in the kitchen, then goes in the living room. Sebastian's in his room. Okay. I'm guessing
That's what Katie told the neighbor claims. That's what Katie's telling her.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Why she would lie. But she said what Katie they had gotten home from Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in her room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room and does whatever, watches TV. She says she was studying. I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. She was in the living room for whatever reason. And she told my neighbor that she fell asleep and
Say that again. You broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
She this thunk, and she yelled across the house and said, Sebastian. And he said, yes, mom. And she said, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. Go to bed. And she said, okay. So she gets up, and my neighbor said, you can actually see his light go off, her walking across the house, her light go off, and then a silhouette come up to the window for a minute. And then everything just goes black.
What time was that again? Because you cut out.
I'm sorry. I know my son was calling me. Okay, so she woke up around 11:30 is what she told my neighbor, that she woke up about 11:30, and apparently he was still up. But I find it odd because my thought is, and again, none of my business. I just think, okay, put yourself in that position. If I have a child who's got special needs and I hear a thump, I'm gonna walk into my child. No, let me put it this way.
Oh
My kids are
God.
very healthy and normal. I'm very blessed to have very healthy kids. But if it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night and my kid has to be up at 6 the next morning, I'm going to be in their room yelling at them and taking their electronics away and telling them, go to bed now. That I would be walking in my kid's room. Even where my kids are now, healthy and average children, whatever, no problems. If I heard a thunk, I'm probably still going to go in their room and ask, like, what in the world was that? I wouldn't just stay. But, hey, maybe she trusts him. Maybe she thought it was no big deal. I don't know, whatever. But that's what she told my neighbor. And then she goes to bed.
11:30 though. That information is not really out there. We keep hearing 10 p.m. kind of deal. Put them to bed. Hear the thump. Are you okay? Good night. 10 p.m.
Right.
But this is what she told a neighbor.
That's right. That's right. And when I asked my neighbor, so she told me this Monday. And then when the sheriff's office came by our house to do the same door knocking thing and walking around and whatever, I asked the sheriff, I said, let me ask you a question. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I know early on investigation, they actually were talking to us. Like day 1 and 2, they were talking to us. So they were giving us information. They were telling us kind of what they were going to do and whatever. And then after about a week of it, they just shut down and never would talk again. The day that the TBI came in, that was it. No more discussion. It's shut down. We're not talking about it. You're just going to have to be in the dark. So, but this day 2, when the sheriff's office came in, no, I'm sorry, the state troopers came in. Still don't know why state troopers got there. Haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know why state troopers would be there, but state troopers.
Weren't we asking about that at one point? If the state was involved? I thought we
State
were.
troopers were involved. They brought in the helicopters.
Yeah, they have their own stuff that they bring.
Thank you, Doodle. And yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you. But that's what I'm saying. And we brought that up, and one of you guys threw that back and said, yeah, they brought in the choppers and stuff like that. So that's right. Thank you.
And Metro had mounted patrol.
Yeah, that I remember. I just remember somebody asking about state patrol, and then there's that. So, okay. I love the way she keeps saying that my kids are healthy and they're fine. I hate that. That drives me nuts.
And if I have to hear one more mother talk about how she gonna go check on that thunk. Man, when my kid was 15, I'm like, boy, what the hell you doing in there?
And he responded,
cut it out and go to bed.
That's it.
Okay,
That's
Mom.
all you have to do. He's
I mean, I might go check it if it's super loud or if I'm already up walking toward that way. But if I'm not, I'm in my bed. Boy, shut up in there and go to bed.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I said that today to somebody else. I still can't get past the fact that she didn't go check on a thunk. He's not 5. He's not 10.
No. If he yells back, I'm okay, Mom. I mean, did he sound like he was in distress?
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. Mother's parents here. If it sounded like a normal, I'm okay, then you go to bed and he goes to bed. End of story. I'm a little curious about what the big deal is about the silhouette by the window. But whatever.
So what we got a whole neighborhood of nosy ass neighbors, but yet nobody saw nothing.
Agreed.
Apparently y'all saw a lot, but you didn't see the right stuff.
Yeah. Well, let me get something here real quick.
Broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
She roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in her room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room and does whatever, watches TV. She says she was studying. I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. She was in the living room for whatever reason. And she told my neighbor that she fell asleep and
say that again. You broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
Is that lady's phone snoring?
This thunk, and she yelled across.
What'd you say?
It sounds like something is snoring. I keep hearing it. I don't know if it's JLR or her phone or what it is.
It's not me. I don't know. I can't hear it, but Could have been. Could have been.
Across the house and said, Sebastian. And he said, yes, mom. And she said, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. Go to bed. And she said, okay. So she gets up, and my neighbor said, you can actually see his light go off, her walking across the house, her light go off, and then a silhouette come up to the window for a minute. And then everything just goes black.
What time was that again? Because you cut out.
I'm sorry. I know my son was calling me. Okay, so she woke up around 11:30 is what she told my neighbor, that she woke up about 11:30, and apparently he was still up. But I find it odd, because my thought is, and again, none of my business, I just think, okay, put yourself in that position. If I have a child who's got special needs and I hear a thump, I'm going to walk into my child. No, let me put it this way. My kids are all very healthy and normal. I'm very blessed to have very healthy kids. But if it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night and my kid has to be up at 6 the next morning, I'm going to be in their room yelling at them and taking their electronics away and telling them, go to bed now. That I would be walking in my kid's room. Even where my kids are now, healthy and average children, whatever, no problems. If I heard a thunk, I'm probably still going to go in their room and ask, like, what in the world was that? I wouldn't just stay. But, hey, maybe she trusts him. Maybe she thought it was no big deal. I don't know, whatever. But that's what she told my neighbor. And then she goes to bed.
11:30 though. That information is not really out there. We keep hearing 10 p.m. kind of deal. Put them to bed. Hear the thump. Are you okay? Good night. 10 p.m.
Right.
But this is what she told a neighbor.
That's right. That's right. And when I asked my neighbor, so she told me this Monday. And then when the sheriff's office came by our house to do the same door knocking thing and walking around and whatever, I asked the sheriff, I said, let me ask you a question. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I know early on investigation, they actually were talking to us. Like day 1 and 2, they were talking to us. So they were giving us information. They were telling us kind of what they were going to do and whatever. And then after about a week of it, they just shut down and never would talk again. The day that the TB,
because they realized you were nosy and twisted shit all around. So that's probably why I stopped talking to you, honestly.
I came in, that was it. No more discussion. It shut down. We're not talking about it. You're just going to have to be in the dark. So, but this day 2, when the sheriff's office came in, no, I'm sorry, the state troopers came in. Still don't know why state troopers got there. Haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know why state troopers would be there. But state troopers came in. Actually, they came into my driveway because they were rinsing their shoes off. They had gone into the construction area and his boots were all muddy. And so he and my son were rinsing his shoes off. And I looked at him and I said, let me ask you a question. He's like, what's that? And I said, if you'd fallen asleep in the living room and your kid walks out the front door, wouldn't you have heard that? And he was like, not only would I have heard that, but I would have jumped up with my gun in my hand to figure out who's coming in my house.
Oh, hell, hold up.
Because that's the thing is, like, she falls.
So you got a cop that just got his boots muddy. You're going to, how you already know some details like that, lady, this early on when this just happening. And now you're going to question this cop. We don't know. I've already said this. I'm in my room right now. I have a fan with white noise on in the background. Right. I'm not going to hear my kid walk out that front door, unfortunately. But right now we got a house full of little kids in here, right? There's 5 little kids in this house right now. Every door in this house is locked up dead tight. I got a dog in there too. My bedroom door will be open before I go to sleep. I'm in and out of there all night. I can see and hear these little kids. But with little kids, you don't want one to walk out, right? But when they're older like this and you're in your bedroom, and I've thought about this all my life as a parent. Will I hear that door open if it opens? You cannot guarantee you will.
Right. And do you really think a state trooper told her that he'd be up with his gun in his hand?
Yeah, right.
Come on now. Come on.
I live in the South. We're going to be up with a gun in our hand, baby girl. We're going to be up with a gun in our hand. But come on, that's besides the point. I'm not going to hear that front door open, and I may not hear it shut. Because if my kid is as good as me, you will not hear that door open and shut.
This is a newer house. It doesn't have an old ass door like I do on my house.
Right.
Unless there's a door alarm that beeps when the door opens. No. Why
Yeah,
would
if you don't
hear
have that alarm or a creaky old door, you may not hear it at all.
And if her room is on the other side of the house from where the door is, based on what we understand, come on now. No, you're not going to hear that shit. Sorry. Ugh. Jesus.
Asleep on the couch and her kid just walks at the door. But then when I asked my neighbor about that again, called her the next day, I'm like, okay, explain this to me. This is what you said. I don't understand that. And she said, oh, well, she woke up and then heard the thump and that kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, it goes with all that in the evening time. At the same time, like you said, no evidence that any neighbors or anyone seen that he actually returned home that day. And then we also have that lights, those lights. It's just a mystery in a sense, because those mysteries. Someone asked it. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say those were not trash trucks.
I concur. But why did authorities say it doesn't have any evidentiary value?
I asked that when I called the lead detective, and I flat out told him that I know the neighbor. I've seen the video footage from the very beginning before it was edited. She told me with her own mouth, looking at it herself, there are two separate occasions, car, then truck. Why is that? We've had it. He argued with me and told me that he had it broken down. The Secret Service looked at it and they confirmed that in fact it was a trash truck. And I said, I'm telling you, it was not. He said, well,
so she knew more than the damn fucking Secret Service.
Somebody said in the chat, any video footage of Katie searching for Sebastian that morning? Like, do they have any, since you have a neighbor that has a Ring camera, did any cameras pick up Katie actually out there searching that morning before?
If she, oh, you mean before all the police got there?
Yeah.
So the neighbor that was leaving to go take her well, actually the neighbor's camera did pick up her walking around her house.
She already told you the story, JLR.
Yeah, because in the neighbor, if you're looking to her house, the neighbor to the left of them, that the wife came out and was actually looking there's like a little like a wood door underneath the house. What do you call that underneath the house? The crawl space. They actually opened up that door and were looking in the crawl space together. And so they were looking, but as far as outside of the neighborhood, I've never seen them, and they've never, no, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I asked my kids, and my kids said they had never seen her, never seen him. They did see Seth was out there a couple of times with everybody. He was at the command post. I have a good friend that was there in the command post, and she confirmed that he was at the command post. But I asked her, I said, did you see Katie or Chris or the Bowers Hawks? And she said, no, never saw any of them.
She has a lot of good
then
friends.
again, she said, but I mean, law enforcement did ask them to stay home in case he came home or called. So there's that.
Do you think law enforcement exhausted the whole area? Like, do you think they did a thorough search of the entire neighborhood and the streets along Long Hollow Pike and in the school? Do you think they?
Oh yeah. I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. They were deep in. They were climbing in the trenches and looking in the sewage areas. And then they had dogs everywhere. They had drones everywhere. The question is, what are they doing with whatever evidence they collected, and what are they doing with the surveillance cameras? Because what I'm told that neighbors saw, they're denying.
They're denying.
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Exactly. I don't know. That was what I asked. I have no idea.
Because it's an investigation and it's not everybody's business while they're investigating it. Oh my God.
It's you would think at this point people would wrap their heads around it, but here we are.
Understand why people can't understand that this is an ongoing investigation. They're not going to tell you anything that, especially somebody like this that likes to do this, is going to go tell everybody else. Come on now. Jesus
I mean, I
Christ.
wish they would come out and tell us more, and no matter how bad I wish they would, don't mean they are.
I agree.
After a while, in every investigation I become involved with or start following, after a couple of months, I get tired of law enforcement. I'll be honest. I get tired of the rhetoric. I get tired of the standard, blah, blah, blah. But, what am I going to do? Run to Tennessee and fight them? I fought the law and the law won.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
See
I don't
what
understand.
what I find interesting, Miss Bobby, is I was up there a week and a half later, and then we were searching and on that federal property, and there was a dog hit, and law enforcement didn't even go out there to look at all. It's as if they didn't even care that there could be.
I would
think that they would look. It seems like they've already made up their mind or have a conclusion of what happened to Sebastian.
That is exactly how I have felt since the first week. Literally the first week. Within day. I mean, and a lot of people would get on Facebook and belittle our neighborhood and yell at us like, why aren't you guys out looking, and why aren't you guys have signs, and why don't you have, if I was in that neighborhood I would flood it with green. And yeah, but you haven't been violated, and you were a part of this where you have hundreds of cars a day driving up and down and taking
Wait.
of your house and stopping and asking you questions, and the news reporters.
She been violated.
She's been violated now. Yeah, that's
She's not. I'm so tired of people and their triggers and their feel sorry for me attitudes in this world. Honey, you're not violated. You're violating stuff right now, but I'm a hush.
their neighborhood's been violated because a child went missing, and it's interrupted their daily.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm so sorry for her and what they've been through. My Lord.
I know. The extra cars on their street and having to see law enforcement officers around.
I'd be out there every day, like, come on, people, let's go find this baby. Let's just get 100%. This on.
Yep. Wow, this is crazy.
Being out front of your house, and you don't understand where we are, and we just want to just have some.
Oh wait, kind of like where Chris was when he asked her to quit coming down his road.
Questions. We're talking to each other. We're on social media. We hang out flyers. Whatever. We're just not. We don't. Why do we need a sign when we're in the neighborhood? I mean, we live here, for heaven's sakes. Why do we need a sign? I mean, we know what's going on. If you drive through here, this neighborhood belongs to him. Why do we need a sign to say look for him? But anyway,
why does that bother you so bad?
So they need a sign in case there's a delivery driver or someone that is not living in that neighborhood that comes to the neighborhood that may see his face and then see him on another street, lady.
Right, but why does this bother her so bad? This is ridiculous.
Because she's being called. Because the people who want to come out and yell the loudest for everybody to do something are not the ones doing anything but running the mouth. And she's one of them.
And complaining about people being in your neighborhood, but yet you're on a panel of a man that was in your neighborhood, took pictures of the grandparents' vehicle, took pictures of them in and out of the house. What are they doing in and out of the house?
Right.
I'll mute.
This is ridiculous. Why do we need a sign? We know he lives here. Why do we need to hear you? Jesus.
Because she needs her 5 minutes of fame.
Oh, Kimber was right.
That's
Kimber, you sleep?
Probably. Doodle says, I want to know if she knows a heifer on a horse. Doodle's still going back to this. Going back to this Carrie Foster on the horse. She won't let that one go, which I don't blame you. It's a little crazy to me too. This is just over a damn sign. Grow up, lady. God.
I feel like from the very beginning, it was a massive search effort. But I just don't understand what they did with, if they found anything, what they did with it. Why are they trying to act like the footage, did they find anything on the footage? From what I'm being told from my neighbors that saw stuff on the footage, and I asked them and they want to deny it, they want to argue with me. Why are they? And then when the TBI came and actually walked into my house, sitting in my living room couch and interviewed me, and I told them what I had heard and whatever. And then after that, he gave me his card and said, oh, and I promise you, I had 12 people every day for about 3 weeks from random places. I'm talking Canada, I'm talking UK, I'm talking Hawaii, Puerto Rico. They were trying to get into our private group. Why do you need to be in our private group? Why do you need to be in our neighborhood group?
Gotcha.
Just wanting to know stuff? I don't know. But I mean, we had
Oh,
just they were coming out of the woodworks trying to get a piece of the information.
So she don't want nobody to be as nosy as she is, but it's okay for her.
right? Coming out of the woodworks wanting a piece of the information. JLR, can I get this lady's phone number?
Mm-hmm. I want to ask her all sorts of questions now.
Me too. I'm gonna go get in that Facebook group so I can talk to her tomorrow.
Right.
I won't get
I think
bored.
if she starts a channel, it's going to be Nosy Nelly True Crime. There it is, right there, folks. Look for that channel to be up and
Y'all
coming.
ain't right. None of y'all ain't right. Y'all cracking me up.
I'm just so over this shit. It's crazy. But anyway, keep on going.
But they just shut down. And every time I would send the TBI agent, I sent him the story about what happened to my son and I, and said I had it on, video, whatever. And I said, do you want to see this? And, he didn't even respond to me. He didn't even respond and say, I will let you know, hold on to that. Nothing. I didn't even get a response from him.
Weird.
I called.
It seems as if they already know something and everything else in their mind is irrelevant. It's weird.
That's how I felt. That's how I feel. I can't prove it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's how I feel. And that's what a lot of us feel like. I mean, a lot of us feel like I had 4 or 5 of my neighbors come over to my house one day, and we sat in my house and talking about all this and kind of sharing stories and stuff of what we feel. And we all feel like something is going on.
An investigation.
The neighborhood gossip group. Hey, yes. Oh my!
That's
yes,
what's
I'm
going
eating
on.
dried. It's an investigation. I know it's driving them nuts because they can't get any information out of law enforcement. That's the problem, and they can't get past the level of knowledge that they are. So you don't deserve any more just because you live in the neighborhood. Sorry.
So
Right,
I grew up on a road that was family owned. Like the top of the road is named by one of my family members. And my grandfather used to call my grandmother the old possum because you'd drive down the road and you'd see her standing over the window at the kitchen sink looking. And
Right.
if you wanted to know somebody's business, you just ask my mama. She could everybody's business.
And this woman lives on the next street over. Am I wrong?
Yeah, next street, top of the hill, but she's also the she admins the neighborhood Facebook page, so she know everybody.
Oh, this is an HOA, Karen. Holy shit! Wow. Okay.
I told you she's a neighborhood police.
Wow.
The neighborhood popo.
Good God.
The kind I'd be like, mind your own business, lady.
This is the one that I told you guys. This is the type of person whose kids can't stand her, whose husband is irritated by her, and that's why she does these things. Period. I'm telling you, I've seen this before. Wow. Unreal. Like, Bobby, leave it alone, hon. Go sit down, please. Nobody needs to know. Stop talking to everybody. Go sit down. Kids are like, good God, Mom, are you done yet? Are you done with this yet?
Remind me of another mom I know whose kids probably got tired of her.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I'm sorry.
You're absolutely right. Yep. It's okay, Doodle. You're fine.
Isn't right.
Miss Bobby, somebody in the chat asked if when you had that neighborhood vigil for Sebastian, were the prophets invited?
Oh yeah, it was all over our Facebook page.
So they knew.
Absolutely. Well, if they were in and we had planned it a week before, so it's not like it was last.
She stopped right there before she answered her own question. If they were in the Facebook, which they probably weren't, and which is why they didn't see the invite, okay? Oh, my God.
Minute, throw it together. It was, a matter of fact, one of the neighbors that helped me organize it, she actually had posted it on her profile, like just on her as a posting, and just said, I'd love to have a vigil. Let me know if anybody is doing one. And I messaged her and said, hey, why don't we do this in our neighborhood? That way the family can come as well, and it can just be our private neighbors. And she's like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. So I put it on the Facebook page as a post. I tagged her in it, and I said, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is where we're going to be. And then several people posted asking what time. We kind of kept going back and forth about what day, what time, and whatever. So did we go to their door and knock on their door and personally invite them? No, but we didn't do that with anybody, and we had a big group show up.
And they knew it. One was existing. Instead, you said they brought 2 representatives, family members.
That's the other thing is that's the other thing is, for a fact they knew because they sent the family.
Yeah. What did the family say? Like who the people that you said that came? Uncle and aunt, right? Uncle and aunt, they said?
Yes.
What did they say anything? Did they talk? They
didn't really talk much. They just kind of stood there and listened to us, introduce ourselves, and we went around the circle. It was quite a big circle. We went around the circle, and everybody, said their prayer and whatever. And then afterwards, we just kind of said, hey, do you guys need anything? And we said, do we need food? Can we set up a food train for you? Or, is there, do you need anything? And they both said, oh, we've got a lot of support.
Digging for info. No, Doodle. Your nose is nowhere near as big as hers. Don't worry. You're fine. You look way better than she does. No worries.
We're good. We're fine. Don't worry about us. We're good. We got plenty of support.
Does somebody asked in the chat, does the Proudfoots have security? Did the neighbor, did you guys know if they had, because Katie worked at Brinks, right? Or Brinks.
Oh, good Lord. We still asking this question.
The very first thing I asked my neighbor when she told me that Sebastian is on the spectrum, and I said, hold on a minute. Doesn't she work for Brinks? And she said, yes. And I said, she has a special needs child. She works for Brinks. Does she not have security or locks or some kind of like a safety, something to keep him from coming out? And she said, not that I'm aware of. Now, the people before them, I do not believe they had security. They were elderly couple, so I don't even know if they cared. But apparently they didn't, because then Brinks came afterwards and installed. And I know that for a fact because she called me and said, well, they're getting security now. And I think Chris said that was because they felt like they were being threatened and all that kind of stuff, which I can't prove or deny, whatever. That's up to them. That's their business. But from what I understand, they did not have anything before that.
So, interesting. Very, very interesting. Has the Proudfoots been back at their home? Like, are they there?
She has been. I think she went back to work because she's been home and her van comes and goes. I think Chris came in one weekend. I don't know, but I've kind of just stopped. Like I would drive by once every, just to see, if they were there, because they were there. And it was just like, and Katie's right. I heard her say that they were trying to leave to kind of give us a break because we were getting overwhelmed. We were all getting very upset and very overwhelmed with all the traffic and stuff. And, I do remember her saying,
are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
Excuse my language. That pissed me off. Okay. So Katie left to give you a break. Her child's missing. So therefore, there's people in your fucking neighborhood that are trying to help find this child. And it's given, you need to have a break from this.
Yeah. And you're going to give Katie a hard time for leaving. But yet she left because, give us a little bit of a break, because we were violated.
God.
They were violated. So
I'm telling you.
I can't with fucking adults no more. I'm sorry.
These people are so fucking.
I think I'm gonna go to kids' YouTube and just hang out there.
I know I don't swear like this, guys, but I'm so mad right now after she just said that. These people are so entitled. Who do you think you are?
Well, Dago, it's more the same. Coming out, giving your opinions versus a fact, giving statements or commenting on conversations and rumors and this and that and the other. She's doing,
oh my God,
the same thing that Seth unfortunately has done, and Chris and Katie as well. Not Katie so much, but even Chris, when he come out and says something, you got the people going after that.
Everybody going after what says, and then here she gonna come put her 2 cents in. But you contradict yourself when you start coming out and trying to share what you feel is important. And then you start going down the, well, we were violated, and it's a chaotic, and Kaylee, she left to give us a break. But then you come back with these other weird statements.
So these people are sitting in this Facebook group bitching and complaining because of all the traffic and the law enforcement, this and that, helicopters. And I'm sure that was seen by the Proudfoots in this group if they were in there. Wow.
Chris said it early on when he finally was coming out and speaking. He even said that, or a long time ago, that the neighbors had gotten upset at all the traffic,
that makes me sick.
All of the YouTubers, all the things that were going down. And Chris said that a long time ago.
What a joke! You people need to get I go back and watch this video.
And I'm sorry, if a child was missing in my neighborhood, I would
I'd
not
be
feel
all about
violated, and I wouldn't care how long that law enforcement present was there, or
100%.
or the news crews or anybody. They're not coming in my yard. They're not turning the camera toward me. I didn't do nothing, but you need to be here all day if you want to be. I could care less.
Even if they did come in my yard, if it's helping to find this child,
exactly.
I don't care. Like, you need to get over yourself. Good God.
That's a little ridiculous when you're talking about a missing child for the neighborhood to feel that upset. I mean, I get upset.
Tell you one thing,
strangers like JLR stalking your neighborhood, but
and you wonder why they didn't show up at your stupid ass vigil. I'll tell you right now, when he comes home, I bet you they move, and if they don't, I'll be recommending it because I wouldn't want to stay in that neighborhood. These people are just disgusting. I'm sorry. God, get over yourself.
For recognizing that. However, I was really shocked because I felt like that if my kid was missing,
here we go.
I don't want to say I would handle it differently because I don't ever want to be put in that situation, and I don't want to make karma come after me. But I can't imagine leaving my house if my child was missing.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's been called out by that. I mean, she's claiming that she can't wait for him to come into the door, Bubba, and but
I'm not her.
Over to
I'm not her, and I can't. I'm not gonna say that she did the wrong thing because I have no business saying that. I'm just surprised. I do appreciate the fact that she did recognize that we were getting overwhelmed with traffic and whatnot. So I do appreciate that, but and we were, but I would just think that, maybe Chris goes back to work and she stays there just in case. But, everybody handles things differently. And if that's what she felt like she needed to do, then, who am I to judge that?
But they haven't, since this incident happened, they really don't come out at all, interact with anybody that you know of.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen them interact with a neighbor very close to them a couple of times, be out talking to one of the neighbors. But I have not seen them out talking to anybody else.
There's rumors
do you blame them?
There's rumors that they might be moving. You know anything about that? Have you heard? Is there?
I've heard that so many times, and there's no confirmation of that.
Interesting.
I've asked we have a couple of realtors in our neighborhood, and I've asked them, and they've not. It's like I have not heard any confirmation of that.
Has one more thing, has the detectives or authorities ever go back to their house, like in certain time, like maybe like a week or 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing? Have they ever returned to the home?
Oh yeah, they came back. What was it, week 2 or 3? They came back and basically started it all over again. Started the searching all over again, and they also reenacted the whole scene, and they started at 10 o'clock Sunday night ish. Was it something like that? Sunday night, going into the early the next morning to see if they could kind of retrace each one of the steps and everything that happened.
Type of deal?
Or yeah.
Interesting, but nothing seems like got their evidence and got something out of that possibly.
If they did, they're not telling us.
They're not. How's the neighborhood now?
I think it's getting better. I mean, I'm noticing a lot of neighbors are getting out more and walking dogs again and talking. And I think people think that we're all huddled together talking about everything that's going on. And it's not like that at all. I think we're all just trying to stay out of it, trying to give them their space and kind of stay away from everything. And we just don't, I know for me, I don't want to get into their personal business. I just don't want to be that.
Oh, but you have.
A little too late for that there, lady. Sorry.
There you
Jesus.
go. Lord. She might irritate me a little more than Seth now.
Uh-huh. Like I'd like to have a full-blown conversation with her face to face and just watch her reaction with her big old bulbous nose. Stay out of people's business. God.
Neighbor that's all like super nosy and thinks that she knows everything, because I don't know what happened. I don't understand. This kid did not just vanish. He just
Yeah, he
didn't.
did.
But does any neighbors think it was a kidnapping or like think their children are in
Well,
danger?
so that was the very first thing I asked on Wednesday when TBI came and sat down with me and talked to me. And I looked at her, I said, I get that you guys are being super quiet about this because it is still an investigation. However, if this kid was kidnapped, don't you think you might want to tell us so that we can kind of lock our kids up and, be safe or whatever? And she, instead of her, and I guess is, again, part of the investigation, she said, well, you should always do that.
That's interesting. Yeah, they have a responsibility. I mean, if one of their theories is Sebastian got kidnapped, and they never said Sebastian was kidnapped.
But there was there were no cars that came up their street and then left up their street and left. The only car that was ever seen was the one that was on Kellen, that parked on the corner of Stafford and Kellen for about 3 or 5 minutes, where the flashlights came towards it, backed up and left. And then the trash truck. And
Okay, so now, this is what I was not clear of. So this car, she said, came up and parked on the corner of Kellen and Stafford for about 3 to 4 minutes. Then the flashlights went up to the car, and then the car backed up and left.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's supposedly, allegedly, an Uber car.
Right.
And where do we know that from? Who said that was an Uber car? Did TBI come out and say
Does
that
anybody remember where that came from exactly? Because if this was an Uber, here's my thing with this, okay? If this was an Uber that was taking these two people to the airport, supposedly, why would it park on the corner of the intersection of the road?
Who said it was taking people to the airport? Where did we get there was an Uber car, and how do we know it was taking people to the airport? Did y'all talk to these people?
That's the problem right there. In the very beginning, I think it was the end of the first week, maybe the beginning of the second week, there was talk that it was being flowed through the vines out here. You know how that goes.
Okay, yeah, that's talk. So we don't know. We have no concrete information about an Uber car being in that neighborhood. Confirmed by law enforcement. So to me, that's still a random car at this point then.
Right. And this is why I've always thought that they had a vehicle, because an Uber that's picking somebody up to take them to the airport is going to pull into the driveway of the address that they're picking them up for. Am I wrong?
Or directly in front of the home. They're not going to be on the corner telling you to come down with flashlights and find me. No.
No, that's stupid as hell. Kellen in Stratford, right? That is crazy. Which is the corner of Kellen and Stratford, where those roads meet together. How many doors down is that to get to the Proudfoots home?
I think there's 18 houses between Sebastian's and the very front of that neighborhood.
Okay, so that's okay. Got you.
Because I counted how many how many houses you got to walk past if you left via the front of the neighborhood. Now, if you turn down Kellen and go back toward the pond, of course, there's more houses. But once you turn into that neighborhood onto Stafford, or onto Kellen, rather, Stafford's the first left right there. So it's literally right there. I mean, it's not like far into the neighborhood.
And the only reason why I'm questioning this vehicle is because if the car were to pull onto the road, the way it's explained is that the car pulled to the top of the street there, stopped, waited 3 or 4 minutes, and then backed out of the neighborhood I'm just catching this as a whim, as to not pull into the neighborhood and not be seen on any cameras that are in that neighborhood. That's
right. Exactly. It didn't pull all the way in, then down the road and turn around and leave again. It backed out.
Wow,
That's
that's to me that's suspicious.
it is, and that's the only reason why it's on my radar at that point,
Yeah.
because that's something somebody would do to avoid that situation. Okay, so
And you can believe TBI is aware of that vehicle. Now they're the ones that need to confirm to me if that's an Uber or not. I don't care what YouTube
exactly.
tells me.
And this is going back to what we've talked about a possible car being known. This has to be, in my opinion, if this is true, this is what I'm guessing this is, that they know but they don't know. You know what I mean? So, and I doubt that it's a white Elantra, Terry. I doubt it, but
And
who knows nowadays?
an endangered child is generally a runaway
Mm-hmm.
when it has been upgraded to an Amber Alert. And being what I do, I'm very educated since I've went through the training with Nick Mick on how this works. So in order to have an Amber Alert, you have to have a description of the child, a description of the abductor, or a vehicle in order to obtain an Amber Alert. There are guidelines. There is a possibility to get an Amber Alert, but it is like jumping through flaming hoops without those 3 details to get an Amber Alert of a child.
Right.
Because if you look back at how an Amber Alert got started, that is the guidelines that fall under the history of an Amber Alert.
Yes, ma'am.
This same
And-
woman is on Terry Lynn's right now. Oh, so she's making her rounds now. Okay.
Oh wow. If mom has tried to explain that point so many times, and it has fallen on deaf ears so many times.
Mm-hmm.
And the information is out there. I've posted the information. Mom has shared the information. You can go directly to websites and pull up the criteria. Instead,
Mhm.
we're going to sit around in a YouTube live stream for 3 hours and debate this Amber Alert when it's a pretty clear cut picture. But nobody wants to believe that could happen, and I don't know why. I get the drama, I get the suspicion, I get the craziness of these parents. Get it. I lived through Idaho, so I've seen it all. But that don't mean anything. It doesn't mean that
I'm
a
sorry.
predator.
The way you say that, I lived through Idaho. It's like we survived the Idaho 4K. You know what I mean? That's a damn
Yeah,
shame.
and this has even gone. I would say this Dago has took a step further.
Oh yeah, it's gone above and beyond. I agree with that. I said
And
that last
it's
week.
because they're two set, because one's a criminal
Right.
case, one is a missing child case, but they're both almost the same in a lot of aspects.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's sad if YouTube's going to treat every case that comes along like that. But you can't help it when you got one person coming out and around their mouth. But that didn't start like that. It started with everybody critiquing the mother of this child.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
people are going to have their opinions and their views, and then he comes out and it fuels the fire, and none of it's like, now here we're in this crazy spot. But this car is interesting to me
It is very
because
interesting.
if I can't tie Katie to this yet, law enforcement can't do it. They can't do it with Seth, so I got to look other places. I cannot obsess my mind with trying to catch these two and trick them into telling me on YouTube they did it, when there's a real possibility the real person that's got him is watching all of this play out and laughing, enjoying every fucking minute of it. Because while this is going down, maybe no one's got their eyes on me after all. That's what
Right.
the person could be thinking.
Agreed.
Hopefully TBI is
B
thinking
says-
differently.
B in chat says Ellie actually came out and said that they issued an Amber Alert because of the amount of hours that had gone by. I understand that. But again, this is an open investigation. Law enforcement is not required to give us any information.
Nope.
No. Not even a little bit. No, that's very true.
And for some of us, this is not our first missing persons case, not
No.
our first missing child's case, not our first police investigation case. We've been,
Right.
you gotta look at other things that have happened in other cases. They're all going to be different, but could have very real similarities. And Mom and I have sat and discussed it, how many mothers are responsible for this kind of thing, but how many are just as not responsible, right? And even like Dago we bring up Elizabeth Smart. We only do that because that is a real case that really happened where that child was snatched in the middle of her night out of her bed, gone for 9 months, hidden in plain sight. Her father was destroyed in mainstream media. This was before
Right.
social media. That man never backed down. I will give it to Ed Smart till the day he dies. He stood his ground. He didn't care what anybody had to say about him. He was going to find his daughter with or without you. But he
Mhm.
didn't come out and cuss people. He didn't come out and accuse people. He came out to defend himself and his family and tell you to F off, basically. But he was a Christian man, so he didn't use those words. What he
Right.
did do was never back down. He never went to his house, tucked tail, and shut the door and said, "Oh, I can't go out there. It's scary."
Exactly.
He
Exactly.
did it. I would have done the same thing.
I agree. And we only use that as a reference point to talk about the fact that this is how this happened with her. It could have happened with him too. You know, to give people the idea to look at this in different angles, but still. I'm very interested in the car. I gotta say that right now. I'm very interested in this car because we've talked about a car already a couple times, quite a few times actually, and now to hear it like
Well,
this
it's
is
the
a
only thing that
different.
makes sense, Dago. If he left that neighborhood, he had to
Yeah,
leave in a car.
that's bingo,
I
and
don't
that
care. Yeah, if he went out the front of the neighborhood, back by the pond at Ward, he left that neighborhood in a vehicle if he didn't wander out into those woods.
and here's the thing, folks, and I'm not telling you to think any certain type of way on this. Please don't think that, but she's very adamant about talking to the owner of this video that we saw from Nick Barris. Okay. They are very adamant about telling us that it's nothing but a garbage truck. I understand why they're doing that. If this is what they have, if this is the only evidence they have is this one car, they don't want that person to be spooked. They don't want the integrity to be broken about that part of this case. Okay. So they're doing their job. This woman doing what she's doing is in a sense probably spoiling that and causing a problem, but
Well,
whatever.
she is. She thinks
Yeah.
she's feeding into a narrative about these parents,
Right.
not realizing she's out here telling quite the opposite of what Ellie is
Causing a
saying.
problem. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
causing a problem. And this is dangerous. Who just said that? Was it Chronicles of the Shady? Yeah, this gets dangerous because we don't know if that car is related to this, and if that car is, that person could be the person that has Sebastian, and if that person now feels threatened that somebody may know who they are, that's when dangerous things happen, folks. That's the problem with stuff like this. So Jesus. But I'm very interested in this vehicle because now see that right there, all the things that we have not been able to make sense out of, like how he just disappeared into thin air, will give a little bit of understanding to this case at that point, if that's the issue. So I'd like to know more about this. Not that we ever will, but I'm just saying I definitely would be interested.
And then Katie's SUV, and then the police, or then the school bus, and then the police. So there was no other car that ever drove up Stafford.
Was it a car that the lights
That
went
was
to, or like an SUV or a car? Like what type of vehicle was it?
I don't know. I don't remember. It just the words that where I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told. It was an unidentified car. And that was another thing is when I asked the lead detective, I said, this car that was on Kellen, he was like, yeah, we already figured that out. That was an Uber. And I was like, no, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go to the airport. I know that. But the car why would a car sit on Kellen if they were going up the street to get the customer to leave? I mean, you don't, it backed up and left. And then the trash truck, and then Katie's SUV, and then the police, or then the school bus, and then the police. So there was no other car that ever drove up Stafford.
Was it a car that the lights went to, or like an SUV or a car? Like what type of vehicle was it?
I don't know. I don't remember. It just the words that where I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told. It was an unidentified car. And that was another thing is when I asked the lead detective, I said, this car that was on Kellen, he was like, yeah, we already figured that out. That was an Uber. And I was like, no, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go there.
Okay, so there's the separation right there. But Ellie is telling her that they figured it out, and she's saying, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, she's saying that the Uber was over on Devon, and then this random unidentified car was sitting at Kellen and Stafford.
Where's this other road at compared to
I think it's one street over. I don't have the map right here in front of me, but I do believe it's one street over from Katie and Chris's street, I think. I might be wrong. I've got to go back and look.
This is gonna drive me nuts. I didn't want to do this.
Yeah, I'm not at my desktop or I'd pull up a map.
I'm lazy, but I'm gonna do it real quick. Sorry, I just didn't want to. Okay, hold on a minute. Boom. All right, so this car pulls right here. Right here. You're gonna drop, buddy. Wait, so is this road right here at this corner? Or wait, where the hell is that?
The way she's describing, when the car came in, it was parked at Kellen and Stafford, right where
here. And it sat right here for 3-4 minutes and then backed out and took off.
Backed out of the neighborhood. So why would you?
Yeah, why would it back all the way out of the neighborhood? Okay. Good night, Chronicles. Thank you for joining us. And if we go down this road, okay, real quick here. This is Stafford then. Or is this Kellen? No, this is
you were on Kellen. Yeah, this is Stafford.
Okay, sorry. That's a hell of a...
It's not really that long of a walk. I mean, from right there, from Sebastian's house to the front of the neighborhood's not that bad.
There's their house right there. Yeah, I guess it's not that far. I thought it was a little bit further.
It's not, and if you cut through, I mean, you don't even have to go all the way down Kellen. Even you can cut through, like, with how the dog went down the side of the house or whatever.
Right.
They're saying flashlights between the houses. The kid, you could have cut through there and still ended up on Kellen to that random car there if there was one. But you could have either way. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Camera ain't gonna see shit no way, so it don't matter.
Exactly. So we got to come down back around this bend down to the corner. So that isn't far. You're right. And you can actually see there's their house right there.
Okay. Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah, they could have come down. Oh, that makes some sense then, because they could have come from through the backyard, like she says, right up to here. Ah, okay. Bingo. That makes a little more sense now. Gotcha. Sorry, I knew I was gonna have to pull a map.
And if that car never entered the neighborhood fully, just got to that point and stopped, and then backed out, no cameras are gonna see it like that.
That's true, because if you go back out and out you go, either way, that's very true. Well, they wouldn't have gone down this way. They probably went out this way to leave the neighborhood. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That makes plenty of sense. Terry Lynn is parking lot her normal sports on the crowd. Oh, yeah, I got you, Mom. I believe me, I got you. Okay, well there it is, guys. There's the map. That's what she's explaining. Huh. Okay. I guess it does make it easier to see it on the map, but that makes perfect sense because, like I said, if we're sitting here at this intersection, right through this yard or right over through here, around you come, and this way you come this way. Bingo. Okay. That really does make sense to me now. Huh. That is interesting.
Somebody made a comment on a live a few weeks ago. We was talking about the possibilities outside the parents. About maybe did a car park across the street from the neighborhood. And I thought, well,
I
That
mean,
was interesting, but yeah, could have. But
could have, yes.
it's the way it was said. It made me. I don't know, but
And
yeah,
so this Bobby lives up here somewhere, right?
yeah, the top.
Top
That's
of the
what
hill,
she's.
she said. Right.
Uh
Okay.
huh.
So
We
she's
need to.
all the way up here.
Yeah. Gonna try to find where Bobby. Where you at?
Standing outside looking at everybody's houses, probably.
Ooh,
Find
she
the
gonna
house
see
with the
you
person in the
stalking her.
window.
I might actually see her standing out here, guys. You never know. So she's up here
Stalking her
somewhere.
on Google Maps.
Oh, right. Well, shit, they can stalk. Why can't we? Jesus. That's probably right. I mean, this is just insane. Anyway, okay, so now we know where we're at. Now we can get a little visual of this car sitting down here at this intersection. The flashlight's coming through. The way she explained it, coming through different directions in these yards, so they could have come around both ways and come out through that back area and popped right into the car or did whatever they did. I'm not saying what they
So
did.
she said there appeared to be two lights. I mean, did this person get out of the car and go meet him halfway and walk him back? I mean, it's weird that there be two.
That here's the thing, though. That's what I was going to ask you. If you thought maybe they parked here. Wow, this is actually interesting because if you go through here, right? Is it here or wait a minute? Hold on a second. Let me check something real quick, folks. Bear with me. Okay,
And
it's
Max,
right there. There it is. There's their back porch right there. See it?
Yeah.
Okay, so turn. Oh shit, it's literally right there. Okay,
Yeah.
so right up through here, coming down this direction. It's what, 2 houses? Yeah, that somebody could have parked that car right here, lights off, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Ran over through here, like I just showed you their back porch. Let me show you again. Right there. There's their back porch, their back door. Okay. Did what they did, whether it's the front door, the window, come right back down through here, run down the road here, jump back in the car with the flashlights, like she said, back out, and out they go. Damn.
Yep.
That's
that's how easily and quickly it could have happened.
yes.
And I just can never understand why people won't accept that could be. And I understand why it's hard to believe that this child poof vanished and the parents are weird. But I mean, God, there's so many possibilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very real possibility.
And yes, there is a camera here and there is a camera here. Molly found all those for me one night. We were looking at them on both of these.
Oh, yeah, they're there.
But that does not mean that they picked up anything and that they were even active at that moment, folks. I understand.
Or if they did pick it up, we've heard it's so dark in that damn neighborhood.
And
I don't reckon they had any kind of outsort, I mean, like, I guess the only time you got a light so something walked by and triggered a light. But other than that, allegedly, this nice neighborhood is super dark.
It is.
Can't
And
see shit on their crappy cameras.
Well, there's no streetlights. You can see that, guys. There's no streetlights out here. None. Okay. Which is weird for a neighborhood like this, I would
Isn't
say.
it? That's unusual. I'm in the damn country and I got one.
There's not one damn street light out here. I'm sure these houses have them, but if they don't have their lights on at that time, 3 a.m, I mean, hey, it is going to be dark. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be
a
real dark.
residential neighborhood. Why don't you have lights? That's crazy. Whatever. Anyway, see, this makes a little sense to me now at this point that is a scenario that could have happened, and it does make sense considering the house with the boat right here. This is who I think she's talking about as being her friend that caught the garbage truck footage, as I'm going to call it.
I think so too.
Okay. This is because that's a perfect shot. If it's sitting right here,
yeah,
it's going to pick it up because there's a camera. We found this camera. It's right here. That white thing right there is the camera.
So one of these cameras allegedly, then apparently they see a car. Because what, did the neighbor just randomly wake up and notice a car parked out? Or did she see it on, like you were saying, did she see it on a camera?
I think it was seen on the footage, truly.
I think so too.
Because
TBI has that footage.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think TBI has, that they've been sitting on. They just don't know who, what, or why. And if it's that dark, it's probably hard to figure out exactly what vehicle it is, what
Yep.
type of vehicle it is, what color the vehicle is, and definitely who's inside of it. Okay. How many people? That's the problem I think they have.
And now I still got, I guess, are you local, motherfucker, or are you out of state?
Yeah. Was it somebody that lives in this area that just was?
Sorry for my language, y'all. I'm sorry. Babies are
okay.
involved. I got to find them.
It's 100%. I just can't get past this, guys. I got goosebumps again. I know that sounds weird, but knowing where that car was talked about sitting and looking here, where'd it go? Damn it. Is that blurred out?
Yeah, and we don't know that and anything what she said is fact, but it makes sense in a way, but we still none of it's confirmed.
Right there. That is their back porch, their back door. And there's that Molly showed me this a long time ago, that there's that open part of the fence that
Yeah.
if he were to come out his window, which is at the very front of that house right there, okay? I'm not saying he did, guys. I'm just saying if he did, because I've always thought that window could have been a thud, but then he responded, so I had problems with that. But we'll just say he went out the front door and walked right around the side of the house and came down along this here. It's right there, you guys. It's literally right there. Damn. And that would explain also, too, why there was no camera, like any cameras that really picked anything up, because if it's that dark and there's only a couple houses here. Here's the only problem I have, though, Salty, is we have all the way up and over here the dogs that hit up there. That's what I'm kind of weirded out about.
Well, they know that a couple of the dogs apparently did go a different direction, but we're still unclear on all that because no, they won't confirm nothing to us. They won't even confirm that Max hit on anything.
Right.
They've let us hear it on the police stuff. But they haven't come out and confirmed it. Even what's his name? Ken, what's his last name, said that, he didn't, if the time he got interviewed, he wasn't even sure of the dog hits, but now we know Max did hit something.
Yeah.
But
it didn't lead back to
was that,
no.
I'm like you, I don't know, because we do know that according to Chris, they came out the side of the house and went down the house, but then that leads back to Kellen. Which way on Kellen did this child go once he got to Kellen?
Damn it.
And maybe Sebastian did go back to the pond from time to time. This lady may not have seen him go past her house.
Right.
He was out going for a walk, Miss Nosy Neighbor. But yeah, I've never been set in stone he went to that pond. I thought it was a pretty good chance because the dog did go back there.
Right.
That's why I was really trying to figure out the only way that I would have believed he went back there is if a car could have got to that pond from Ward Lane.
Exactly. Because
otherwise you're dead in the pond or you're in the woods, right? Or you're in that one of them houses at the end of Kellen.
Right here.
Oh, late nosy neighbor lady. Maybe I should red flag you now.
Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, because if you go...
Oh, I need to be quiet before I get a cease and desist. I'm teasing, I don't care.
It's not going to take us, but this is where the construction area is.
Yeah.
And that pond is... Come on, damn it. I hate this map thing. That pond was over here, okay? This is where this is all gone now, but that retention pond was over here. This picture, I don't know when these photos were taken, but this is all developed, torn out of here, and dirt and mud now, okay? And then, shit, it would be like right over here somewhere, basically. It's right next to this house.
Kind of to the right. You curve around, and it's back there, yeah.
Yep. So, interesting. Yeah, that gave me a little bit of goosebumps seeing their back door, and that if that's a factual piece of information, wow. I will say one thing: this is a nice ass neighborhood, that's for sure.
That's what I was trying to say when everybody was asking about like homeless camps and stuff. You have to understand that Hendersonville is where country singers live.
Yeah,
they're not gonna live somewhere that is like downtown Nashville or Dickerson Road or Trinity Lane or Murfreesboro Road or Antioch, or I could keep going for 50 other streets.
No, I
You're
get it.
right.
I do get it. I can't now. See, this is going to bother me.
Yeah, this is going to be a really upscale area. Like Hendersonville is very clean cut. Like
It's very nice. Very nice.
it's
That's
not
agree.
it's not like Madison for instance, which is what 10 15 minutes away, where you're going to see people standing on the side of the road selling the dollar newspapers. And you know, being a local,
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's going, what's a dollar newspaper? Well, there's a place downtown that prints these newspapers for the homeless community, and they're
Yeah.
able to go and sell the newspapers for $1. I know because when Minnie was little, he had this one homeless or unhoused gentleman that he just loved. And every morning on the way to school, we would have to go to that corner and stop so he could buy a newspaper from this guy. And that is
Yeah,
in
there's a guy that
Madison.
locally did that. He would get the newspapers and the homeless guys would sell them for him. But they would do the same thing you're talking about. And they
Yeah,
would
he was
get
able to buy a house
yeah.
from what, and it was every morning. I mean, when Minnie got ready to go to school, I would take him over there and, he would say hi to him, and sometimes we would take him coffee in the mornings and he'd buy a newspaper from him.
And I think a lot of people didn't understand the area like that, Mom, because I kept hearing the same thing, these homeless camps. I'm thinking, where's these homeless camps at around here? I
And
know
in
they exist.
Madison,
I mean, I
and a
know
lot of
they
people,
exist, but
right.
Not
but
anywhere
I'm with
near.
you.
And
Right.
what
In
people don't
Hendersonville, she's right.
understand is
Go ahead.
when they have like big events in downtown Nashville, they will bus the homeless into Madison.
Yeah.
To get them out of downtown Nashville because they don't want it to be seen by the tourists. But you better believe if they get up by Hendersonville, the police are going to round them back out. I mean, maybe like deep off in the woods off the cut, but not in these neighborhoods.
Actually, right.
Tanya,
there.
from what we know about Max the dog, and from the footage we hear, and from what Chris said, the dog came out, the smell came out the front door, went down beside the house, and then back to Kellen, down Kellen toward the retention pond. She just saw they had the comment in the comments there, so I was answering that.
What the
But that's what we
fox?
do
I
know.
lived there for 30 years. I'm not feeding into any drama. I don't do drama. I'm simply
What?
stating the fact that is not a possible.
No, we're
event.
not even looking at that, Fox. That's something I didn't. That was another one of Seth's whatever the hell he was trying to do.
So we're saying the opposite of that.
Yeah, we don't believe that at all, bro. Or sir, sorry. I can't go past this part now. This is weird to be on because I never realized that was what that was. And how close it was, and
honey, I know people are having a hard time understanding how this boy could walk out of the house in the dark, but there's a lot of things that should be being discussed that aren't.
Salty, what if somebody got out of that car and walked up to that window or that door?
If he's if he's groomed and he thinks that's his friend waiting on him out there, he doesn't have, he's already told him, I'm right out here. Just run to me. He's not going to be out there but a minute. It's not like he's going to go outside and play all night in the dark. This would have been a very planned, quick thing. I don't think, I hope, I don't want people to be confused by it. No, I don't Sebastian went out that door to frolic around at night.
No, I don't either.
If he went out that front door, it was with intention to get to something that was waiting on me. That's what it was.
Right. Listen, folks, if a car pulls into this neighborhood and sits right here, okay, parks the car, turns the lights off, leaves it running, whatever, runs up the road, which is literally right here, okay, you can actually even cut a different way if you wanted to. I just looked at it, and cuts back into here, walks through that area, walks over a little bit further to the right, which is right here. Hold on. There's the back door. Goes to the window, goes to the door, meets up with him. He grabs his little flashlight. They got a flashlight. That equals 2. Okay. Comes right back around the corner and they run right back down to the car. Jump in the car, out of the neighborhood. They're gone. It literally would take seconds, maybe a couple minutes tops. Okay. If you're rushing, and that's it. It's over. That's like giving me chills. I believe me, I'm not feeding into any of that homeless bullshit either.
Do y'all remember what was the little girl's name that was abducted last year right up out of the damn state park riding her bike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the parent, yeah, they're out there
around
with the family. They're
Right.
all together. They're riding bikes. It's almost time for dinner. She wants to go one more lap around the loop. Her mom says, one more lap around the loop.
Yep.
15 minutes later, that child was not back. When everybody turned their eyes to go look for her, they found her bicycle laying down there. She was gone. That fast, somebody snatched her, throwed her in the car, and drove out of that state park with that child.
Yeah.
Took her home, kidnapped her, locked her up, then decided that they're going to be so stupid. Thank God they're stupid. They went to her house in the middle of the night, put a note in the mailbox. Didn't know the FBI was sitting there watching the house.
Right.
Because the parents were still at the state park where the kid went missing from.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to stop thinking these kids cannot disappear into thin air in a matter of minutes. I'm also not naive. I also know other things could have been done, but I also have to know something like this could have happened.
And if there's a camera here, they already did reenactments we've heard where the police tried to run down through here to see if they could be seen and they weren't. He's not a very big kid and it's pitch black, and whoever else this other person could have been may not have been that big either. It's dark. You people, if there's an adult that's there, they could be looking for cameras as they're walking up to this place and be able to avoid them and keep him with them to avoid him. I'm just saying. Oh my God, this is driving me nuts now that I see this. You definitely can't have tunnel vision. I'm like I said, this is just a little bit more of an option for me. That's all it is. Anyway, I'm gonna pull this.
Yeah,
down.
I think it was really hard for people to get their head wrapped around that a car could have come and gone from. But I don't know. I don't understand why it was hard for people to get there. I've seen too many kidnapping stories over the past 30 years alone of children.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because they're not loved or watched.
No, it's just there's bad people that do bad things, literally. Let's finish this mess up here real quick. That's the boat. That's the house that I'm talking about, Fox. That believe that she's talking about picked up that footage of the car. Okay, that I know where that camera's at. We found that camera a month ago. It's sitting right there in the middle of the back portion of that garage, right next to that boat. That's got to be the camera that picked this up. What they're talking about, in my opinion, because when we looked at the camera across the street from it, it's not facing that direction. It's going towards Kellen, so it wouldn't have picked that up, in my opinion, at least. I've seen your theory on that. See something, and it is interesting. I promise you, it's interesting.
That is interesting, Dago. I've seen it, and one thing I will say to that though is a lot of times in these missing children's cases, the family friends are also looked into.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it was looked into. I would hope it was, at least. I agree with you on that.
Anybody close to that family that they had any kind of communication with on a regular, whether or not they were suspicious or not personally, FBI, TBI, whoever, they're looking into all the people who were connected to this child in any kind of way.
Right. Well, here's the thing, though, Fox. You're absolutely right, Salty. There were 3 vehicles that were seen on this camera, Fox. Okay. One was this vehicle. The other one was the trash truck coming in and out of there. And then the third one was Katie's vehicle going to look for him. That's in between the trash truck and Katie leaving to go look for him after the sun starts to come up. Okay. So this was something else. They were saying that this was this Uber that picked up these people going to the airport, which was another street over. And that's where the confusion came into play. Again, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just saying this makes some sense, and it makes some other things make some sense too. And quite a few of us have thought for quite a while now that law enforcement has a vehicle that they're just not talking about because they don't want to spook that person and they don't want to break the integrity of what they're doing. You know what I mean? So it's definitely an interesting theory. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm not saying it's what happened.
Even before she stated this for us to hear, I've been telling you that was one of my thoughts.
Yeah, we've
Because
talked about it.
I base that on a couple of things TBI has not said. A couple of things they did say. Because I pay super close attention when they're talking details of cases. Because I don't get nothing out of this rumor stuff except for maybe some laughs. But I'd already really felt strongly the fact that they hadn't moved on beyond that 5-mile radius. The fact that they're not actively searching recovery efforts, things of that nature, tells me a lot. As somebody who's watched a lot of these cases unfold. And it could be they have no clue at all, but I think they have something. I just don't know what that something is yet and how much of that something that they clearly have.
That's kind of where I'm at. I think they have something, but they're just not sure what. That's the problem I think they're having. And that could lead back to another reason why I'm not saying, and it's not an abnormal thing to take electronic devices and hold on to them through the whole investigation, but remember that they have those. Think about this and put that all together. And again, there's a situation. If there was somebody that contacted him via those electronic devices, and then this scenario may have happened, here's your answer, guys, in some sense, possibly. Okay. Or it's somebody else different and it's not the devices, but this still could be an option on both sides. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's factual. I'm not saying this is our answer. I'm not saying any of that, guys. I'm just saying it leads to something that a lot of us have believed in for a little while now. And it does help make some of this that has no sense, that makes no sense, make a little bit of sense is all I mean. So, all right, let's get through the rest of this.
The airport. I know that. But the car why would a car sit on Kellen if they were going up the street to get the customer to leave? I mean, you don't sit there.
Coincidentally, at the same time, lights are flashing around the time.
Well, at that same time, the trash truck would have been through there. So you wouldn't have gotten that confused. Why would a car be sitting on a road like?
I hope they interviewed, which I'm sure they did, the guys with the trash company to see if they saw a vehicle sitting down there around that period of time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did.
I'm sure they have, and that could be where they get this. They got that from too, possibly. Partly, I should say.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Just looking away the camera points, and you can see why. Okay.
Around 3:30, 4 o'clock Monday morning. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, one thing I say, and it's the truth, the law enforcement is not obligated to tell the public the truth.
That's true.
We have to tell law enforcement the truth if we're being interrogated or questioned or whatnot, in a sense, because you could be, charged with lying, but they're not under any legal obligation. I mean, morally, you would think they would tell the truth, but they don't legally have to. They can lie to the public, and they do. So maybe they're keeping things close to the vest.
I was just really surprised how I felt like he got a little bit defensive with me when I mentioned that I was a neighbor and talking to the neighbors about their surveillance. Because my thought is this, if you were to ask an officer a direct question, if he can't discuss it, instead of arguing with me, the response should have been, I can't confirm or deny that. I can't discuss that. We're still in investigation. Instead of him flat out lying about or, defending it and arguing with me, why didn't he just say, well, that's still part of the investigation. I can't comment on that. And I would have simply said, okay, you're right. I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. But he didn't. Integrity of the investigation. No comment.
That's what I would have done. I mean, that's usually what they do. Why argue with me and try to convince me otherwise. It's like he was trying to convince me.
Maybe because he didn't want you doing what you're doing right now and
I
going
was
and
about.
telling everybody something that is a very important piece of the case. Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I'm gonna guess. Just saying.
We need to send her to cease and desist.
100%. 100%. Oh my God.
Leave that alone. Stop talking about it. That's not part of this.
Got you, Bobby. Is there anything else you would like to add that I didn't ask, or anything that you want to put out there that the public should know
Yeah, Bobby.
that we forgot?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. I just know that, you know, we want this resolved as badly as anybody does. I would love just for this to be over and him to come home, but I really just wish people would, you know, around social media just got really nasty and ugly and started attacking us. One of our neighbors, I will say this, one of the neighbors that live close by, they got so, the whole rumor about Katie having an affair with a neighbor. What started that?
Interesting. So that's not true. I saw
Somebody
that
like
Where
circulate.
in the world? Not only that, but one of the neighbors, precious sweet family. I know them personally. They are a great family. They got so attacked by this rumor that their kids started being bullied at school, saying that your parents are the ones that were swingers, started being called swingers. They started getting phone calls from people all over the country claiming that they were swingers.
Yeah,
It
that
got
rumor
so bad.
not true at all about
Not
Katie
that I
having
know.
a neighbor. Yeah,
Not
that
that
was
I'm aware of.
Okay.
And so that neighbor
Oh,
was getting harassed then, huh?
and that right there is a problem
Mm-hmm.
because all the weirdos on the YouTube don't need to be calling up people.
No, of course not.
It's none of your business.
This is what the
But
problem
this
is.
is that's the thing, Dago. There's people out there who are unstable
Oh, 100%.
and
100%.
will do exactly all this bizarre stuff because of people like her and Seth who want to come out and run mouths and get stuff started. And then people take it upon themselves. Now I got to take up for the world and defend this and that. And I'm going to call what? So
Mm-hmm.
everybody is this. If you're doing the same thing, you're mad at other people for, check yourself. But calling up, that's so weird.
Very, very weird. Very, very, very weird, guys.
Swinger. And honey, you need to check if you got kids in school telling them kids you need to talk to them kids' parents.
How do your kids know? How do your kids know, and why do they know what that is
Right.
and what it's all about? That's
Because their parents are sitting around running their damn mouths and the kids can hear it all.
Yep, 100%. That's exactly it.
Bad. It was really bad. People just get so, I mean, I know that they want answers. I know everybody is just really wants answers. I mean, heavens, we want answers. You know, we're living in the middle of this. We want answers. We want all this to go away. We want the truth to be found. You know, we want this to just be solved and be done with. But making things up and, you know, coming to your own conclusion because you don't have an answer is not helping us at all. It's not helping the family. And I'm not here by any means to defend Chris and Katie by any means. I don't know them. I don't know anything about them to defend them. I'm just saying that making up stuff is only hurting our neighborhood because now you've got people who are harassing us and neighbors wanting information and that kind of thing and driving her all around. Now that the driving through the neighborhood has calmed down immensely, so that's good.
That would be driving like just regular like YouTubers, curiosity seekers, just crime tours. Sometimes there's crime tours out
Well,
there.
I mean,
People like you,
there were a lot of, you know, YouTubers that were coming through the neighborhood and they would stop and get out of their car and walk up and down the street, videoing, taking pictures and whatever. And it was like a huge invasion of privacy.
Did you say something? Sorry.
No, I was JLR over here grilling her like, who? YouTubers, sightseers, you know, whatever. Like people like you, JLR.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's nothing we can do about it because it's a public street. I get that, but have some respect. And then just local people, I guess, feeling like the police weren't doing enough, so they were going to go out themselves and drive, and they would just drive up and around and you know, just drive around over, like up and down around the hill and that kind of thing.
So that pretty much
So
calmed
that's,
down.
yes, that's almost stopped. But we had two neighbors that were trying to sell their house, and neither one of them can sell it.
Oh, really?
Nope. They both took them off the market because they were getting too many.
So 2 people tried to sell their home after this incident happened, and they can't sell it.
Actually, one family actually had their house on the market before this happened, and then when this happened, their realtor just told them to take it off the market because they were getting more phone calls just being nosy than they were legitimately asking about the house.
Oh, wow.
And then the other neighbor on the other cul-de-sac actually put their house on the market right afterwards and ended up taking it off.
See, these are things people don't know about. It's interesting, because it might be devaluing the neighborhood, or people might like, hey, I don't want to move to a neighborhood where a child went missing and is still missing. It has a lot of affects people, than not just the Proudfoots and Seth Rogers, but the whole neighborhood in general. It causes some bad things to happen with everyone, and man, I'm sorry that's happened.
I don't think anybody is going to be able to go anywhere until this is resolved, because I don't know anybody that would want to move into all this. Why would you want to move into a neighborhood where a kid just vanishes?
Exactly, because there's the type
It's
of neighborhood
scary.
where you want to have a family, build your dreams, career, raise your children, and
Safely and securely.
yes. And I mean, I've been there. I've been in the area. Those homes are beautiful. I mean, I would love to have a dream house like that. Like it's nice. And
Yeah.
just can't imagine, like just a neighborhood that's never seen probably any crime.
Thank you, Dachi. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hi and hitting the like button. I hope you have a great night and hope to see you tomorrow. Get some sleep. Thank you very much.
Crime ever. There's no crime in the neighborhood, right?
We had one incident many years ago that was resolved in one day, over and done with, and never had anything else. I mean, this is the kind of neighborhood that, like I said, I mean, my twins were born in that house, and when they were little, I didn't let them go out by themselves, but I would feel comfortable with them going outside in the yard, as long as it was like, just don't get in the street because we live on the main road.
That just says, by the way, Bobby. Well, Terry Lynn graduated high school with her. Oh, how quaint. Yeah, there's a good point there, Dusty. See, this is what happens. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It is kind of interesting. I will say that much. Never fails. Never fails. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
For some reason, I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not either. I'll be
Thank
honest
you,
with you. That's
Dutchie. That was
all of this rolls out into. I agree.
Oh, none of this shit surprised me. They could all know each other for all I care.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Duchess. Have a great night, hon.
And you'd have the big trucks and you have the school bus and that kind of thing coming through, and I would just say stay in the yard, but I didn't have to worry about somebody coming up and grabbing them. I just never felt that. I never feared that. I mean, I knew my neighbors, my family all lived in the neighborhood with me. I mean, my parents lived there, my brother and sister used to live there. We all lived there together, and my kids would walk in between the yards to her house, and her kids would walk in between the yard to my house. My kids would go up the corner and play basketball with the neighbor kids, and they would all ride bikes around, and you just never worried about anybody coming in and doing anything.
But now people are kind of worried.
I don't ever, I mean, I'm not seeing kids out playing like they used to be.
Sad, because kids need to get out a little bit and enjoy the fresh air and the great outdoors, the outdoors in their yard and stuff. It's just so sad.
How many kids you got,
Hopefully
JLR?
it's found and your neighborhood could get back to normal, a sense of normalcy. I know everyone is a little bit on edge still, pins and needles, but really appreciate you coming on and providing.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, hon?
I was just being a smart ass to JLR. I want to know how many kids he's got. Everybody's the perfect parent.
Oh,
they got
right.
the answers to all the kids. Don't let them do anything. Keep them right by your side. Don't let them have social media. Don't let them play a video game. God forbid.
Right.
Right. I'm over all the bullshit. Keep your babies safe. Talk to them.
Yes,
Times
ma'am.
have changed. It's a new world out there. You're going to have an electronic device, so get used to it. But I don't know. I don't follow that Terry Lynn lady. I don't know nothing she has to say or do. I
Oh,
can help
I
her.
don't.
I don't even know nothing about her. But
No.
yeah, only thing I've took away good out of it, not good, and I don't know any of it to be fact, but that card thing was the only interesting thing, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. I
That
agree.
made any. I mean, the rest is already stuff we knew.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Duchess. Once again, have a good night. Get some sleep. And Katie said she doesn't know. Yeah, I was figuring that. I was
Katie
figuring.
didn't. What?
Katie said she doesn't even know who this lady is. So
The lady said she don't know Katie.
right.
I'm I know she don't know Katie, and I know she probably don't know a damn thing like nobody else does.
Here's the
Including
thing that I
Seth.
don't understand is why is it, especially nowadays, why is it a big deal that people live in your neighborhood that you don't know? Because I live in a neighborhood, although I am country, it's different, but I do know my neighbors. But the last neighborhood I lived in, I didn't know anybody, and I didn't care to know everybody at that point in time. You know,
Yeah, I don't either. It's not a big deal to me.
That's it.
I
It's not a
couldn't
big
tell you
damn
my
deal.
neighbor's name.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you none of them.
It's not a
And
big
I live
deal.
on a private road.
Mhm.
There's things that get made a big deal out of that I sit in here and shake my head going, I don't understand what we having this big deal about.
Why is it such a big deal? Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like for real. Who cares if you know your neighbors or not? Either you're a happy go, I don't care for people a lot like that. I'm very nice to my neighbors, but I
Yeah.
don't need to get to know you and go out there and talk to you every day. And
No, because people like to do this right here. When you do that, they know everything about your life and what is going on, and you don't need to know my business.
I got one good neighbor. I mean, she's the only one close to me, and we keep an eye on each other and things like that. But that's as far we don't. I don't go hanging out with the crazy cat lady across the street. She can stay over there, and she knows it.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't deal with my neighbors closest to
Yeah.
us because the one dealing we've had with them was nude people in the woods in a Viking horn.
Oh, good Lord.
That was
Sounds
yeah.
like a party. That's a party.
So that
Yeah.
That's a whole other
I
stream,
don't
Mom.
deal with them.
Yeah, we got to do a different show about that one, Mom.
She said, I
Weirdo
don't deal with them.
That's it. Katie said, asked why is this woman on there? I said, who knows? But when I heard she knows Terry Lynn, see, there's been a lot of people that know Terry Lynn, and for some reason, they just appear in these things about this. It's ridiculous. I don't get that whole thing, but
Well, I don't think I think it's a coincidence because it's
Probably.
they're in the same town. I don't think Terry Lynn sent her out here to be a fake Facebook admin neighborhood lady.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's
Okay,
just
no.
that they all are from this area, so on and so forth, and it just happens so much, though. That's all.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean,
it's-
she ain't coming out here feeding me no narrative I'm fixing to buy. And
No,
let me
there's
just make it clear, ain't nobody on YouTube can feed me a narrative that I'm going to buy.
Mhm.
I follow the evidence.
Yes.
Period.
Absolutely. I did gain a couple little pieces of information from this that I thought were interesting, but nothing of any importance other than this car thing, which I'm sure they already had this. I'm going to say that much, that she just was adding to the excitement for it, I guess you could say, with everything else she told that we already knew. So there it is,
Yeah.
I don't know. Ending it up. Thank you again, Jonathan. All right, let's see here.
Insight. Everyone is very grateful. People in the chat, if you got some questions for Bobby, just leave them in the chat and I'll talk to you offline and maybe you can answer some of the questions. But I really appreciate you coming on. And we really never really heard from a neighbor really coming on the record speaking about it. And sorry you had to go through this, man. And I think
we all just were trying to be quiet.
I met your children when I was out there. You got the coolest sons out there. Tell them I said.
I told them they're in there watching.
I'm not going to say their names, but I know their names. But just tell them, they're cool. You raised them very, very well, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
How do
They're
you know them?
the game, and I said I gotta go to my car and sit in the car a minute, go talk to JLR. Oh my gosh, you're gonna be on JLR! I was like, yes.
Oh, so they got the whole family watching.
There it is, right there.
Boom.
There it is, right there. Good God Almighty, Jesus.
And the pieces fall together.
Have a good night,
As
Miss.
the world turns.
Well, have a good night, Bobby, the nosy neighbor. Thank you for enlightening us tonight. Listen, honestly, there was a couple of little things that she said that throughout this that were interesting. That, like I said, that car thing was interesting. The last bit of information we just got on it is interesting. That right there, God, look at the way you can't see the face she froze on. But anyway, it's interesting. That this is what people do. This is all people do. It's damn sad. And it proves you can't trust your neighbors. So don't if you do. This is just sad. This is so sad that this has turned into so much of all of this. It really is. It really,
Well,
really is.
yeah, it's sad that people are more into drama than they are facts.
Oh yeah, yeah. That has
It is a
become
fact the
norm.
parents are a little sketchy on both sides. I can't take one parent off the table unless I take both off, right? And so I moved way beyond these parents a long time ago.
Yeah.
I
like
what am
I said
gonna do?
earlier, or was it yesterday? Jesus Christ, I'm losing my days. I can't even think. I've always had Seth, Katie, and Chris on the table until law enforcement says they are completely off the table. Then when they're off the table. That's how this works. But
yeah,
the issues that I've had with Seth have nothing to do with me thinking he did something bad to his son. It's every stupid, ridiculous, ignorant decision he's made since this has started that makes me go, what are you doing, dude? Like this is not where you belong doing this. So that's my issues with him.
and the sad part is nothing we say is gonna make that man sit down and shut up. Did it make Steve Gonzalez shut up?
No, it did not. Never did not. And
You're not gonna shut up the father or the mother who is determined, right?
Right,
Because I promise y'all, if something happened to one of my babies, and I've had things happen, but if it was brought to YouTube and I needed to come say my piece, Salty's coming large and in charge, and you're all gonna freaking hear it. Whether you're coming at me for doing it or you're on my side, you just can't. When it's your children, you fight tooth and nail, and it's hard to make you sit down and be quiet, even if you should.
I agree.
And I agree they both should have. Steve and Steve 2.0 need to sit down and be quiet for a minute.
A long minute. I agree with that. A long time, yes. And I think, honest to God, personally, I think Seth needs to go, like, he needs some kind of help dealing with this too. That's another part of the problem because
yeah.
He's not, I'm not saying everybody needs therapy, folks. That's not what I'm trying to say. He's not
sorry, if
taking
your child is missing and you don't know where your child is and you cannot find him, you're going to need some therapy.
Right. And he doesn't have, here's the difference. Somebody said that, well, why don't the Proudfoots need it? They have each other. He don't have that. He doesn't have
Who's to
somebody
say
else.
Katie doesn't?
And that's fact.
Hang on. Katie's not going to come out and tell us all her business like that. We already can see she's kind of a private person.
Uh-huh.
But I, as a mother, y'all don't know Katie's not getting help.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows that.
I do agree.
And I don't, all this, well, I've heard this and she, we ain't, unless I've heard it from Katie about Katie or Chris about Chris. I don't pay Seth much attention. I don't take nothing for granted in this space, and I damn sure don't hear. You can come to me all day and tell me you heard something, but I'm gonna have a million questions as to where you heard that from.
Agree, and there it is. I thought somebody had said that, but I didn't want to claim that until I was sure. But yeah, Chris said there was therapy.
Yeah,
you have to
there you
consider
go.
the source too. Like, consider where you're hearing things. Consider
Exactly.
where you're seeing
The other
things.
side, that's a big part of it. Yes,
Especially on YouTube. If you're in a channel that is predominantly clickbait or drama, consider the source.
Yep.
Agreed. I do agree. Very good points. Very good points.
Because I mean,
Facebook is toxic. Just anything you see in a Facebook group is absolutely toxic. I'll give you a point. So, was it a couple days ago, yesterday? I don't know. It's all running together. But the Caleb Harris case, his phone was found. No, his phone wasn't found. It has not been confirmed by law enforcement. But yet it's all over social media that his phone's been found, and it's not been. And that's how this mess all starts. Because a
Agreed.
lot more people are in Facebook than they are on YouTube. And then
Mm-hmm.
people that screenshot, and then it gets put on Twitter, and then it ends up
Yep.
on YouTube, and then it's spread for half a mile that it's a fact, and it's disgusting.
It
Absolutely
is.
disgusting.
And a lot of it is born and bred right there in Facebook. And
Yeah.
I don't even want to say it. But there's a certain individual that came into this space, did a lot of damage, came straight out of a Facebook group.
Yeah. Yep.
Straight to YouTube with all their stuff. And boy,
It caused a whole hell of a lot of shit too. That's a fact.
yeah.
It really did. It caused a complete it how can I say this? It ran that case. It completely ran the case. So absolute. Well, hi Avery. How are you tonight, dear?
Hey, I'm good. Hey,
Thank you for
huh?
joining us. I was just
Oh,
gonna say thank you for joining us.
well, thank you for having me up. I'm not going to stay up long, but I just had to tell you. Remember the other day, I think it was yesterday, or the day before, I was telling you about how I seen a little boy at the
Yes.
Flying J here in Alabama.
Yes.
Well, if there's a video that just came out on Evil Exists, and
Uh-huh.
it's a photo of another little boy that they had cropped his face is cropped out, but they say it looks just like Sebastian. And guess where it is?
Flying J.
Out, but it's in Alabama, Madison.
really?
Alabama.
Well, I hope that if they think that's Sebastian, that they've called the TBI and done the right thing and get that shit off social media.
Well, the channel Evil Exists said he cropped the kid's face
It
out
doesn't
because
matter.
he said because law enforcement has already confirmed that it's not him. But I'm
Oh.
just wondering if that's the same kid that I seen.
Oh, you mean like okay, because he looks so much like him that they thought okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But you don't crop. These are children, people.
Right.
Mistake my child for a missing child and put my child's picture on social media.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he cropped his
I'm not
face
the
out.
one. I won't be like other people and sit silent because I'm scared.
Right.
Yeah, he did crop his face out in the video. The video just came out a few minutes ago.
But why put it out if it's not a confirmed sighting?
I don't know, and
To
it was just so
to
weird.
draw the views. That's exactly what it
I
is.
understand why. I'm kind of being a smartass. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's
Right.
the problem.
it's just
It-
so weird to me because
It's not him.
I just seen that little boy in Alabama that I thought could have been him, and then
Sure.
this
Well,
picture comes out.
there's
How much,
probably
how many kids can look that much like him?
what about the kid from North Carolina? We saw that one too. You know what I mean?
That one, yeah, that one looks just like him too.
Well, there's
Mhm.
probably a lot of kids out there with similarities. You know what I mean? There's a lot of
Yeah.
people out there with a lot of different features and similarities. And when you
Exactly.
got one on your mind like that, you
Yeah,
know
that
we know
photo-
that photo, we see it every day. And if we're out and about and we see somebody that we think, damn, that really does, I'm not going to anywhere but to the cops.
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
And I'm
that's
not
what I
telling
did.
anybody else.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go to social media and say, I think I might have, and here's where. Because now, if that kidnapper is watching,
Mhm.
and y'all don't think for a second these criminals and kidnappers do not come and watch this stuff.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
So
they do.
now I've done told the possible kidnapper that could possibly be watching, I possibly seen that kid over here and over there.
Well, I
Yep.
called 911 right away, and police came, but it just, I don't know. I just had to come up here and tell you, like, you got to go look at that picture. It's just mind blowing.
Oh, I'm looking at this one here. That's not him by any means. Is that him at all? And
With
the
the lady holding his hand.
yeah, holding his hand. That's not him because you can the build to the body based on what. No, this kid's taller than Sebastian, for one, and it almost looks like this child is maybe mentally handicapped. That's why she's holding his hand and walking with him that way.
Yeah.
And the legs are way skinnier than what I've seen. Yeah, this does not look like him to me.
Sebastian don't need his hand. I don't know Sebastian like that.
Yeah,
What
he
I've
don't need his hand
understood,
held.
He don't need his damn handheld like that.
Not at all. No. And here's the thing with this channel, Evil Exists. They just 2 days ago put out a video that says Katie Proudfoot severe mood swings. I'm sorry, attacked Seth in sleep. Blah 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 blah. This is the kind
Yeah.
of shit they're putting out. So it's not solid shit at all. I promise you.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that video.
He's just trying to get views.
Oh,
Like that
I
view from 2 days ago got 6,500 views, and this is all this is for, to get views. It's sad. This is what I can't stand about YouTube and these channels that do this.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But thank you, though. I mean, I appreciate your input. Absolutely.
I mean, I am glad that it gives me hope that people are seeing, children that they think could possibly be him, and they're
they're
reporting it
looking.
to
Yeah,
law
they're looking.
enforcement. Yeah.
Right.
So that kind of gives, it gives me hope.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. If people, at least it tells us people are looking, which means people aren't just blowing this up like it's nothing. I agree. That's
Yeah.
important. That's very important. I do
Because
agree.
I think there's only been one possible sighting of Summer Wells, and that was
That was in the gas station. Yeah, a restaurant.
restaurant. It was like
Restaurant. Yeah.
wasn't it like a oh, what do you call that? Where the homeless people go to eat, and they
Shelter.
have
Yeah, it was a homeless shelter.
Soup kitchens.
Food kitchen.
food
Soup kitchen.
kitchen.
That was
That's
it. Thank you. I couldn't think of what the hell I was trying to say. Thank you both. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the only one that there has been.
So
Sadly.
it's pretty incredible that there's been several that could possibly have been Sebastian. I mean, I'm just glad people are looking.
I think there are good people out here looking because they're not convinced one of those parents off that poor child, like a lot of people. And
Yeah,
if you're convinced that's what happened, you are not looking for Sebastian.
I don't really have I don't know. I have this gut instinct. I was saying this earlier, but I just have this really, really strong gut instinct that he did actually leave on his own, and that his parents are not involved. I mean, if you dig hard
The only
enough,
thing that's told me these parents were involved was some people on YouTube.
yeah, yeah. And
So
if
I
you
never
dig,
believed that mom was involved right out the gate because I didn't know her. I needed to
Mhm.
assess the situation. I cannot see a mother for 5 minutes and say, oh, she's guilty.
Right.
I don't know. I can't see a dad for 5 minutes and make the same assumption. It takes a minute to evaluate people. Law
Mhm.
enforcement does the same thing. They might get a automatic red flag or a sus feeling, but it takes a minute to evaluate things. I don't like I can't stand people coming in hot and automatically going to somebody did something. And then you
Mhm.
don't even bother to see what the investigation actually says. And then what if the investigation shows you direct evidence that leads away from that person you're convinced did it?
Right.
But I'm not here to train everybody how to think.
Sure.
I mean, I feel like if you dig hard enough into anybody, you will find things that you can I mean, God forbid my child were to go missing. As confident as I am that I'm a good parent, I'm pretty sure if people dug hard enough,
Hell
they
yeah.
could find things.
Oh, of course. Anything you could, yes.
And that's
Agree.
with anybody. You dig hard enough on
Exactly.
anybody, and you're gonna find something.
Nobody is ever perfect.
Oh,
Somebody
well,
could have
especially right now, because this is a very judgmental space of some very amazing parents who can do no wrong. I mean, let me tell you, I have met more perfect parents in the past 3 months than I've ever met in my 57 years of life.
Yeah, exactly. Holy
That
shit.
is
Perfect
very
people,
true.
morally sound and non-corrupt, non-judgmental, good people. Yep.
Mhm. That is very, very true.
Exactly.
There you go. I have
Well,
to-
guys, I've been
Yeah.
here 5.5 hours. I cannot believe we've been here 5.5 hours. That's insane.
I didn't plan to be here 5.5 hours either. When you started, I saw you were going live. I was like, I can't even stop yawning.
I didn't either, but I mean, it was good conversation,
Yeah.
as
Appreciate
I
it.
always have with you guys, and thank you for that.
Well, I'll have to watch more on the replay, but I'm going to go ahead and hop down so you can say your goodbyes.
Okay, Avery, thank you for joining us, hon. I appreciate you.
My
Have a great night.
pleasure.
You too.
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
Have a
Absolutely.
good night, Mom. Have a good night, Dago. And I'll.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining me.
Oh,
Always a pleasure.
yeah. And before I go, I will say I was going to go live today, but my granddaughter's birthday party was today. So I will be doing a live tomorrow night, 7 Central, and it's going to be going over the Gilgo stuff.
Yes,
We got some stuff. Yeah, we
there's
got a
some new
couple of
stuff there.
videos we're going to review in this document that we're going to pour through. It's pretty crazy.
I'm gonna try to ensure myself to be there for that. God, I haven't made one yet. I need to at least. So
We've only done one so far.
I know I need to get to one of them at least. I wanted to be there for all of them.
Yeah,
But
at least one, dude. I'm kidding.
you're always here for me. I need to be there for you. So please, somebody, please remind me, somebody. My memory is horrible. I don't get the notifications like I'm supposed to. You know
Hey,
what?
well,
I'm gonna
my
write my
channel's small. I don't know if any of y'all will get the notifications,
I'm
but
gonna
yeah.
write myself a damn note on a post-it and stick it right on my monitor. There we go. But thank you, Salty. I will definitely be there. And anybody else, please, if we can drop her link again. Are there any mods left in here?
I got it.
There should be. Thank you, Mom. I forget that you're. Thank you, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, if you guys want to tune in and check out the latest on that, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I've heard there's some
Will not be
interesting new
discussing
info.
Sebastian. Will not. But anyway, this is a good conversation, Dago. I do appreciate you doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. It's always good when you're here. And I always had good people. I guess Kimber went to bed earlier. I didn't even realize. But yes, it's a good night. Good show. Good chat. I love it. And I appreciate all you guys very much.
Good night, guys.
Good night,
Good
Salty.
night.
Thank you, Mom. Always an honor to have you here. I appreciate you very much as well.
Well, thank you for letting me come up, sir. I
Always.
appreciate you.
I was hoping you guys would see me live and pop in here. I knew it was late, but it's always a good time to have you
Yeah,
guys
you
in.
know, anytime you're live, if I see it, I'm in here.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Minnie texted me and told me to tell you hello.
Oh, hey, yes. Tell him I said, hey, bud, good to see you. I got to get with him, by the way. I keep
Yeah,
forgetting
he
about
said
all
to
this
tell
stuff.
you hello. He likes you. He respects you. He put you in our automatic Carl bot in Discord and to hit him up whenever you're ready to do whatever he's supposed to help you with.
Absolutely. And let him know I appreciate that 100,000%, and I will do that very much so.
I will, because he texted me. He was like, "What are you doing, Mom?" I was like, "I'm on panel with Dago." He was like, "Oh, tell him da 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 da." I was like, "Okay, I will."
Absolutely. We found something in common. That's always fun. I love it. I do. He's interesting to me. He's very smart, and he just blew me away that night. I mean, I couldn't. If you could screenshot my face, I was sitting here going the whole
he's
time he was
amazing.
talking. I was
He's
excited
amazing.
because the things he was talking about are things that I had been talking about months ago. I'm not really a gamer, but I kind of am in the background. Like if I ever
Yeah.
have time to be bored, which is a joke, but it does happen sometimes where I get time to be bored and I want to delve into some of these things. I don't know how to do it. And her son is amazing, you guys. He's so smart. Like he should be running like Microsoft or something at this point. I'm telling you. And he's good at what he does. He showed me stuff that I didn't even know could be done. So very, very, very awesome. And please let him know I'm looking forward to talking to him soon. As soon as I can make time in my life, I definitely will. So
I will, hun.
thank you so much.
Good night, guys. Y'all make
have a
good
great
choices. I'm gonna jump down to chat.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much again. And everybody in the chat, thank you guys for popping in here with me tonight. I know it wasn't anything crazy or exciting, but it was a very good conversation. I was very happy with it and very interesting to me. I just like talking to you guys sometimes. It doesn't always have to be about something in depth and in dramatized, serious, or any of that. Sometimes it's nice just to talk, folks. I like to get to know some of you guys sometimes. We haven't really got to do those streams in a while. This was an interesting interview, whether it was bullshit or not bullshit, we'll figure it out. It was still interesting to watch and to talk through with each other. So I enjoyed it. I appreciate it very much. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change anything about yourselves because you guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. If we can, please light the chat up with the green hearts in support of Sebastian. Once again, every time I talk about him, I like to do that to show that support. Anybody here that happen to donate to support the channel, God bless and thank you so much. We don't ever expect that, guys, but we do appreciate it so very much. And thank you all, most importantly, for being here and supporting this channel. And if you have not hit that like button yet, please do it on your way out the door. Hit the bell. Make sure that you tune in every time we're live so that you don't miss a thing. And I don't miss getting to hang out with all of you guys because that's so important to me. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Have a wonderful night, guys. Good night and God bless. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.